Hello, my name is Sonia Trannitron. I'm a drag queen who's too COVID conscious and too self conscious for live performance, so I'm making a video essay instead. This project has taken a tremendous amount of labor, so please support me by subscribing to my channel, giving this video a like, sharing it with your friends, and, if you're able, by making a contribution to my Ko-Fi or to my Patreon. I will leave links to those in the description. Anything you can do is appreciated. A note about accessibility. This video is fully captioned, and transcripts will be linked in the description. If there are any other accessibility features you would like me to add, please let me know in the comments. Feel free to leave a comment about whatever else is on your mind. Which of my outfits was your favorite? Is there anything I missed or got wrong? Is there anything I said that really spoke to you? I can't wait to hear from all of you lovely people. So, I think it's time to get started. What does Sonia Trannitron think about The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time? Over the 25 years that The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time has existed as a commercial product, I've accumulated a lot of opinions about it. If I were to try to sum up those opinions in the quickest way possible, I would say that it's a pretty good game. I don't think it's literally the best game of all time, as it was often breathlessly declared for the decade or so after it was released, because I don't think it's possible to declare anything the best game of all time. Nor is it my own personal favorite game. First, because I am chronically indecisive, but also because there are so many games that have more significance to me. But it is, nonetheless, a game that I mostly like. So, if my overall opinion isn't strongly positive or strongly negative, what compelled me to do this whole goddamned thing? It certainly isn't because I need to uphold the legacy of a game that occupies the coveted spot of best aggregate review score on Metacritic. But I don't want to do an epic takedown either, nor do I want to talk about nostalgia. Not my own nostalgia, because I don't think I would have anything interesting to share, but I also have no interest in talking about nostalgia in any broader sense and how it would affect people's perceptions of this game. I think that would be more under the purview of social psychology than video game criticism. I feel similarly about discussions of whether this game has aged poorly, or if it's difficult to go back to. I have a perfectly easy time going back to this game personally, but I can't dictate what it would feel like for someone who had never played it before, or for someone who's picking it up again for the first time in 25 years, or for anyone else. When Ocarina of Time is discussed in terms of its status as being an unassailable classic, as being overrated, as being something that maybe used to be cool but has since become obsolete, I think a lot is missed. What I do want to talk about is all the competing processes that caused me to reach my moderately positive opinion on Ocarina of Time. For me, it's a game that eventually, more or less, accomplishes its goals. But what are those goals, and how does it try to accomplish them? As I studied Ocarina of Time, I was constantly uncovering new answers to those questions. I was constantly finding new things to appreciate, new things to be frustrated by, and a hell of a lot of things to be confused by. There is a lot to talk about, even 25 years after this game's initial release. Luckily, though, the areas that introduce the player to the game also create a solid foundation for analyzing the game, so we'll start there. The player first steps into the shoes of Link, the boy with the pointy ears, green tunic, and floppy hat, in his home in the Kokiri Forest. The Kokiri Forest provides a warm invitation to the rest of the game, with its friendly residents, its jaunty musical theme, and its soft green color palette. And it also gently introduces the player to three-dimensional navigation in an expansive virtual world. The player is introduced to the Kokiri Forest before getting control of Link via a brief segment where we watch a blue fairy named Navi fly around looking for Link's house. She wakes Link up, introducing herself as his new assistant, and gives him his first objective, to respond to a summons from the forest's guardian spirit, the Great Deku Tree. The first moments, once the player gains control of Link, are tightly constrained. The player has to leave the tiny space of Link's house, and then climb down a ladder to get off his front porch. It may seem so simple as to barely be worth mentioning, but this introduces even the most inexperienced player to the game's important basic concepts. The way Link's movement controls are affected by the position of the virtual camera, the separation of interior and exterior zones, and contextual actions like climbing down a ladder by moving towards it. As soon as you've dismounted the ladder, you are free-ish to explore the large-ish environment around you. Kokiri Forest is a village where the childlike Kokiri live inside the trunks of large trees. In a manner befitting its residents, it is laid out like a playground. So it has clear visual design with strong sightlines, a diverse mix of obstacles, some simple verticality, and an overall design that leads you in circles instead of towards dead ends. Just like how even the most scatterbrained parent needs to be able to keep track of where their child is in a playground, even a novice player needs to be able to keep track of where they are in the game world. It's easy for you #gamers to forget this, but understanding three-dimensional virtual space is difficult. This was especially true in 1998, when three-dimensional gaming was still relatively new, but I maintain that 3D navigation in games is probably still a huge challenge to a lot of people. Personally, I didn't become entirely proficient in it until I was maybe 18, despite having been playing games, including 3D games, for as long as I can remember. This onboarding process is important, and I think the Kokiri Forest does a great job at it. There are a few reasons this area is so easy to understand. Cliffs and platforms give the player the opportunity to survey their surroundings. The overall layout is simple. The primary explorable area is roughly circular, with points of interest, such as the different tree houses, placed towards the edge. There are obstacles scattered around, but they don't significantly block lines of sight or impede navigation. In fact, these obstacles end up being helpful for orienting yourself. The Kokiri shop is surrounded by a pool of water, which can be crossed using these distinctive square hopping platforms, which give it a much larger visual impression than the building would have on its own. This mysterious hole in the wall may not stand out very much, but it's situated on top of a hill and surrounded by bright yellow fences, which draws the eye even from far away. Even this seemingly pointless, freestanding lattice is a landmark that makes it just a little easier to know at a glance where Link's house is. There is a lot of visual information to take in, but on closer inspection, all the disparate elements are helpful for understanding how the space fits together. All 6 of the different tree houses have distinctive features, even if some are more distinctive than others. The house of the Know-It-All brothers, who give helpful gameplay tips, has a pretty similar silhouette to the house belonging to the local bully, Mido, and by extension, a similar silhouette to the house belonging to Link's green-haired bestie, Saria. But those 3 houses are less important to remember than Link's house, which is distinctive because of its ladder and porch, and the Kokiri shop, which has a noticeably brighter color scheme than the rest of the buildings. The Kokiri shop is located across from the twins' house, which is visually distinct because of its darker exterior and its bunny-eared silhouette. This house isn't especially important, but I can still squint and see some purpose to making it stand out so much. The shop and the twins' house create the borders of a frame that centers the player's attention on the path to the Great Deku Tree, which is, after all, the player's destination. Once you try to respond to the Great Deku Tree's summons, however, you're blocked by the previously mentioned local bully, Mido. He tells you that he won't let you pass without a sword and shield. Finding the hidden Kokiri sword and collecting the money to buy the Deku shield are the first substantial tasks of the game, and all the thoughtful visual design of Kokiri Forest helps to make them manageable. It also helps that the 2 tasks have good synergy. While poking around looking for the sword, you'll naturally uncover the game's currency, multicolored jewels called rupees. You need to find 40 rupees to buy the shield. If you find the sword before you find 40 rupees, you'll be able to cut grass, which often hides rupees. There are 2 parts of this first section that might be daunting to new players. The first is in the southwestern portion of Kokiri Forest, the little hidden grove where you find the Kokiri sword, accessed through this mysterious wall hole. There's a big, perpetually rolling boulder that you have to get past. The boulder does a tiny amount of damage, a quarter of a heart, so, in other words, the smallest amount of damage that will visually register on the health gauge. But the way it knocks Link back, it sure looks like it hurts pretty bad. Of course, in practice, this is hardly a big deal. First and foremost, because the obstacle isn't very challenging. Just wait for the boulder to pass by, or outrun it. Simple. But say you're new to video games, or you're just really young. Maybe that little bit of damage scares you. Luckily, as soon as you get the sword, you can cut down the grass nearby, which conveniently grows back after a few seconds, and get some recovery hearts to restore your health. Or, if you don't feel like mowing, just exit out the hole, and find that there are plenty of hearts around town, inside rocks, on top of a roof, inside of houses. Problem solved. Maybe all those hearts feel excessive for just that one little boulder. You would be right to think that, but that's not the only potentially dangerous area. You can also head up to the cliffs on the northern edge, which lead to the Lost Woods. It's the only part of Kokiri Forest that feels out of the way, and for good reason. In this earliest portion of the game, it's the only area with real danger in it. If you're feeling adventurous, you can actually get pretty far into this area and encounter actual monsters. But the Lost Woods isn't only a more dangerous area than everything around it, it's also constantly trying to get you to leave. The whole area is a maze, where if you make a single wrong turn, you're instantly sent away, back to Kokiri Forest. It's a way of signaling to the player that they're not supposed to be there yet. The Lost Woods is an area that you're supposed to go to later in the game. Ocarina of Time provides no rewards for the player adventurous enough to push at the boundaries of explorable space in this early portion of the game. If you use trial and error, and eventually arrive at the gates of the Sacred Forest Meadow, all you get is some interesting scenery and the warm, fuzzy feeling of being somewhere you're pretty sure you're not supposed to be. I could easily make the case for why this is unsatisfying game design, but I don't personally find it unsatisfying. To me, pushing at the boundaries of a game like this is intrinsically compelling. Being acknowledged or rewarded can be nice, but the absence can be just as interesting. The absence can make it feel more personal, more mysterious, more serene. It can enrich the uneasy feeling of being a trespasser. At any rate, even if you linger in these Lost Woods and take some hits, an exit is always nearby, back to the safety of Kokiri Forest and its many tasty hearts. This is certainly a lot of words being used on a section of the game that even a complete novice would likely spend less than 15 minutes on. What I'm trying to illustrate is that even though this section may seem trivial to people who are familiar with games, there's still a lot of thought put into making it friendly and welcoming. For designers, the process of creating something approachable can be just as involved as creating an interesting challenge. The design of Kokiri Forest is also used for storytelling. Link feels alienated from the Kokiri, and this is expressed both through the literal text of the game and through the area's design. I mentioned earlier that the Kokiri Forest is laid out like a playground. It's a fitting home for the eternally childlike Kokiri, but not as much for Link, who's not actually one of them. I praised the compact, legible design of this area, but the flip side is that it can also feel small and unexciting, feelings only intensified by the fact that the player is stuck there. Not just stuck, but agonizingly aware of all the exits that remain barely out of reach. Mido blocks the path to the Great Deku Tree to the east, while an unnamed boy blocks the exit to the wider world to the west. There are also two visible, but inaccessible teleportation gates in the Lost Woods. All you can do at this point is submit to the demands of Mido, which hardly feels adventurous or heroic. If, as a result of all of this, you feel yourself yearning for the world outside the forest, you are emotionally aligned with Link. And, luckily, you'll get your opportunity. But before you can leave, you have a summons to respond to. A summons from a big, mustachioed tree. After you find the Kokiri sword and buy the Deku shield, Mido finally allows you audience with the Great Deku Tree. The Great Deku Tree tasks you with getting the evil out of him, and opens up his big wooden mouth, granting access to the game's first dungeon, the aptly titled Inside the Deku Tree. I don't necessarily want to run through the game in chronological order, but I still think it makes a lot of sense to start at the beginning, because the introductory sequences of Ocarina of Time establish a formula that the rest of the game will follow. Most of the games in the Legend of Zelda series adhere to an overworld dungeon structure. You explore an open overworld in order to uncover dungeons, which are self-contained spaces filled with a variety of action and puzzle challenges. Tasks in the open overworld feel looser and require less active focus. In contrast, the enclosed space of a dungeon signals to the player that it's time to take in their surroundings and proceed deliberately. That feels like an imprecise definition to me. I find it surprisingly difficult to describe this structure in formal terms, but you know it when you see it. Case in point, you can see this structure through the overworld area of Kokiri Forest and its accompanying dungeon inside the Deku Tree. So, how does this first dungeon work? The dungeon inside the Deku Tree is arranged around a central trunk, the first room the player encounters. The trunk is the dungeon's widest and tallest room, 3 stories tall specifically. There are 2 branches connected to the trunk, that is, one room that branches off of the trunk's 2nd floor and another room that branches off of the 3rd floor. These higher levels are accessed by climbing up vines on the wall onto a ledge that circles around the perimeter of the trunk. As you progress up the trunk and through the branches, you discover the Great Deku Tree is infested with spiders. Some of them ambush you by dropping from ceilings, and some of them zealously guard the walls covered in climbable vines. Accompanying these spiders are, naturally, spider webs. There's one particularly important spider web on the dungeon's 1st floor. It blocks a hole that leads to the dungeon's roots. In order to get to the roots, you have to break through the spider web. In order to break through the spider web, you have to jump onto it from the 3rd floor. In order to reach the 3rd floor, you have to find a way to climb up some vines that are guarded by spiders. In order to deal with those spiders, you have to find a new tool for Link, the fairy slingshot, and shoot them down. Once you've done all that, you take the stomach-churning leap from the 3rd floor and fall all the way down into a pool of water in the dungeon's roots, the basement. Whereas the first half of the dungeon, the half taking place above ground, was built around a central vertical shaft, the second half, in the basement, is arranged more horizontally and lacks a central room. You proceed through this half by going in a circle and falling through another spiderweb-covered hole into the second basement, where you confront Ocarina of Time's first boss fight, the leader of the Great Deku Tree's infestation, Queen Goma. I gave that little synopsis to establish the correct way of progressing through the dungeon, because there is an incorrect way. What makes one route correct and the other route incorrect? It's not an objective judgment, and the game itself offers no direct feedback. It's not like, for example, combat, where you know you've made a few mistakes if you completely run out of hearts. But I think it's reasonable to say that a mistake in the context of exploring a dungeon is when the player makes a decision that results in needless backtracking, or, in a less concrete way, when they make a decision that makes the dungeon more confusing, for whatever reason. The correct route is to find the slingshot, shoot the spiders off of the climbable vine wall, and then jump off the 3rd floor ledge to break the spiderweb and fall into the basement. Here is the funny thing, though. You don't actually need the slingshot to get past the spiders on the vine wall. Maybe you're stubborn and want to force your way past them. With some careful maneuvering, you can do just that, and then you can jump off the 3rd floor ledge, fall through the spiderweb into the basement, proceed to the next room, and then find yourself blocked. The second room in the basement has an exit door that only opens when you shoot an eye-shaped switch with your slingshot. So now, in order to progress, you have to climb all the way back up out of the roots section back into the trunk so you can check the branch rooms and find the slingshot. This is unnecessary backtracking, which is annoying in its own right, but I would imagine that, especially for a novice player, this would also make this first dungeon feel more confusing and intimidating. The ideal approach to most Legend of Zelda dungeons is to limit the explorable area as much as you can, so you can keep a clear mental map. The spider web on the ground floor of this dungeon makes for a neat and tidy boundary between the first and second half of exploring the dungeon. If you've collected everything you need on the upper floors, you won't need to go back and forth. You only need to fall through once. But if you fall through the spider web without getting the slingshot, you have to have a bigger mental map in your head. Granted, in this first dungeon, that isn't a big deal, but as the dungeons grow in complexity, it becomes progressively more important to explore spaces in a deliberate and methodical way. What's interesting is that the correct route is the more immediately intuitive route, and the incorrect route is the one that requires more effort. Shooting the spiders down is simple, but avoiding them while slowly climbing up the wall is a good bit trickier. Why punish me for taking on an additional challenge, you might ask? You could reasonably say that the game is punishing players who push at the game's boundaries. You could even say that the game punishes the kinds of exploratory attitudes that a game like this should be encouraging. I think that's a fair criticism. But here's another way of looking at it. The game is simply trying to encourage an understanding of and cooperation with its spaces, rather than trying to encourage players to outsmart its spaces. Of course, it's fun to push at the boundaries like this, and it's fun when the game rewards you for it. Don't misunderstand me. But if you're constantly trying to outsmart the space, it can make it harder to understand what the game actually wants out of you on a baseline level. For a good example of what I mean by this, I'll cite a seminal example from the only good video game ever made, From Software's 2011 action RPG, Dark Souls. There is an infamous misdirect right after the conclusion of Dark Souls' tutorial, when the player has entered the world for real for the first time. While looking for a way forward, the majority of players will end up stumbling onto a graveyard, where they'll find what else but that most expected graveyard enemy, the humble skeleton. These particular skeletons attack in swarms, even while being individually more challenging than anything the player would have faced up to this point. Most players will get their ass summarily whooped. Eventually, most players will run out of hair to tear out of their head in frustration, so they leave the graveyard and eventually will stumble onto the unassuming side path to the Undead Burg, which has much easier enemies and seems to be the actual intended way forward. This is a fun moment, made outright comedic by how it seems to happen to everyone who plays Dark Souls, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. That being said, when I first played Dark Souls, this moment conditioned me to think that if something seemed unmanageably difficult, I could just continue exploring to find a way around it. And without digging too deep into the design of Dark Souls, that really is not how it works for the rest of the game. In Dark Souls, you'll be presented with encounters that seem too difficult to overcome, and be forced to overcome them anyway. I didn't know this, and so every time I ran into a situation that felt too difficult, I would check every area I had access to, trying to figure out if I had missed an exit or overlooked some powerful item. I kept expecting the game to reward me for exhaustive exploration, when really the game wanted me to focus more on the path in front of me. The misdirect with the graveyard ended up misdirecting me for the rest of the game. So, to bring it back to Ocarina of Time, rather than thinking of the incorrect route that I outlined as a case where the game punishes the player for exploring, I would think of it as the game gently telling the player to work smarter, not harder. So yes, you can take on the challenge of juking these spiders if you want, but maybe it would be a good idea to see what is in that nearby room first, to see if the spider juking challenge is actually necessary. The attitude being encouraged here is that if you find yourself experiencing resistance, take in your surroundings before proceeding forward. That path I just traced out from the start of the dungeon to the finish, spiraling up the trunk, working your way through the branches, falling down into the roots, and then finally facing the dungeon's boss, is a high-level overview. If I were to broadly categorize the modes of engagement that Ocarina of Time uses, they would be two intertwined concepts: exploration and navigation. The high-level overview that I just gave reflects the exploration half, referring to the process of figuring out, in a general sense, how an area works. Navigation refers to the process of working through spaces that you already have an understanding of. To talk about navigation, I'll have to zoom in on individual rooms. By my own reckoning, there are 12 discrete challenges in the first dungeon. Without going into too much detail, I will summarize some of the overarching themes. There are 3 rooms that center around combat with these creatures called Deku Scrubs. They are short, vaguely humanoid creatures made out of wood and leaves. They act sort of like stationary turrets, burrowing into a section of foliage and popping out to fire nuts out of their snout at Link. You have to flush them out of hiding by reflecting their projectiles back at them with your shield, and then you can catch them to get them to surrender. Deku Scrubs are one of 6 types of monster that appears in this dungeon. I already mentioned the 2 types of spiders. They're called Skulltulas, named after their white, skull-shaped bodies. Big Skulltulas ambush you by dropping from the ceiling. The bone-white top side of their body is invulnerable, but they occasionally spin around to reveal their soft, brown, vulnerable underbelly. Their smaller cousins, called Skullwaltulas, are the ones that guard the climbable vine walls, and are easy to damage as long as you have a weapon that can reach them. I left out a 3rd type of Skulltula, the Gold Skulltulas, because while they do appear in this dungeon, they're not exactly used as obstacles. Gold Skulltulas drop a token when defeated, and then disappear forever. There are 100 of them hidden across the entire game, and the player is rewarded after collecting certain amounts of their tokens. Deku Scrubs, Skullwaltulas, and Big Skulltulas serve as simple obstacles that test some basic skill. Deku Scrubs require you to use your shield, Skullwaltulas require you to use the slingshot or some other ranged weapon, and the Big Skulltulas punish you for being reckless or impatient. The 2 remaining enemies are slightly more complex. There are the larvae of the dungeon's boss, Queen Goma. She can spawn some of them during the fight against her, but before that they appear for the first time in a room in the basement. Their presence is foreshadowed by an ambush by a big Skulltula right as you enter the room. If you take this ambush as a hint to look up at the ceiling, you'll spot the eggs, and can neutralize them by shooting them with the slingshot. If you fail to notice them, the eggs drop to the ground and hatch, and the Goma larvae are ready to fight immediately. They are strange, insectoid creatures resembling an eyeball with 2 cockroach-like legs. Their normal eye color is a kind of queasy turquoise. When they look like this, they'll shuffle towards Link. When they start to hunch over and their eye turns red, they're about to pounce. They aren't especially difficult, even when you're fighting 3 of them at once, but this is a more aggressive and dynamic combat encounter than anything else you will find in the dungeon, save for the boss. The final enemy is a carnivorous plant called a Deku Baba. It's just a chomping mouth attached to a long, thin stalk. It lunges at Link as he passes by, but its range is limited as it's stuck to the ground. Just like the Goma larvae, these enemies are simple, but I appreciate how clearly their behavior is communicated through their animation and sound design. I love the way they whip at Link like a scorpion's tail and curl back, and I love all their weird mouth noises. And, simple as it may be, there is some satisfaction in understanding how to manipulate their drops. If you hit them while they're curled up, you get a Deku Nut. If you hit them while they're standing up straight and stiff, you get a Deku Stick. Deku Nuts are essentially flashbangs. Throw one of them on the ground to stun enemies. Deku Sticks can be used as weapons. They do twice the damage of Link's sword, but break after a single hit. They're also required for their other function. Deku Sticks can be lit on fire and used to light torches. There are 4 challenges that require the player to use Deku Sticks like this, and there will always be a Deku Baba nearby, providing the player with a replenishing supply. In this sense, Deku Babas are placed more for the player's benefit than to present a combat challenge in and of themselves. Now that I've talked about the 6 different types of monster that appear in the dungeon proper, I would be remiss to not mention the fight against the dungeon's boss, the parasitic armored arachnid herself, Queen Goma. In classic #gaming fashion, her eye is her weak point. When she's about to either attack or hatch some larvae on you, her eye turns red, at which point you can shoot her eye with the slingshot, which leaves her open to being damaged with your sword. This sets a template followed by many bosses in Ocarina of Time, and indeed, many bosses throughout the rest of the series. Find a way to stun them, wail on them with your sword, repeat. Finally, there are 4 challenges involving platforms platforming, which I use here in a general sense to refer to challenges that involve understanding the idiosyncrasies of how Link moves. Ocarina of Time has elements of platforming, but Link doesn't have quite as much freedom of movement as you would find in the protagonist of a dedicated platforming game, characters like Spyro the Dragon or Mario. The most obvious example of this is that Link lacks the ability to jump with the press of a button. Instead, he automatically jumps whenever he runs towards a ledge. The inputs involved are never more complicated than pressing the analog stick to move, and occasionally pressing the Z button to center the camera, so the platforming in this game is just a natural extension of basic movement and positioning. Just because I have used the word challenges does not mean that I would describe any part of this dungeon as being challenging. None of the challenges are particularly demanding of the player's skill, nor do they punish failure especially harshly. And I think this holds true for the majority of Ocarina of Time's challenges. This is, overall, an easy game, but easy does not mean the same thing as insubstantial. Within the space of a dungeon, individual challenges can add up to something more compelling by being connected to each other, and there are infinite ways of creating compelling connections. Take, for example, the 3 encounters with Deku Scrubs. Unlike the Skulltulas and Deku Babas, which seem to be acting out of some instinctual malevolence, the Deku Scrubs are more conscious actors. This is obvious because they actually talk to Link, begging for mercy when he catches them, but it's also conveyed through their placement, acting as guards along key parts of the dungeon's critical path. The first Deku Scrub guards the room with the fairy slingshot. When Link defeats him, he gives Link a hint, suggesting that Link might need to jump from a great height at some point. The second Deku Scrub guards a small connecting room in the basement. When Link defeats him, he tells him how to defeat the trio of Deku Scrubs who guard the door to Queen Goma. Those first 2 encounters play out almost identically, but this just serves to emphasize how different the third encounter is. The group of Deku Scrubs that guard Queen Goma have to be defeated in a specific order, and when they're defeated, they'll tell Link how to defeat their queen. In order to develop the concept of this enemy, it's important that they appear multiple times, but they have to be spaced out a bit. If every single room had to feature a Deku Scrub, the dungeon would probably start to feel one note. A dungeon in Ocarina of Time can be understood as an interwoven collection of little ideas, balanced between variety and consistency. The dungeon inside the Deku Tree has a fair amount of variety, which prevents it from feeling repetitive, but also has enough consistency to develop its ideas. Within dungeons, the process of understanding these ideas is substantial, even if the accompanying gameplay isn't especially challenging. Over the course of the game, there is a real satisfaction to be found in embodying a character like Link, and understanding his distinctive way of moving through the world. And because he's constantly gaining new tools, the player's understanding of Link constantly has to be evolving. You're learning to see the world through his eyes, learning how to look at a room and intuit how he can navigate through it. This capacity for a playable character's idiosyncrasies to become second nature to the player is one of the most compelling parts of video games to me. To that end, I think the dungeon inside the Deku Tree is a good showcase for Link's idiosyncrasies. For example, there is plenty of running and jumping to be done, as I already mentioned. A major transition point, after all, involves a big jump from the top floor down to the basement, so you're given plenty of opportunities to get used to the unintuitive concept of an automatic jump. Personally, there might have been a point where I found Link's automatic jump unintuitive, but it has been completely second nature to me for most of my life. Similarly, I find myself forgetting to even mention something like the way you can switch to a first-person perspective, either to look around or to aim items like the slingshot. I forget to even mention things like Z targeting, which focuses the camera's attention on a specific enemy, which makes it easier to maneuver during combat, and allows you to quickly fire off shots with a ranged weapon without manually aiming. These 2 features have become standards of 3-dimensional action games, and Ocarina of Time's simple challenges make a good case for the kinds of gameplay possibilities that they open up. In this first dungeon, we also see how they open up atmospheric and dramatic possibilities. When you first step on the spiderweb in the center of the first room, Navi the fairy prompts you to use the first-person view to look through it and see the basement level down below. It seems to be a long way down, and ends with a pool of cool blue water. It's only natural to take this opportunity to also look up and around, and see how far up the dungeon's trunk goes. From this angle, all you can see is a tangled heap of ledges, platforms, and more spiderwebs. Right at the beginning, you're given an idea of the dungeon's scale, but not any idea of how to navigate it. A little bit later on, after getting the slingshot and taking aim at the Skullwaltulas guarding the climbable vine wall on the dungeon's second floor, looking around in first person will yield a clearer view of how everything fits together. There's the solid ground of the first floor, connected via a climbable vine wall to the spiraling ledge on the second floor, which is connected via another climbable vine wall to the circular ledge of the third floor. Skip ahead to the boss's chamber, where the first-person perspective gets another chance to shine. The boss chamber is the darkest part of the dungeon, shrouded in thick, eerie fog. It would seem to be empty were it not for the eerie rustling sound above you. You use the first-person view to aim up and see an incandescent eyeball and a strange, scuttling silhouette. The eye spots you, and the silhouette crashes to the ground. The room fills with a sickly blue light, revealing the parasitic, armored arachnid Queen Goma. Making eye contact with her in first person makes her segmented, chitinous body, blue-green in color and covered in wriggling appendages, seem even more disgusting. Moreover, this boss fight is the first chance the Z-targeting really has to heighten dramatic spectacle. Normally the camera is centered on Link, but Z-targeting focuses on Queen Goma, keeping her size and position in the frame more constant while Link darts around. This helps you keep track of Link and Goma's relative positions, clarity that makes the gameplay feel more natural, freeing up mental bandwidth to appreciate the visuals. Being the focus of the camera makes Queen Goma feel more solid and imposing, and emphasizes the size difference between her and Link. It also helps showcase her strange and unsettling animations, and it makes it feel all the more impressive when you manage to take her down, marking the end of the first dungeon. Just as I did for the Kokiri Forest before it, I've spent a lot of words talking about the dungeon inside the Deku Tree, and what I think makes it tick. These are the simplest, easiest parts of the game, but that doesn't mean that the decisions that went into their design are trivial. I've went in exhaustive depth here because this section of the game is a microcosm of what I appreciate about Ocarina of Time on the whole. The way it creates unique explorable environments, the way it asks you to understand Link's capabilities for navigating them, and how it combines gameplay elements to convey ideas. Video games are art, and art is a form of communication. My appreciation for Ocarina of Time comes down to how effectively it communicates. Moreover, I think the key to understanding the parts of it that I don't like, or the parts that I think other people might not like, is trying to figure out where the communication has broken down. To explain what I mean, let me discuss one more thing about the dungeon inside the Deku Tree before we move on. Without being too prescriptive, I would say that it's usually good design practice to introduce mechanics in a simple, intuitive way and increase their level of complexity or abstraction over time. A good example of this in the dungeon inside the Deku Tree is its challenges related to using Deku sticks as torches. I glossed over this when I was going through my summary of all the different challenges, and I want to give them their due here. The player is introduced to this mechanic when they first fall through to the basement. A treasure chest in this room is blocked by a spider web. You step on a nearby switch, which lights up a gold-colored torch that burns the spider web, allowing access to the treasure chest. You look around the room more and discover that the door to the next room is blocked by another spider web. If only you had some way of bringing the fire from that gold torch over to the spider web blocking the exit. So you bring a Deku stick over to the gold torch, set the stick on fire, and then run it over to the spiderweb. Simple. There are two minor complications. You have to be careful not to fall all the way into the water in the middle of the room, because it'll snuff out the flame, and you can't take too long because the stick will burn into cinders. This isn't the simplest possible arrangement of parts, but what complexity is present is all intuitive. Fire burns cobwebs, water snuffs out fire, and a stick can't be on fire for forever. You encounter the second torch-related challenge a few rooms later, in a small circular room. The exit door is barred. To open it up, you have to use a Deku stick to get the fire from a lit torch to light two unlit torches. This room introduces a more abstract kind of relationship between different elements in a room. There is no obvious mechanism that would cause lighting the two torches to open up the door, but because the torches are the most noteworthy element in a small room, interacting with them is still pretty intuitive. The next torch challenge is the simplest yet. You just have to burn a spiderweb blocking the entrance to the next room. In this case, it seems that the purpose of having a torch challenge is less to be a challenge in and of itself as much as it is to be a way of slowing you down enough to make sure you encounter the new enemy type introduced in this room, the Goma larvae. If you know what this room is in advance, you can destroy the eggs on the ceiling, or better yet, save the slingshot ammo. If you run straight to the torch and then straight to the spiderweb, you can be gone before the Goma larvae even have a chance to attack. This is one of a small handful of times over the course of Ocarina of Time where a fundamentally simple task is hidden through clever misdirection, and it's something that I always appreciate. The final torch challenge happens in the next room, which is actually just the upper level of the first room you encountered in the basement. There's a spiderweb on the floor that blocks a hole leading to the dungeon's final room, but all the torches on this level are raised too high to reach, so you have to push a block to make a shortcut to the lower level and light your Deku stick using the same torch you used for the first challenge. Then you have to go back up the shortcut and swing the burning stick at the ground to burn the spiderweb. Just as it was in the first challenge, all the relationships here are intuitive, but the elements are arranged in a way that makes it more difficult to understand what to do. It's a true puzzle, even if it is a simple one. So this dungeon's basement gives us a nice, solid little progression with the Deku stick torch mechanic. A simple, intuitive action is introduced, then a more abstract video game logic wrinkle is added, the basic action is reinforced, and then the player is tested on how well they can put all the pieces together. I must confess though, I have lied here. These are not the only torch-related challenges in this dungeon. I was forced to omit the torch-related challenge that appears in the room which has the dubious distinction of being, in my opinion, the worst room inside the Deku tree. That being the room on the third floor where you obtain the compass. This room is primarily centered around a platforming challenge, where you step on a switch to raise some platforms up from the ground and have a few seconds to use them to cross a gap. I have two reasons for naming it the worst room inside the Deku tree. The first reason is that the reward for the platforming challenge is the dungeon's compass. The compass and map are a pair of items that appears in almost all of Ocarina of Time's dungeons. The map is pretty self-explanatory. It shows you all the rooms in the dungeon. The compass shows your position and all the remaining treasure chests in the dungeon. This dungeon isn't nearly big enough to make this pair of items useful, so dedicating an entire room to the compass is an odd choice, especially when no effort is required to find the map. The second reason is that this room has an inelegantly placed torch challenge. When you enter this room, the door behind you is barred, and you have to light an unlit torch in order to open it back up. So there are actually two possible rooms where the player might be introduced to the Deku stick torch mechanic. There's the first basement room, and there's the room on the third floor with the compass. The first basement room is a contained space that is wholly dedicated to introducing the mechanic, and in that room, the relationship between the elements are all concrete and literal. Use fire to burn spiderweb. In the compass room on the third floor, the room is primarily dedicated to an unrelated platforming challenge, with the torch thing being tacked on at the end. moreover, the relationship being expressed is abstract. Use fire to light torch to open up a door. Even if it's not a huge leap to expect the player to understand this bit of video game logic, I don't think this room works nearly as well as an introduction to the mechanic. I can't tell you whether or not you should think that lighting a stick on fire and running around with it is an interesting thing to do. Personally, though, I found a greater appreciation for this simple mechanic while examining how the game introduces and develops it. And by that same process, I found a new reason to be vexed by it. And may Goddess have mercy on my soul, but I could still say more about this, but I'll show some restraint. My point in going on this torch detour is to illustrate my critical approach. Insofar as I can make determinations of good design and bad design, this is how. By figuring out how the design is trying to communicate. What difference does it really make, though, to declare the room on the 3rd floor where you obtain the compass to be the worst room inside the Deku tree? What does it matter that it does a subpar job introducing such a simple mechanic? Being something of a #gamer myself, I can't remember a time when the idea of lighting a torch to open a door would have been a leap of logic for me. Ocarina of Time can be a deceptively difficult game to analyze because so many of its challenges are second nature to people who play a lot of video games. What I want to demonstrate is that a game like this still contains complexities and nuances that are interesting in their own right. It's not about trying to venerate a game that's already been venerated more than enough. What I want to show is that, approached on its own terms, Ocarina of Time provides ample opportunities for both praise and criticism. After you've finished the first dungeon inside the big tree, you make like Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces and cross the threshold, leaving the cloistered environment of the Kokiri Forest. On the way out, Link's green-haired bestie, Saria, gives him the Fairy Ocarina as a parting gift, allowing the player to start acquiring the ocarina songs that are used for various purposes across the game. Now, you're finally ready to start making your first steps into the wider world. At which point, you have to talk to an owl for a little bit. We can talk about the owl later. For now, we'll talk about the first steps taken into the wider world, the vast green plain of Hyrule Field. And what a field it is! A big, beautiful, and mostly empty field. I'll address the mostly empty part soon, but first I want to talk about the field's layout. Hyrule Field is a hub connecting to the spokes that comprise the major regions of the game world. You'll cross over it many times throughout the game, first on foot, and then, if you play your cards right, on horseback. This first impression of Hyrule Field is particularly interesting to me. You emerge from Kokiri Forest into this constrained area between two high walls of rock, which opens up to the wide green expanse in a moment of visual splendor that really sells the feeling of a grand adventure in a massive world. I would also like to take a moment to appreciate, specifically, this static view you get, standing right at the gate to the field proper. You have a tree to your left and a tree to your right, framing the view, a classic touch. A slanted green hill with a dirt path stretches out in front of you. While you can see an imposing-looking mountain off to the east, the dirt path is flanked with small trees that draw your attention to the north. You run up the dirt path, the mountain still looming over you on your right side, and you start to see a spire rise above the horizon, and then, all at once, below the spire, you begin to make out the shape of a castle wall. This is Hyrule Castle, home of Princess Zelda, and it's your destination. Maybe the luster has worn off of Ocarina of Time, what with it being, as of this writing, a quarter of a century old. But I still think this walk from Kokiri Forest to Hyrule Castle is breathtaking, and it's all comprised of simple elements, like the slope of a hill and the monolithic shape of a distant castle. Granted, the technical details are relevant here too. Ocarina of Time ran on the Nintendo 64, a video game console that had much more impressive technical specs than its contemporaries. But even among its peers on the same console, Ocarina of Time was considered especially impressive. No other games at the time had individual areas that were this big and complex. No other game let you look this far into the distance. I like Ocarina of Time and the Legend of Zelda series a whole bunch, but I try to temper my praise with the understanding that it's not just some Nintendo magic that gives the spark to these games. There's also the power of capital. I would be hopelessly out of my depth trying to explain the exploitation that happens in every link in the capitalist chain that eventually gives us a cool video game. But I can at least say this: the difference between a seminal work like Ocarina of Time and a legendary flop like, I don't know, Bubsy 3D, made by the studio that would eventually make Days Gone, by the way, is not a result of the intelligence, talent, or passion of the teams making them. So much of Ocarina of Time's appeal, when it released in late 1998, was how impressive it was. Given the time and resources that Nintendo had, however, I can imagine that a lot of other studios could have created something equally impressive. I don't say this to disparage Ocarina of Time, just to acknowledge that popularity and influence are not equivalent to worth. As we drift ever further away from November of 1998, we also drift away from a time when Hyrule Field was a self-evidently impressive exhibition of cutting-edge technology. What we are left with, however, is still visually impressive in its own way. Its composition stands the test of time. That being said, Hyrule Field certainly is not dense of content. There simply isn't much to do here other than walk from one end to another. And from a particular formalist perspective, you could say that Hyrule Field is just a waste of time. I like good content density as much as the next queen, so I speak from experience when I say that anyone who plays Ocarina of Time for a while will quickly grow bored of Hyrule Field. But I would still offer the defense that density of content isn't the point of this area. Hyrule Field is there to add a sense of scale to the adventure. Scale in video games is an interesting thing to talk about because you can't really say anything for sure. For example, how tall is Link? Trick question. It depends on how big your TV is. If that answer doesn't satisfy you, well, you can simply assume that Link is the average height of a 12-year-old boy, or something like that. But without being given any kind of official data, we can only operate in the realm of assumption. Every time a new open world game comes out, there are articles talking about how big their world is in terms of kilometers or miles, and the way they find these measurements comes through assumptions. A quick Googling tells us that the world of Elden Ring is 79 square kilometers. Well, it is if you're assuming that the player character is 170 centimeters tall. I think it's pretty cool and impressive the way that fans do this, but it creates a bit of a conundrum. Viewed in terms of kilometers, most game worlds are much smaller than they should be. The aforementioned Elden Ring, for example, fits multiple warring kingdoms into an area that is slightly smaller than that of the city of Nampa, Idaho. This compression of large spaces is a well-known and oft remarked upon quirk of the scale of video game worlds. There are additional wrinkles, however. Video game spaces aren't just compressed. Small spaces, things like houses, are expanded in all sorts of odd ways in order to make them easier for a player character to interact with. Ceilings are higher, hallways are wider, doorways are bigger, furniture is further apart. Most games that differentiate between exteriors and interiors feature interiors that are much bigger than they appear on the outside. Anyway, what this all adds up to is that space in games is not conveyed in a way that you can directly translate to real-world units of measurement. So you could say that, with a world totaling about 5 square kilometers, you could fit 15 Ocarina of Times into one Elden Ring, and still have space left over. And that's cute and all, but from an artistic perspective, I don't think that this approach is as helpful for understanding video game scale as unpacking the specific techniques that are used to convey scale. Hyrule Field conveys Ocarina of Time's scale in a few ways. The emptiness of Hyrule Field focuses the mind on the sensation of traveling and the feeling of seeing a distant destination become bigger as you approach. Hyrule Field excels at making areas look enticing from afar, just as much as it excels at making them emerge suddenly over the horizon. The terrain is hilly, only being completely flat in a handful of places. Visually, this gives the terrain a sense of motion even when you're standing completely still. still. In more tactile terms, even the simple act of pressing forward on the joystick can have a unique texture depending on where you are in Hyrule Field. The action remains the same, but there's a tangible difference in how it feels for Link to run up a hill, to run down a hill, and to meet the level ground at the foot of a hill. This doesn't directly make the world feel bigger, but it adds a feeling of resistance to the terrain that has a similar effect. The day-night cycle also creates a sense of scale. Time only passes in certain circumstances. It stands still, locked into either day or night when you're in areas like towns or dungeons, but it passes between day and night when you're in an area like Hyrule Field. I would imagine technical limitations play a part in this odd, partitioned implementation, but I also think there's a deliberate artistic choice being made here to only have the day-night cycle feature in the parts of the game where it would be the most audio-visually interesting. It isn't present for the sake of verisimilitude. It's present because it adds a layer of drama to exploring certain parts of the world. A full 24 hours in-game lasts only 230 seconds, so a lot of in-game time seems to pass as Link makes his way from point A to point B. For the player, it's just a leisurely stroll from Kokiri Forest to Hyrule Castle. For Link, it's an arduous journey that takes an entire day. Now, despite whatever dramatic flair it may add, this day-night cycle isn't a system that's developed in much depth. 230 seconds is fast to the point of absurdity. Look at the moon streak across the sky like it's in some kind of hurry, but it has to be fast, because the day-night cycle's primary gameplay purpose is to cause the player minor inconveniences, like causing them to wait for shops to open in the morning, or waiting until night to do certain side quests. And, to a certain formalist perspective, that's pretty pointless. It would be easy to dismiss this criticism by saying that the 230-second long cycle is so short as to be negligible. Or you could mention the Sun's Song, an ocarina song which allows the player to freely switch from day to night and night to day. You can acquire this song pretty early in the game, so technically even the minor inconvenience of the day-night cycle can be obviated soon after it's first encountered. But I don't want to dismiss this criticism, because I think it's fundamentally pretty reasonable to see all of this as pointless friction. I just appreciate what the day-night cycle adds to the game dramatically. Let me highlight a specific example. The first time you step foot onto Hyrule Field, the in-game clock will be at 12 p.m., halfway through the day, with 6 in-game hours until night falls. This gives you about 75 seconds to get from Kokiri Forest to Hyrule Castle Town, which is possible, but you would really have to be hauling ass. A new player, even one who heeds the advice of the multiple characters telling them to rush straight to Hyrule Castle, is liable to see the drawbridge cruelly pulled up before their very eyes, locking them out for the night. How could they do that? What are they so worried about keeping out? So this new player will likely stay put, waiting for daylight. That's when they get a nasty surprise. In a truly horrifying twist, not one, but 2 skeletons pop out. It's a narrative moment that has arisen organically out of game mechanics, where Link, having run out into the world with a spring in his step, has an unexpected brush with how harsh the world can be. But the story doesn't end there. If you ask your fairy companion Navi about these monsters, she'll tell you that they're called Stowel Children, and tell you not to fear them. She's right. Spooky and scary as these skeletons may be, you can avoid them with your eyes closed, by running in circles or even just in a straight line. Even if you face them head on, you'll find them simple to dispatch, with their slow, shuffling movements and their generously telegraphed, easily avoided attacks. Now, this is just one possibility. The player doesn't have to run straight towards Hyrule Castle. There's a whole lot of Hyrule Field you might want to look at before that. There's only one thing standing in your way, and it has feathers. I was a very obedient child. I'll spare you all the anecdotes about all the complexes I picked up and all the bizarre things I did out of some bullheaded desire to obey authority figures. But I will say this, for the longest time, I didn't understand why people don't like Kaepora Gabora the owl in this big, scary, and confusing world. A world where it's so easy to lose your way. Who cares if some owl spends a little too long pointing you in the right direction? Now, I'm an adult, and my contempt for authority has jeopardized my employment on numerous occasions, and now I understand a little bit better. I spoke earlier of how impressive the first steps onto Hyrule Field are, but I downplayed the role Kaepora Gaebora plays in that moment. Namely, he kills the momentum completely. Right as you're approaching that initial framed view of Hyrule Field, you encounter a big owl sitting on the branch of one of the trees framing that view. This owl's name is Kaepora Gaebora, and he has some things to tell you. He tells you to go see Princess Zelda. The player hardly needs to be told this a second time, as the Great Deku Tree had used the last scraps of carbon dioxide in his arboreal lungs to tell you the exact same thing not even 5 minutes earlier. After finishing the dungeon inside the Deku Tree, he explains the player's mission. The Great Deku Tree had been cursed by a wicked man from the desert named Ganondorf. Ganondorf seeks control of the Triforce, a set of magical golden triangles left behind by the three goddesses after they created the world. Though Link fought valiantly to save him, the Great Deku Tree's wounds from the curse were too deep, and he dies shortly after entrusting Link with the spiritual stone of the forest, the Kokiri Emerald, and also telling Link to seek out Princess Zelda at Hyrule Castle so that they can stop Ganondorf together. This earliest portion of the game conspicuously constrains the player within the confines of Kokiri Forest. Gaining the ability to leave feels freeing, but it's tinged with sadness, as it comes with the death of the Great Deku Tree. There's also a small amount of guilt, as Saria stops Link right before he leaves, to give him her beloved fairy Ocarina and to remind him to come back sometime to visit. The cutscene with the Great Deku Tree is a visually impressive depiction of a creation myth that is also a scene where a parental figure dies. The cutscene with Saria comes shortly after, and while briefer and more subtle, still packs some emotion into the small space of the wooden bridge leading to Kokiri Forest's exit. These are solid story beats in their own right, but also serve the secondary purpose of getting the player wound up and ready to be let loose into the wide open world. But instead of letting this moment breathe, instead of letting the player take in their surroundings, you have to listen to a long-winded spiel from an owl, where he reiterates the simple instructions to find Princess Zelda at Hyrule Castle. He also explains how to access the world map. Thanks. Once he's said his spiel, he has the audacity to ask you if you need him to repeat himself. And if you're just mashing the A button to get through his dialogue, you'll accidentally select the option to confirm that you do need him to repeat himself. And sure, that's mildly funny once you understand that it's a deliberate joke at the player's expense. But even making the big assumption that it does land as a joke, it is a mildly funny moment that undermines the more important feeling of grandeur. I mentioned how great this framed shot of Hyrule Field is, where you can see a road stretching out in front of you and a mountain in the distance. This is the view that Kaepora Gaebora takes you away from, and once he flies away, the camera swings towards this scenic view of a wall off to the side, at which point you have to manually reorient the camera in order to get Link running back in the same direction he was going before he was so rudely interrupted. Most of the time, I end up reorienting the wrong way and end up running back towards Kokiri Forest. It has the cadence of flubbing a stage direction in a stage play. So despite all the work that's been put into this first impression of Hyrule Field, we're still off to an inauspicious start. But okay, the owl is dealt with. Once you've actually gotten into Hyrule Field proper, you have some freedom to wander around for a bit. Aside from going north to Castletown, the intended way forward, 4 new areas open up to you. Lon Lon Ranch in the center of Hyrule Field, Kakariko Village to the northeast, Lake Hylia to the south, and Gerudo Valley to the west. There is a non-trivial amount of stuff to do, too. You can collect 5 pieces of heart, which is 1 more than the 4 needed to add another heart container to your life meter. All it takes is a little bit of poking around in Lon Lon Ranch, playing a grave digging minigame in Kakariko Village's graveyard, playing the fishing minigame at Lake Hylia, finding a way down to this ledge on the side of Gerudo Valley, and finally, the last one is found by backtracking through Kokiri Forest and heading into the Lost Woods to play music with some forest imps. You can also make substantial headway on one of the other major side quests, hunting gold Skulltulas. There are about a dozen that you can find before even stepping foot inside of Castletown, more than enough to unlock the first reward, a bigger wallet so that Link can carry more money. You can also round up 7 of the chicken-like cuckoo birds in Kakariko Village to get an ever-useful glass bottle, one of the 4 bottles available in the game. This is a satisfying amount of freedom to have this early in the game. But there is a catch. The entire time you're exploring, you will be nagged by Kaepora Gaebora, who zealously guards the entrances to Kakariko Village, Lake Hylia, and Gerudo Valley, armed with words that you have to sit through before proceeding. At the entrance to Lake Hylia, he leaves permanently after giving his explanation, but he will resume his posts near Kakariko Village and Gerudo Valley every time you re-enter Hyrule Field, ready to lecture you again. He gives some basic world-building information. Well, with Kakariko Village, all he gives you is the name, but when you encounter him near Gerudo Valley, he explains that it's the site of a gang of thieves. When you encounter him near Lake Hylia, he introduces the fish-like Zora people who guard the sunken water temple at the bottom of the lake. He appears again on an island on Lake Hylia, but this time he doesn't interrupt the player. You have to make the active decision to talk to him, at which point he gives another explanation of Lake Hylia, the Zora people, and the water temple, before asking if you want him to carry you to Hyrule Castle. When you encounter him near Gerudo Valley, he explains that it's the location of a hideout of a gang of thieves, and then passive-aggressively says that you're free to go wherever you want. Oh, and how could I forget that in the 2 appearances he makes near Lake Hylia, he feels compelled to, again, remind you how the world map works, subtly hinting that you've gone in the wrong direction. His appearances at this specific stage of the game could be considered helpful for orienting the player and for fleshing out the world. In practice, though, having to listen to all the things a big owl hoots at you almost every time he sees you, most of which end up amounting to a reminder that you should be heading north to Hyrule Castle, just makes it feel like the game is nagging you. The fact that he also offers you a ride at one point helps a little, as does the fact that if you squint, you can kinda tell that his character is supposed to be a bit of a joke, but the primary impression he gives is being unnecessary friction. Of course, it doesn't help that he's only one of 2 characters in Ocarina of Time whose main purpose is to nag the player. There's also Link's fairy companion, Navi. Navi has a few purposes, some of which are more helpful than others. Her primary purpose is to serve as an in-universe justification for the Z targeting mechanic. Navi flies over to enemies, characters, and points of interest, acting as a sort of reconnaissance drone. When she flies over to enemies, she gives the option to read a short description of the enemy. When she flies over to characters, you can talk to them at a distance. When she flies over to points of interest, she offers hints. This is all helpful functionality. She also periodically reminds the player what they're doing. Shortly after loading your save file, she'll remind you what your current objective is. This is mildly helpful, but she has to wait a few seconds after the file is loaded to say anything, rather than just having the information right from the start, which strikes me as a little strange. She also gives these same reminders over the course of normal gameplay, at an interval that I can only really describe as unclear. This is where we start to get into the feeling of being nagged by Navi. Even for players with cognitive or intellectual disabilities or other kinds of neurodivergence that might cause them to lose track of their objectives in the middle of a single play session, Navi's reminders are usually pretty vague, and they come up too irregularly to be helpful in their own right. You can technically talk to Navi at will, but only after obtaining Saria's song. That song is normally used to telepathically contact Link's green-haired bestie, who has her own advice and commentary. But if you choose not to talk to Saria, Navi will ask if you want to talk to her instead. So we have 2 intertwined issues. There's some redundancy in having at least 3 different helper characters, whose roles aren't strongly distinguished, even if they do have distinct personalities. And we have a bizarre, user-unfriendly interface for contacting one of these 3 characters, the only one of whom is at your side at all times. Anyway, everything listed so far involves situations where the player is choosing to talk to Navi, even if she pipes up with an obnoxious voice clip.
Hey, listen, watch out, hello, look.
Even if the little flashing icon that tells you she has something to say is annoying, you can ignore her in both cases. But there are times when you simply have to listen to her. Sometimes she'll stop the whole game in its tracks to tell you something. She does this 3 times in the dungeon inside the Deku Tree, for example. First to explain that these walls with vines on them can be climbed, then a little later to explain that the multi-purpose A button can be used to open doors, then a little later to explain that the multi-purpose A button can be used to push and pull big blocks of stone. She persists in doing this kind of thing periodically across the entire rest of the game. This advice is rarely necessary, as it usually involves things that players could easily figure out on their own. At bare minimum, it's unnecessary to stop the game in its tracks to give these basic explanations. As long as the game clearly establishes what button you press to answer her calls, she could simply dispense her wisdom the same way she always does, with that flashing icon. Navi the Fairy and Kapora Gabora the Owl are well-intentioned efforts to orient the player in a potentially overwhelming 3D world, but they run into a whole host of issues with what kinds of information they choose to prioritize, and how they often interrupt the game in order to deliver this information. These are problems the developers were aware of, and took efforts to fix in subsequent games, to varying degrees of success. I try to avoid making broad declarations of what I think are popular perceptions of Ocarina of Time, and other games in the Legend of Zelda series, but I think it's fair to say that Navi and Kapora Gabora have cast a long shadow. Ocarina of Time marked the start of an era of Legend of Zelda games that ended at some point in the 2010s. That is to say, an era where Legend of Zelda games spent a lot of time interrupting the player in order to explain things to them. The fairy and the owl are some of the most obvious representatives of this. That is at least one popular perception of the series, and while I am a tremendously annoying person who disagrees with a lot of the finer points involved in this perception, I've definitely come to understand what makes this constant interruption so frustrating. There is a similar but not identical discussion to be had about how the Legend of Zelda series approach to player freedom changed, starting with the very open-ended original game, but broadly becoming more restrictive as the series went on, at least until some point in the 2010s. I actually think Ocarina of Time has a more open-ended design than is immediately obvious, but Navi and Kapora Gabora's interventions go a long way to disguising this. Even if, in concrete terms, they don't do anything to restrict your freedom, their combined effect is to make the game feel more annoying, to make you feel like you're constantly having control taken away from you, particularly early on, and that leaves the impression that the game is more restrictive than it actually is. Setting all of that aside, if you intend to continue the game past this initial foray into Hyrule Field, you will have to listen to the advice of Navi the Fairy and Kapora Gabora the Owl at some point. You will have to make your way up to Hyrule Castle and meet Princess Zelda.
The process of getting up to the courtyard of Hyrule Castle, where you meet Zelda for the first time, makes for a good opportunity to talk about Ocarina of Time's genre, action-adventure. This doesn't mean the same thing for video game genre as it would for another medium's genre. A movie like 1982's Conan the Barbarian is an action-adventure movie because it follows the adventures of a guy who fights in action scenes. A game like the 1990 US version of the 1987 Japanese adaptation of 1981's Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, also involves the adventures of characters who fight in action scenes. But it's a dungeon crawler role-playing game, not an action-adventure game. Action-adventure is a video game genre term that's used a little too broadly, in my opinion. Just Google action-adventure games if you want to see what I mean. But I think there is a useful definition of the term, and the Legend of Zelda series provides a particularly clear vision of what the genre is to me.
It's important to understand the component genres, action and adventure. Action is the simpler of the two to explain. It's a very wide descriptor that applies to games that are primarily played in real time, and involves some amount of reflex-based challenge. The titular character of Flicky is not an action hero, but the game bearing her name is an action game. Adventure is a bit trickier to pin down, and I think it would clarify a lot to point out that the word is not chosen for its dictionary definition, but because the progenitor of the genre was a game called Colossal Cave Adventure. So the adventure genre refers to games that are descendants of a game called Adventure. Video essayist Ian Danskin of the YouTube channel Innuendo Studios has a video that explains the twisty lineage of the very diverse adventure genre in depth. To sum up his conclusion, conclusion, adventure games aren't defined by their mechanics the way most video games are. Rather, adventure games are defined by their focus on authoring unique moments in order to tell a story. Exploring the mundane setting of Gone Home doesn't create an adventurous feeling. It is literally the main character's home. But Gone Home is an adventure game because its mechanics, the first-person navigation, and the way you can pick up objects and move them around are used to create bespoke moments that tell a specific story. An action-adventure game, by my definition, is a game that uses the dynamic mechanics of an action game to create the scripted narrative moments of an adventure game. So, to bring it back to Ocarina of Time, this is part of what makes it so difficult for me to talk about this game in a succinct way. If it was just an action game, I could talk about the general feeling of playing it. If it was just an adventure game, I could talk about the general construction of the story. But Ocarina of Time tightly intertwines its mechanics and its storytelling, and neither part makes much sense without the context of the other. You can see the interplay of dynamic action elements and scripted adventure elements here in the run-up to Hyrule Castle. To get behind the gates, you have to sneak past a few stationary guards. Now, Ocarina of Time isn't a fully featured stealth game, so this is a simple sequence. You just want to avoid being right next to a guard, or falling within their narrow range of sight. Simple as it may be, it's still handled dynamically in real time, out of a small set of predictable mechanical interactions. In other words, it's handled through action mechanics. As a side note, the way you avoid getting spotted by the guards is by deliberately avoiding whatever seems like the most obvious path forward. Even if the implementation is pretty simple, the game is calling for the player to deliberately subvert their burgeoning understanding of how the game constructs its environments, and I think that's interesting in its own right. Anyway, once you're behind the gates, you have to move some blocks to jump into a hole in the castle wall. Before you can do this, you have to deal with the man sleeping right in the most inconvenient location possible. His name is Talon, and he's the owner of Lon Lon Ranch, which sits at the center of Hyrule Field. His daughter, Malon, is back near Castletown and is worried about him. She gives you an egg, which hatches into a cuckoo overnight. Pull the cuckoo out near Talon and it cacaws, waking him up, giving you the space to finish pushing around the blocks, which grants access to the inside of Hyrule Castle. This moment with Talon and the cuckoo highlights the adventure elements because it's based on scripted interactions. Compare this to the Legend of Zelda game that would release a little more than 18 years after this game. In Breath of the Wild, creatures sleeping and waking up is a consistent mechanic that appears throughout the game, and must be constantly accounted for. In Ocarina of Time, waking a character up isn't a mechanic, nor is hatching cuckoos from eggs. They're just one-off things that you do here, in this specific moment, for the narrative purpose of introducing you to some more characters. Once you get inside the castle walls, you progress through a series of gardens, again sneaking past guards like you did outside. This is marginally more complicated than before, because this time the guards are moving, but it's still pretty breezy. I use these two adjacent stealth sequences as examples of dynamic action gameplay to contrast against the scripted adventure gameplay of waking up Talon, but the stealth is action-driven only in a loose sense. More than an exercise in skill-based gameplay, these stealth sequences are a quick and simple way of creating a narrative moment. You're narrowly avoiding some dull-witted, fun-hating goons as you dart through a beautiful green garden filled with hedges and marble statues. It's all silly, classic children's story stuff, underscored by the mischievous woodwind and strings melody playing in the background. As an action sequence, it's mechanically realized in a pretty bare-bones way, rising only slightly above the bare minimum due to a cute, brief moment of risk-reward in the middle, where the player is tempted to stray from a safe path into the patrol path of a guard in order to collect a few rupees. It's just a single moment, but it enriches the playful tone. The stakes of all of this have to feel real in the sense that there has to be some fail state. If you're seen by the guards, you're thrown out and have to start over. But the sequence is simple and easy because that's the most effective way to convey the intended lighthearted tone of sneaking into your friend's house without her dad knowing. It puts the player in a light and airy mood as they walk into the castle courtyard, ready to introduce Link to his posh new friend, Princess Zelda. I like this whole sequence because I like the way Ocarina of Time tells its story. You could make a case, however, that this is all just an unnecessary detour that detracts from the exploratory gameplay. In a video released in 2014, YouTuber and guy who says slurs, Egoraptor, makes this exact argument. He argues that the game needlessly restricts the amount of space you can explore in order to force this first meeting with Zelda. Specifically, there is a locked gate in Kakariko Village, a gate leading to Death Mountain, the area where you find the game's second dungeon. A guard stands next to this gate and tells you no kids allowed. If you were to set the game's story aside, the reason why you visit Zelda is just to get a letter giving a royal decree to this guard to open that gate.
Egoraptor says that the game's sense of adventure would have been better served if the gate had just been open to begin with. Now, this Egoraptor video is almost 10 years old at this point, and I have no need to attack it in order to defend the honor of what is, according to Metacritic, objectively the best game ever made. I've actually come to the conclusion that he's articulating a pretty coherent, reasonable take, and no amount of nitpicking about the specifics of his argument is going to change that. I just think we appreciate different aspects of Legend of Zelda games. This stealth sequence isn't just a detour from exploring.
It's a way of introducing three characters. There's the series' titular character, Princess Zelda, as well as her caretaker, the foxy ninja known as Impa, and, most importantly, the weirdo guard in front of the gate to Death Mountain. This guard belittles Link for being a child, reckoning that a child probably shouldn't be running around a mountain called Death Mountain. Even when complying with Princess Zelda's order to open up the gate, he laughs it off as some kind of childish game. But he also gives Link a valuable tip, that his wooden Deku shield is liable to burn up, and that he should invest in a metal shield. If Link goes to Castletown and buys one, the shopkeeper, who's friends with the guard, gives Link a discount. The guard also asks Link for a favor. He hasn't had the time off of work to get his son the mask of a popular character, a yellow fox named Keaton, whose face bears no small amount of resemblance to Pikachu. This introduces a side quest where Link has to sell masks to a handful of people. In the case of the Death Mountain gate guard, when Link sells him the Keaton mask, he says that his son will love it, and then promptly puts it on his own face, where it will remain for the rest of the game. So, what exactly is his deal? Was he lying about having a son? Why did he feel the need to tell this lie if he was just gonna start wearing the mask for the whole world to see? I don't know, but this is a charmingly offbeat character, and I'm glad the game included him. Taken on purely mechanical terms, the act of sneaking into Hyrule Castle is, at best, mildly entertaining. It's hardly exciting as a test of mechanical skill, but it plays a valuable part in the story that Ocarina of Time is telling, and while at times I can criticize aspects of that storytelling, whether it be the gameplay mechanics or anything else, I think the game is well justified in spending time on it, because Ocarina of Time is an adventure game, and because story is what adventure games are about.
Being that Ocarina of Time is a game driven by its story, I feel compelled at this point to give a summary of its story, just in case anyone in the audience needs a refresher. I'll try to keep this as quick as possible. Link is a boy who's been troubled by prophetic dreams involving a sinister-looking man on horseback. Link lives among the childlike Kokiri and Kokiri Forest. Unlike the others, he hasn't been granted a fairy companion, at least not until the beginning of the game. Link's new fairy, Navi, brings him to Kokiri Forest Guardian, the Great Deku Tree, gives Link the spiritual stone of the forest, the Kokiri's emerald, and then tells Link to meet Princess Zelda at Hyrule Castle. Then the Great Deku Tree dies. Princess Zelda tells Link that she's been having prophetic dreams, the same kinds of prophetic dreams Link has been having about an evil threat to the land of Hyrule. She thinks the desert sorcerer Ganondorf is merely feigning loyalty to the king in an attempt to seize the wish
frantic match with the Triforce, which had been locked away in the Temple of Time. Zelda tells Link that the keys to entering the Temple of Time are the Ocarina of Time and the 3 Spiritual Stones. She sends Link on a quest to get the remaining 2 Spiritual Stones, the Goron's Ruby and the Zora's Sapphire, in order to get the Triforce before Ganondorf fails. Link meets with the Gorons of Death Mountain and the Zora's River and completes their respective dungeons in order to gain the remaining 2 Spiritual Stones. Before Link can return to Zelda, he sees her fleeing Ganondorf. Zelda throws the Ocarina of Time without Ganondorf noticing, and Link manages to use it to enter the Temple of Time, where he finds the legendary Master Sword embedded in a stone pedestal. Link takes the sword out of the pedestal and is enveloped in light. He wakes to find that the power of the Master Sword has sealed him away for 7 years and that he's now an adult. After a conversation with the sage named Rauru and a mysterious ninja named Sheik, Link learns that by taking the Master Sword, he unsealed the Triforce and allowed Ganondorf to take it. Ganondorf has destroyed Hyrule Castle and built an ominous tower in its place. In order to stop Ganondorf from conquering the rest of the world, Link must gather the powers of 6 total sages. Rauru, the first one he meets, is the Sage of Light. Link must find the other 5 sages by completing 5 temples: the Forest Temple, the Fire Temple, the Water Temple, the Shadow Temple, and the Spirit Temple. These temples comprise the second set of dungeons. After Link finds all 6 sages, Sheik is revealed to be Zelda in disguise, and is promptly kidnapped by Ganondorf. Link enters Ganondorf's tower, defeats Ganondorf, and rescues the princess. Zelda sends Link back in time to live out his lost childhood. Roll credits. Okay, cool. Glad that's over with. One of the primary strengths of Ocarina of Time, and one of the reasons why I think it's still worth examining all these years later, is how it tells its story, and all the compelling details you can uncover if you pick it apart. I don't mean to say that Ocarina of Time is a masterclass in subtext or anything like that, because the story it's telling is rather broad and simple. Nor do I mean to say that it's an immaculately crafted story, because there are plenty of annoying rough edges and loose ends that I would have liked to tidy up if I had control of the game's final draft. No, I just mean to say that this game makes effective use of the tools of game design to tell its story.
Up to this point, I've discussed the design of Ocarina of Time, starting with the earliest portions of the game and proceeding chronologically from there. Having now given some basic story context with that plot summary, I want to start breaking away from a restrictive chronological approach. So, from now on, I'm going to be jumping around a bit. I've already talked about how hunting for rupees in Kokiri Forest and sneaking past guards in Hyrule Castle are sequences that use game design to convey a story. That is, I've talked about how these sequences convey their own small individual stories, but how do they fit into the broader story?
Well, Kokiri Forest is Link's home, and so it's designed to be a comfortable place to be. But Ocarina of Time is a story about Link leaving his home. This is true in a literal sense, but the game makes it more emotionally tangible by putting Kokiri Forest out of the way, by making it just slightly inconvenient to go back. Whenever you return, it's always for some specific purpose. It never exactly becomes a home base. So, it's an expression of that classic storytelling trope. Link leaves home, and he can never really come back. He becomes a perpetual outsider. When he leaves the forest for the first time, he finds a world full of adults telling him where he isn't allowed to go. He's stopped by guards in Gerudo Valley, in Kakariko Village, and in Hyrule Castle. Link will eventually find ways to get past these guards. The Hyrule guards can be sneaked past. The guard in Kakariko Village will submit to a royal decree, and the Gerudo guards will show respect to an adult Link, provided he has showed them that, in addition to being handsome, he's also skilled in combat and subterfuge. In these cases, Link is rendered an outsider in a way that is literal, intentional, and obvious. People have consciously decided he's not allowed somewhere and will go as far as physically throwing him out or imprisoning him if he's caught trespassing. And while the Kingdom of Hyrule has to employ guards to throw out unwelcome guests, the Lost Woods is able to do so through some kind of forest magic, whisking you away back to Kokiri Forest at the slightest misstep. The framing is different, but the effect is similar. Link is made an outsider in these places because forces conspire to put him outside of them. In a less direct way, but just as impactful, there are places in the game that render Link an outsider through their environmental design. Princess Zelda sends Link off to the city of the Gorons in Death Mountain and the domain of the Zoras of Zora's River. And in both of these places, Link's status as an outsider is conveyed more subtly through the design of the environments. Goron City, the home of the rock-eating people known as Gorons, is a big hole carved into Death Mountain. Goron City has a friendly atmosphere, with its goofy musical theme and its smiling, pot-bellied residents. They've grown accustomed to the delicious rock sirloin of Dodongo's Cavern, but with the cavern suddenly becoming infested with monsters, they've lost access to the only food source that their gourmet palate can tolerate. The Gorons face the threat of starvation, but still express themselves openly and honestly to Link. At worst, Darunia, the leader of the Gorons, has locked himself up in his room, out of crankiness more than anything else. And as long as you can play the right song for him, he cheers up instantly. When Link saves their food supply, Darunia proudly and cheerfully declares Link his sworn brother. But Link is still an outsider here. Gorons are big, heavy galoots who like to curl up into a ball and roll around, and if they collide with Link, he takes damage. What is, to them, a basic form of movement is, to Link, a hazard. Moreover, their home environment of Goron City is unwelcoming for a variety of reasons. For an obvious example, look no further than the pool of lava that they keep around. Gorons have a high tolerance for heat, so it probably just feels like a spa to them, even if it has a more damaging effect on Link. But the unwelcoming feeling of Goron City runs deeper than that. It is one of the most complex contiguous spaces in the game, certainly the most complex space that isn't inside a dungeon. It's comprised of 4 levels, 3 concentric rings stacked on top of a bottom floor. The different levels are connected to each other through winding tunnels. These tunnels don't read clearly on the 2-dimensional map, and because of how tunnels work when you're inside them, your view of the surrounding area is limited. It is quite different from Link's original home in the Kokiri Forest, which spreads its points of interest across a wide, mostly flat, horizontal space, where any one point is visible from almost any other point. Goron City, by contrast, is arranged vertically, with its points of interest tucked in the recesses of its tunnels, and its anonymous brown walls offering little navigational assistance. Link can easily hop down from one level to the other, all the way to the bottom, but navigating back up is more involved, which isn't to say that it's particularly difficult, or takes a particularly long time. It's just to say that Goron City is a more difficult area to map out in your head.
It does have one thing in common with Kokiri Forest, however, as well as Castletown and Kakariko Village for that matter, and that is their roughly circular arrangement. So you could get the sense that the Kokiri, the Hylians, and the Gorons arrange their living spaces in broadly similar ways. Someone traveling from one place to another may have to make some adjustments and account for some cultural differences, but eventually they can become more familiar, more comfortable.
Zora's domain is arranged very differently. The semi-aquatic home of the fish-like Zora people is located in a cave behind a waterfall. It is atmospherically impressive, with its mellow theme music accompanied by the sounds of splashing water and the glittery reflections on the cave's ceiling. It has a simple layout. You enter on a cliffside path overlooking a pond. The path splits, one side leading down to the lower level and the pond, the other side leading up to King Zora's throne room. A stream runs through the throne room, flowing into a waterfall that flows back into the pond. And that's it, more or less. Zora's domain feels notably sparse compared to the other inhabited regions of Hyrule. Kokiri Forest, Castletown, and Kakariko Village have houses. Gerudo Fortress is hardly domestic, but it seems like a serviceable place to lay your head down at night. Even Goron City seems to suggest that the Gorons might live in tunnels just out of sight. There is nothing of the sort in Zora's domain. Sure, the shopkeeper has a bit of space to himself, and King Zora has his throne room, but where a typical Zora might live isn't clear. Maybe they all sleep in the pond, out in the open, a reflection of how different their customs are. Or maybe it's a way of implying that the Zora are politely refusing to let Link into their homes. Or maybe the developers just didn't have the time to give Zora's domain a lot of detail.
Regardless, altogether the impression is given that the Zoras have a reclusive, somewhat aloof culture. This aloofness is represented in more obvious ways as well. In Goron City, you have to prove your connection to the royal family to talk to the Goron's leader, Darunia, but you have to prove your connection to the royal family to even step foot inside Zora's domain. Darunia is forthright and and stands on the same ground as Link, whereas King Zora can only be addressed by a subject who grovels at the platform beneath him.
Simple as its layout may be, getting around Zora's domain isn't a completely trivial task. The water is the key thing here. Navigating Zora's domain, including Zora's fountain up above it, is a test of the player's patience with Link's meager swimming abilities. These abilities can be boosted slightly by winning a silver scale from a simple diving game. The silver scale lets him dive deeper, deep enough to reach into a teleportation gate situated at the bottom of the Zora's domain pond. The gate teleports him to Lake Hylia, the other major aquatic region in Hyrule. And, just as in Zora's domain, swimming around it is a bit of a chore. The fish-like Zora people are naturally most at home in or near the water, but Link has a harder time with it. And it's not because the water is hostile to him, but because it's passively unaccommodating. What is actively hostile are the monsters found in Lake Hylia. Link is slow and defenseless when he's swimming, making him easy prey. Little feels worse than being hunted down by the giant four-legged bugs called Tektites that can skim across the surface of Lake Hylia, except maybe getting rocks spat at you by the Octoroks that burst out from its depths. All told, it gives the impression that Link would much rather be on dry land.
The lands of the Gorons and the Zora are not the only areas in Ocarina of Time's world that are convoluted or inconvenient, of course. These are just examples of how the game uses environmental design to make Link feel like an outsider. In other words, they're using the language of game design and mechanics to tell a story.
So, based on what I've said so far, you could see Ocarina of Time as the story of someone who has to learn to empathize with different kinds of people, and value their different ways of living in order to help them. If Goron City and Zora's domain were flattened out and made easier to deal with, something would be lost. In one of those cases, you can see this directly. When Link becomes an adult, Ganondorf has frozen over Zora's domain and drains most of Lake Hylia. This makes it more convenient to get around both of those areas, but the convenience feels wrong, knowing that it comes at the cost of the Zora's home. Link is fighting to restore them back to being the pain in the ass that they used to be. And that is a nice, sweet story. But this interpretation has a more sinister flip side, and both of those interpretations were articulated by the writer Liz Ryerson in her article Evil Was Born. The world is designed for Link. Everything in Hyrule exists to appease and glorify him. Every bush is there for him to cut down. Every treasure is there for him to plunder. Every land is there for him to conquer. All the denizens of the world are there to hail Link as a brave hero, or be destroyed by Link so that he can be a hero. Every monster he slays is weaker than him, slower than him, hesitates before him like they're scared of him. All the most dangerous monsters hide from Link behind locked doors, but the key is always nearby, along with a weapon conveniently tailored to that monster's weakness. And most of all, the world itself bends before him. Vast kingdoms are reduced in scale to the point of being effortless to traverse. No gap is so wide that he can't cross it. The most perilous mountains are reduced to short footpaths and simple rock climbing walls, etc., and so on.
One could easily dismiss this as reading sinister intent into basic game design. After all, why have a treasure chest that can't be opened? Why have a monster that can't be defeated? But I could just as easily ask, when the game tells you that Link is wise, powerful, and courageous, why would you believe it? Part of what I find enduringly compelling about Ocarina of Time is how its simple design and its broad archetypal story invites these illuminatingly contradictory interpretations. Games happen just as much inside your brain as they do on a screen. The process of consciously interpreting games, trying to figure out what's being communicated through their writing, through their mechanics, through their design, makes them more fun.
It isn't just that you could see this game's story as being either about a compassionate healer or an entitled reactionary. You can reinterpret the game on a smaller scale. Take the aforementioned Lake Hylia. When I look at Lake Hylia, I can see that it's a carefully constructed diorama, a miniaturized impression of a lake, designed to look scenic at a bunch of different angles. And that's cool. But I can also see that swimming around the whole thing would be a pointless pain in the ass. To me, though, that just means that Lake Hylia will always feel a little bit bigger than the virtual space it occupies.
That process of conscious interpretation turns something that could have annoyed me into something I find uniquely engaging. I am certain that, to a certain critical perspective, what I just said sounds very stupid. Maybe it just seems like I can just enjoy anything if I stare at it for long enough. And maybe you think that just because I can enjoy it doesn't mean that it's well designed. But I would argue that one of the pillars of Ocarina of Time's appeal is its environmental design, and the key skill that it tests is the ability to understand a space.
My ability to appreciate Lake Hylia isn't a thing that would usually be considered a skill, but as I found a greater capacity to appreciate the game like this, parts of the game where I used to get stuck, even after repeated playthroughs, became parts that I could understand intuitively. Ocarina of Time isn't a very difficult game, but it is still a game where you can get stuck. Not stuck because a boss fight is too difficult or because a puzzle has left you stumped, but stuck because you keep running around in circles, not knowing what the path forward is. I would bet money that, if I did a survey asking people what part of Ocarina of Time had them running around in circles, not sure where to go, most people would point to the infamously confusing Water Temple. But instead of talking about that, I want to highlight a later part of the game, where the player sneaks their way through the desert hideout of the Gerudo Thieves, the Gerudo Fortress. You encounter this mini-dungeon on the way to the Spirit Temple, which is located deeper in the desert. In order for the Gerudo Thieves to grant you access to the Spirit Temple, you have to impress them with your own thieving skills by sneaking past them in order to rescue the 4 homosexual construction workers that they've imprisoned. The first time I got to this part of the game, it was worse for me than the Water Temple. I was stuck for hours. Eventually, I gave up and didn't return to the game for at least another year. The fortress lacks anything even resembling a puzzle, but I still found it impossibly confusing to navigate. I could easily point to design flaws that caused this to happen. The biggest one is the lack of visual distinctions. The visual design of this stone fortress is pretty sparse, with simple brick walls and only occasional decorations. There is no easy way to tell where to go when you're on the fortress's exterior. No easy way to tell where you are relative to the exterior when you're in the interior. Nor is there anything that would help you figure out where you have and haven't been. But I want to take a step back and consider it from a different perspective. Is the lack of navigational aids a flaw, or is it simply an element of the challenge? You could make a case for either, but I was able to enjoy this part of the game more when I decided to interpret it as a test of my ability to work through a confusing space methodically. I see the design of Gerudo Fortress as a distant echo of the design of Goron City, in that it's a vertically layered structure navigated through a system of winding tunnels. Unlike the easily understood concentric circles of Goron City, however, Gerudo Fortress has an uneven, elongated shape that doesn't read clearly up close or at a distance. Also, unlike the single contiguous space of Goron City, the interiors and exteriors of Gerudo Fortress are loaded separately. So, even though the entrances to the interior are just open doorways, you can't peek inside. And the interiors are bigger than the exterior space would indicate. Both of these traits are typical of areas in Ocarina of Time, and it's hardly a problem in, say, Kokiri Forest, where a house only has one entrance and one exit. But the Gerudo Fortress is much more complex than that, so these breaks with spatial realism are more impactful. You have to be actively mindful of the relationship between the inside and the outside of the fortress, and keep track of where you have and haven't been, in order to complete the objective. It's the only part of the game that asks you to navigate like this, weaving in and out of 2 complexly interlocking spaces. It helps, then, that the challenges inside and outside the fortress are simple combat and stealth scenarios, and don't involve any puzzles. The stealth aspect is particularly important, even if it is annoying needing to hookshot out of the jail cell every time you get caught by a guard. This punishment isn't just a waste of time, though. By resetting the player's progress through the area, it also gives them an opportunity to start making a new mental map, in case their old one wasn't working. It encourages the player to proceed deliberately, instead of simply brute forcing their way through every entrance and exit repeatedly, until they find the one that they have forgotten. The problem then, as it is with most of these hedges against brute force tactics, is that if you do try to use brute force tactics anyway, it will be even more annoying. And that does suck, because if you're at the point where you want to use those tactics, you are probably already pretty annoyed anyway. Frustration in games is a feedback loop. The more frustrated you are, the worse you play. And the worse you play, the more the game will punish you. But if you can avoid getting sucked into the vortex of the frustration feedback loop, I found that there is a satisfaction to be had in skillfully navigating Gerudo Fortress. It's a satisfaction tied to the technical limitations of the original version of Ocarina of Time. Weighing in at 32 megabytes, Ocarina of Time was of typical size for a Nintendo 64 game, which is to say, its cartridge held about 5% as much data as the CD-ROMs used by the original PlayStation could. This left limited room for unique assets, the kinds of unique assets that might aid your sense of direction. In a way, the Gerudo Fortress harkens back to the dungeon crawls of older role-playing games, which tasked players with navigating labyrinths that were all but completely bereft of detail. Video game technology has progressed to the point where it's now much more possible to fill an entire world with unique features. Is it better to make understanding a space easier like this? Is it bad design to make it difficult to understand a space through absence of detail? It's alienating, sure, but I think it's an approach to designing a space that has a unique appeal. It's just one of many ways to test spatial reasoning skills. Of course, maybe it helps that the rest of Ocarina of Time isn't designed in a sparse, alienating way like Gerudo Fortress. Or does that make it worse because the player is unprepared for this type of challenge this late in the game? Is it really a new type of challenge? You could say that it's fundamentally asking the player to do the same thing that all the major dungeons do. Slow down, pay attention, keep track of where you've been, and try to understand what the space is actually asking you to do. And, like all the rest of the game's dungeons, you can finish it very quickly if you have a fundamental understanding of the environment that you're in.
That notion of a player understanding the environment that they're in is an ephemeral one, but it is the key to understanding what makes Ocarina of Time compelling. That holds true for every part of Ocarina of Time, from the playground of Kokiri Forest to the maddening depths of the Water Temple to the highest room of Ganon's castle.
To that end, I want to go back to the lands of the Zoras and the Gorons, or more accurately, I want to go back to the paths leading to Zora's domain and Goron City. Both of these paths use their environmental design to communicate story. I'll start with Zora's River. Ocarina of Time is a game full of cool zones, and Zora's River is one of the coolest. In a similar way to Kokiri Forest, Zora's River appeals to me on a basic instinctual level. This game has been lodged in my psyche for so long that I'm tempted to just leave it at that.
But I embarked on the journey of writing this whole goddamned thing because I wanted to articulate reasons to appreciate Ocarina of Time in terms of its craft and artistry. I want to do more than just show off different views of Kokiri Forest or Zora's River and say, this is pleasant, this is cool, I like this. To that end, I already described in depth how Kokiri Forest is constructed. It's a comfortable, open playground.
Zora's River is more of a linear obstacle course, not so much a super difficult Ninja Warrior type obstacle course as much as the inflatable kind that I just learned you can get for a surprisingly cheap price on Amazon, but an obstacle course nonetheless. In other words, it's a slight step up from the playground of Kokiri Forest in terms of challenge and stakes. To get to the source of the river, Link has to keep his footing on a twisting, zigzagging path that runs alongside the rushing waters. Making this slightly more challenging are
Octoroks
and
Tektites.
they behave the same way they did in Lake Hylia. Tektites skim across the river's surface, jumping at you if you get close. Octoroks hide invisibly underwater, bursting out to take pot shots as you run by. And run by you likely will, as both of these enemies are easy to avoid. But if you slip and fall into the river, the current sweeps you along on a defenseless walk of shame right through all the monsters you didn't deal with on the way up.
This is already a pretty solid little set piece, but there's an additional wrinkle that I find particularly interesting. It involves an underrated mechanic that throughout the entire Legend of Zelda series is only present in Ocarina of Time: hidden rupees.
So, for example, you're awarded a few green rupees for swimming in the moat right outside Hyrule Castle. You're awarded a blue rupee when you hop on the hopping platforms outside the Kokiri shop in just the right way. And you are awarded a red rupee when you stand on the right part of the construction site in Kakariko Village. They are little rewards for exploration. At least they are most of the time. In Zora's River, they take on a slightly different role. Invisible rupees are hidden throughout the river itself. Perhaps it's to give a consolation prize to players who stumble and fall in. Or maybe they're there to tempt the player who got swept up in the current. Don't try to pull yourself up. Keep floating down and get more rupees. But if they had forgotten to deal with the Octoroks and Tektites on the way up, it becomes a joke played at the player's expense, as the sound of rocks breaking across Link's skull intermingles with the chime of a rupee being picked up. The mechanics and the environmental design combine to create a set piece that could tell a handful of different stories. Maybe it ends up being a story of a daring, confident hero, able to glide through with ease. Or maybe it becomes the story of a tenacious little boy who keeps pulling himself up every time he falls down. Or maybe it ends up being the story of a victim of hilarious slapstick pratfalls. Maybe it ends up being somewhere along that spectrum. Of course, this storytelling is greatly assisted by the audiovisual drama of Zora's River. The terrain is lively, with its walkable path twisting, zigzagging, and splitting to dramatically showcase its cliffs and its rock bridges. Zora's River is made up entirely of some of the best views you will find in Ocarina of Time. These views are carefully framed by the high rock walls on either side, which expand and contract to create the sense of an ever-changing landscape. The scenic views are accompanied by the sound of rushing, bubbling water, the sound of a cuckoo off in the distance, the crack of an Octorok's rock shattering nearby. The dramatic scenery, along with the narrow winding path, the sounds of rushing water, the way the light changes as the sun rises and sets, and the dynamic soundtrack carried over from Hyrule Field, all comes together to create a sense of forward momentum that makes running through this area feel great. It is good, then, that this area isn't simply used as a corridor, but has secrets and activities in its own right. There are 4 pieces of heart, 4 gold skulltulas, and 3 grottos packed in here. Of all of these, 2 of each can be accessed as soon as you can properly enter the area, but getting access to them may require some creativity with one of the silliest and most fun parts of Ocarina of Time. If you hold a cuckoo above your head and jump off a cliff, you can use it to glide, or you can come back to deal with it later. Zora's River doesn't want to waste your time for no good reason. Plant a magic bean, and once Link is an adult, he finds a magic floating plant that grants easy access to most of the area's secrets, along with a scenic overhead view. Zora's River is a zone with surprising depth and complexity accompanying its strong audiovisual design. Far simpler in its ideas, and in the execution of those ideas, is Death Mountain Trail, which the player ascends to reach Goron City, Dodongo's Cavern, and Death Mountain Crater. To put it simply, because simply is probably the only way you can put it, Death Mountain Trail conveys the perilous sensation of going up. It does this in the bluntest way possible. You run up a sloping path, and you get to Dodongo's Cavern. Run up another slope that overlooks the previous slope, and you've arrived at Goron City. Climb up some steps, then run a little bit further, then climb up a rock wall to reach the red-hot Death Mountain crater. The walk from one end of Death Mountain Trail to the other takes longer than the walk from one end of Zora's River to the other, especially if you stop to shield your defenseless head from falling rocks. Accompanying that increase in travel time, however, is a slight but noticeable decrease in density and complexity. There are 4 gold Skulltulas here, yes, just as in Zora's River, and 2 grottos, which is a respectable amount of grottos. But there's only 1 piece of heart, which only becomes accessible after Link becomes an adult. Granted, there are technically more enemies. 4 Tektites right at the beginning, and then 3 Skullwaltulas on the rock wall at the end. But their placement renders the former a non-threat and the latter merely a nuisance. And the overall process of moving through this zone is much more straightforward, literally, in that so much of it consists of running in a straight line. In fact, initially, before the player gets the bomb bag, all they can do is run in 3 consecutive straight lines, encountering almost no danger over the course of about 45 seconds in order to reach Goron City.
Despite what my tone may indicate, though, I think Death Mountain Trail is a perfectly fine little zone. Partly, this is because its simplicity is juxtaposed against the comparatively complex, dense environment of Goron City. More importantly, though, I think its simplicity helps communicate its central idea of upward motion.
The player starts at the base, with the rock walls rising up high on either side, threatening to swallow them whole. As they climb higher, they catch glimpses of the sky, before it's again swallowed up by the rock walls. As they approach the summit, the sky turns red and they have to hunker down to protect against the flaming hot rocks spewing out of the active caldera of the volcano. Then they have to slowly inch their way up a rock climbing wall, carefully picking off spiders as necessary. Finally, they arrive at the summit, blue skies stretching out all around them. The simplicity of the navigation, combined with those little bits of resistance that force the player to slow down, well serves Death Mountain Trail's singular purpose. Now, keep the layout of Death Mountain Trail in your head for a little bit. It will be important in a moment, but first I have to take a detour. Ocarina of Time was in development for a long time. At least, it was long for a game released in the 90s. And over the course of the 4-ish years it was in development, it went through numerous changes. A wealth of information about earlier stages in Ocarina of Time's development has been uncovered by digital historians. Of particular note, for my purposes, are earlier versions of some of the game's most famous locations, as well as locations that were cut entirely, which devoted fans and programmers have painstakingly pieced together into a playable form. These maps come from indeterminate periods of time, likely reaching back from November of 1997, a year before the game's release, to the earliest stages in its development around 1994. We can see an earlier version of Death Mountain Trail, and it is almost identical to the way it appears in the final release. It's hard to draw conclusions from the incomplete information we have, but I think it's likely that Death Mountain Trail didn't need to be extensively refined or iterated on, because it's expressing such a simple idea. The designs of more complex outdoor areas, such as Hyrule Field or Zora's River, likely took more time to figure out, and designing a dungeon would be an order of magnitude more involved than that. So far, I've only discussed one of Ocarina of Time's 8 main dungeons. The first dungeon, inside the Deku Tree. This dungeon gives a great example of what iteration and refinement looks like. An earlier version of this dungeon has been uncovered, and it bears only loose resemblance to the version in the final release. This earlier version was likely the one exhibited in a playable demo at a Nintendo trade show, a trade show with the excellent name of Space World, in late 1997. I mentioned that these earlier versions of parts of the game have been recreated. The recreation is based off of this 1997 Space World demo. It's not perfect, but it is a very useful tool for experiencing these earlier stages of the game's development as a game, as opposed to just seeing what they looked like. So, for example, it shows that an additional year of development made a world of difference for the dungeon inside the Deku Tree. For one thing, the progression has been turned inside out, whereas the final version of the dungeon sees the player circling the outer wall and then moving in towards the center, the Space World 1997 version sees the player circling a central spire and working their way outward. Really though, the critical difference is that the earlier version of this dungeon is way too long and quite tedious. We can't know for sure how accurate of an impression that this recreation gives us, but I feel confident in saying that it's a good thing that they extensively reworked it. The first parts of a game need to make a strong impression on players. This statement makes intuitive sense, and the man generally credited with creating the Legend of Zelda series, as well as one of the lead designers of Ocarina of Time, Shigeru Miyamoto, would likely agree. In a 1989 interview, Shigeru Miyamoto said that one of his rules of game design is to design the first level after everything else in the game has been finished. So, the dungeon inside the Deku Tree, as it appears in the final game, is the work of a development team that had become skilled, comfortable, and confident in their ability to design a three-dimensional space. There is a second part to that idea of waiting until the very end to design the first level. Shigeru Miyamoto continued on to say that he designs the second level first. There are conflicting reports about which of Ocarina of Time's dungeons was designed first. The two strongest candidates are the second and fourth dungeons, Dodongo's Cavern and the Forest Temple, respectively.
Now, I'm not interested in litigating which of these two dungeons, Dodongo's Cavern or the Forest Temple, was designed first, but it seems clear that both of them were designed earlier than any of the other dungeons in the game. These dungeons form an odd pair, but I think a comparison provides an opportunity for some unique insight. They have some superficial similarities.
Both dungeons are built around a large central hub room. This hub room contains some major structure that needs to be altered to proceed to the dungeon's boss, either opening up the jaws of a giant Dodongo skull or fixing an out-of-order elevator. And both dungeons involve long paths that loop back into this central hub room. In practice, though, they both feel very different. The critical path through Dodongo's Cavern is completely linear, taking the player through what amounts to one hallway after another. In contrast, the Forest Temple is a tangled knot where the path forward is never immediately obvious. In their differences, these two dungeons illustrate two competing impulses in how to deal with the inherent complexity and confusion of three-dimensional spaces. One impulse is to mitigate these difficulties. The other is to embrace them. A dungeon can feel simple or complex on the scale of individual rooms, or in overall layout. A room will feel complex if there isn't a clear path through it. The quintessential example of a room with a clear path through it is a connecting hallway. Go in one end, come out the other. The Forest Temple features several such hallways. This one has a spider in it, and that is about the extent of the resistance it offers. Contrast this room in Dodongo's Cavern. It's not very large, and just looks like a simple rectangle on the map, but it has a strange, maze-like floor plan that restricts the player's visibility, and it's filled with sliding blade traps that can easily catch you off guard and interrupt your forward momentum. Another room in Dodongo's Cavern feels much simpler, even if it's bigger. This lava-filled arena is one of the biggest rooms in that dungeon. It consists of two lava pools, with lava flowing over the edge of the cliff on the upper level into the lower level. Each pool is filled with platforms that the player has to hop between in order to fight the evasive, sword-wielding reptiles called Lizalfos. On the upper level, the platforms are in an array, with the entire arena being visible over the cliff's edge through a thick cloud of smoke. The lower level of the room is a ring of platforms circling around a central spire. The spire prevents the entirety of the lower arena from being visible at a glance, and the smoke partially hides the fact that these two arenas are in the same room. But the layout of each individual arena is either plainly visible or easily intuited, and the connection between the two arenas is insignificant to navigation and easy to ignore. There's a room in the Forest Temple that provides a good bridge between talking about complexity at the scale of individual rooms to talking about complexity at the scale of an entire dungeon. This room has a strange layout that I struggle to describe. It consists of a tall brick structure, vaguely resembling a fortress. You climb up the inside of this structure, pushing blocks through its tight passages in order to open them up, and come up to some kind of vestibule leading to the next room. Navigating it feels strange on its own, and this is magnified when the player has to retrace their steps through it multiple times in order to complete the dungeon.
After all, dungeons in this game aren't just linear sequences of one room after another. The rooms are interconnected to create a larger whole, and sometimes backtracking is required. So it's not just about complexity on that smaller scale. A similar set of principles applies when considering the dungeon on the whole.
The path through Dodongo's cavern is very simple, even if it's not readily suggested by the map. You enter into this main hub room with a big Dodongo skull looming over you. Head east into a sequence of hallways that then circles around, leading you through the hub room again, where you now have access to a room on the west containing a staircase. Up the staircase, head east again, circle around again, drop some newly acquired bombs into the eye sockets of the Dodongo skull, and then take another lap around the set of rooms that has just been opened, before proceeding to the boss fight. Dodongo's cavern, then, consists of 3 counterclockwise laps. You take a lap around the first floor, take another lap around the second floor, and then you take the final lap in a new set of rooms on the first floor. Progression through the dungeon has an intuitive shape, even if the player isn't directly conscious of it. This simplicity of overall progression through the dungeon is facilitated by the designs of its constituent rooms, which are almost all some variation of a hallway with 1 entrance and 1 exit, with no meaningful branching. The only exception to this is the large room at the dungeon's entrance, the room containing the giant Dodongo skull. This room is theoretically complex, bearing multiple floors and numerous exits, but the progression through the dungeon is so methodical and predictable as to mitigate most of the confusion that this one room might cause.
This is a bit of a tangent, but I want to take a moment to talk about an interesting variant of Ocarina of Time. In 2002, 4 years after Ocarina of Time was originally released, Nintendo released a promotional disc for the GameCube containing an emulated version of Ocarina of Time, as well as a remixed version of it called Master Quest, which makes adjustments to the dungeons, generally to make them more difficult. The overall design of each dungeon is kept the same, but elements have been shuffled around in ways that can completely change the way a dungeon feels.
In the case of Dodongo's cavern, the take 3 laps structure is still present, but has been distorted. So, in both versions, the player will press a switch that causes one of these rising stone pillars in the first room to rise up a little higher, granting access to the room's upper level. In the original version of Ocarina of Time, this switch is on the upper level and is used to create an optional shortcut. In Master Quest, the switch is on the lower level, and activating the stone pillar is a necessary step for completing the dungeon. The player is granted access to the second floor of the dungeon early on, and must complete a lap up there before descending to complete a lap on the first floor. In theory, progression through the Master Quest version of Dodongo's Cavern is pretty similar to how it was in the original. You're still proceeding through a series of hallways. In practice, though, it's much more disorienting. The path through the dungeon has been made more convoluted and can't be easily described the way it could in the original version, even if you can still see its general shape through the smoke. Master Quest is interesting and probably worth a video essay in its own right. And while its remixed version of Dodongo's Cavern is far from the most interesting part of it, the tweaks it makes to a very simple dungeon help to illustrate the ways these dungeons work on the human brain.
When describing their design, be that in a long-winded video essay, a terse walkthrough, or anything in between, it might seem as if dungeons are a simple list of tasks, but they don't necessarily feel like this when they're actually being experienced, especially by someone who isn't exhaustively familiar with Ocarina of Time. Even a dungeon as linear as Dodongo's Cavern can feel complex due to its presentation.
The large room at the beginning is a good example of this. In both versions, the player will initially only have access to one of its several exits. But while the original version restricts the player to the lower levels, Master Quest lets the player get a good look at both levels of the room right away.
Rather than giving a greater feeling of freedom, it could make the room feel bigger and more intimidating. Even if all those other exits are still inaccessible, being able to see them more clearly, up close, brings them to the forefront of the player's mind, adding to the cognitive load of exploration. Or maybe it's the opposite, being able to see how much of the room is inaccessible and wondering how you're ever going to get up there might be a different kind of cognitive burden. I think the latter example is less likely than the former, but game design isn't a precise process, and nothing a designer does can force a particular reaction. Either way, the redesigned Master Quest version of Dodongo's Cavern calls attention to the dungeon's overall structure in a way that the original doesn't. The original version feels like a simple sequence of tasks, but the tasks are arranged in an appealing way. They are varied, they're paced well, and they create little stories, or at least evocative moments.
You get to see an abbreviated version of the Dodongo life cycle. First are these baby Dodongos that dig their way up out of the ground and rush at you, exploding when defeated. Then you see their awkward teenage form a few rooms later. These have a slightly more complex set of behaviors. They lumber around and breathe fire and resist damage everywhere except for their tail. They quickly spin around when the player successfully lands a hit on their tail, though, damaging Link if he doesn't guard immediately after he strikes. This approach to enemy design, which requires the player to take very specific actions to succeed, is a staple of Ocarina of Time's combat system. We've already seen it with the Deku Scrubs residing inside the Deku Tree, which could only be defeated by deflecting their nuts back at them. It's an approach that lacks the depth and dynamism of a more modern three-dimensional action game, and it lacks the clarity and speed of the earlier two-dimensional Legend of Zelda games. Still, I think there's a simple satisfaction to be found here in learning how these little dinosaurs tick and how to deal with them. And, just like their younger siblings, these teenage Dodongos explode when defeated. The third stage of Dodongo life is seen in the form of the dungeon's boss, the infernal dinosaur himself, King Dodongo, whose massive green frame positively dwarfs Link. In classic #gaming fashion, this boss is defeated by lobbing bombs into his gaping maw. So, you go from the baby Dodongos, which respawn endlessly, to the teenage Dodongos, of which there are a small handful, to King Dodongo, who is the one and only King Dodongo. One wonders if, like the real-world Komodo dragons, Dodongos are a highly competitive species that eats their young.
Seeing the stages of a Dodongo's life isn't exactly a grand narrative, but it adds some nice flavor to a dungeon that could have just been a bland cave. Also adding flavor is the gigantic Dodongo skull. Maybe it belonged to King Dodongo's cooler granddaddy, the Emperor Dodongo, if you will. A great prop on its own, and opening it up by dropping bombs into its eyes is a satisfying way to head into the dungeon's climax. And who could forget the Lizalfals, a lizard so nice you fight two of them twice. I already mentioned this fight and the arena it takes place in earlier, but I felt it was in the spirit of the thing to mention it a second time, if only to point out how great this room is, with its audibly bubbling lava, its thick smoke, and its bold, oppressive reds, contrasting sharply against the dull yellows and browns of the rest of the dungeon. The heat in this room is tangible. There's also the memorable introduction of the Armos statue. The player will have pushed around an inanimate version of this statue earlier to hold down a pressure plate. Try to move the statue in front of this treasure chest though, and they will discover a nasty shock as it springs to life with a husky grunt before hopping menacingly at Link. Now, for the rest of the game, every one of these statues will inspire paranoia. Also, who could forget this square stone pillar, which becomes a staircase when the player sets off a chain reaction explosion at its base. Even the relatively boring tasks like shooting eye switches or lighting torches are iterations on concepts introduced inside the Deku Tree.
There is a real merit to the Dodongo's Cavern style of design. It creates a tight, focused experience, an experience that still manages to show off the splendor of the third dimension as you are carefully guided from room to room. But let's finally move on to the Forest Temple and once again examine that one odd room that I discussed earlier. Now, this room with the strange brick structure does have a noteworthy task in it. You have to figure out how to push some blocks around in a tight space. Maybe it sounds simple, but the limited visibility and strange layout of the brick structure makes this a trickier task to comprehend than anything seen in Dodongo's Cavern. And it's not the only room in the Forest Temple where you can say that. But even though the difficulty of navigating individual rooms is generally higher than it was in Dodongo's Cavern, this small-scale navigation isn't really the focus of the Forest Temple. The Forest Temple is a big, spooky mansion filled with creepy monsters, howling wolves, hungry plants, gigantic disembodied hands, mischievous ghosts, skull-shaped spiders, floating flaming skulls, and that most terrifying of enemies, skeleton warriors. This dungeon derives its challenge from giving the player a wide space to explore right from the start, and then asking them to figure out where to go next. If the player can't make sense of it, they'll spend a lot of time running in circles, and that means spending a lot of time dealing with those creepy monsters, and a lot of time passing through convoluted rooms like the one with the strange brick structure. Because there's so much space available from the very start, and because the dungeon requires a significant amount of backtracking, it's much harder to tell when you're finished with a particular room, and the player will not necessarily be progressing through the dungeon in an easily understandable path, as they would in Dodongo's Cavern. This has a multiplicative effect on the complexity of individual rooms. Getting through the sliding blade traps in Dodongo's Cavern is annoying, but you most likely only have to do it once, whereas
whereas even an optimal playthrough of the Forest Temple will see you climbing up the ladders and squeezing through the narrow passages in the room with the strange brick structure at least twice. So, it's not enough to be conscious of the challenges present in each room. You also have to be conscious of how different rooms connect to each other. This dungeon is much wider than it is tall, but vertical movement is surprisingly frequent between vine walls, ladders, and one-way drops. These features are important for exploration, but they aren't visible on the map, and so must be memorized. Moreover, the dungeon is loosely symmetrical. Why would this be a problem? The important word there is loosely. So, for example, there are two courtyard areas connected to the northwest and northeast exits of the central hub room. These courtyards look similar, but have different functions and are accessed in different ways. The most noteworthy visual feature of these two rooms is how distinct they are from the rest of the dungeon. They're a spot of greenery open to the bright blue sky, while the rest of the dungeon is drab and dim. The details of what distinguishes one courtyard from the other are easily missed because the two courtyards are both similar in how distinct they are from the rest of the dungeon. In fact, until I started doing the research for this video, I always remembered the two courtyards as being one large room. There are also 4 nearly identical hallways connected to that central hub room, 2 nearly identical stairwells along the northern edge of the dungeon, and 2 small circular rooms that can cause some confusion. If you get mixed up in one of these hallways or rooms, it's all too easy to start going in the wrong direction, especially considering that this dungeon's compass is found relatively late. You get the map much sooner, and it makes the dungeon symmetry plainly visible. But here in Ocarina of Time, the map no longer has that direct, obvious relationship to the dungeon itself that it had in the two-dimensional games. This is because A Link to the Past had a fixed overhead perspective, whereas the perspective in Ocarina of Time is ever-shifting. With Ocarina of Time's introduction of three-dimensional visuals, and more specifically, a three-dimensional camera, suddenly rooms in a dungeon can't be understood as a single image seen from a fixed perspective. So, even though the maps seen in Ocarina of Time aren't exactly difficult to understand, there's still an act of mental translation that has to take place before you can understand how they relate to the spaces that Link is in. That would be true even if vine walls, ladders, one-way drops, and every other means of vertical navigation were marked on the map. And because they aren't marked in Ocarina of Time, the act of translation becomes just that little bit more involved. All of the features I've listed so far reflect, in some way, the difficulties of orientation in a three-dimensional game. Now, I try not to be too prescriptive about what is and isn't possible in two-dimensional and three-dimensional games. After all, the Legend of Zelda series had always experimented with representing 3 dimensions and different camera perspectives. Two-dimensional design and three-dimensional design bring with them different tool sets for creating different emotional effects, and each approach makes certain things more visually intuitive while obscuring other things. I like to talk about it in more direct, concrete terms. For example, consider the central room of Dodongo's cavern. In an overhead view, the giant Dodongo skull wouldn't be visible unless you were close to it. With Ocarina of Time's dynamic three-dimensional camera, though, the skull looms over the entire room, always visible unless you are looking in the opposite direction. Or, to go somewhere completely different, consider the race through the catacombs underneath the grave of Dompe the Gravekeeper. It has a lot of sharp, blind turns, which contributes to a harrowing, claustrophobic feeling. Cutting off the player's visibility like this feels natural with Ocarina of Time's three-dimensional visuals. Previous Legend of Zelda games had their own ways of limiting visibility, but their overhead perspectives make it trickier to hide things around corners. Talking about things that make more visual sense in 3 dimensions brings us to the Forest Temple's most iconic feature, located along the dungeon's western and eastern edges. These two bodacious hallways are totally twisted, dude. Specifically, twisted at a 90-degree angle. As Link runs through them, the whole world seems to rotate around him. Sometimes, though, they can be straight, normal hallways. Depending on which state they're in, they connect to different rooms.
Both of these hallways can be toggled between their straight and their twisted states by shooting an arrow at a switch shaped like an eye. Once the dungeon's main item, the fairy bow, has been obtained. Like I said, I don't want to be too prescriptive. I don't want to say that depicting this would have been impossible in a two-dimensional game. I can actually think of some ways they might have been able to do it, but depicting them in 3 dimensions makes the effect immediately intuitive and allows the emotion to take center stage. The distorted geometry and gravity of these hallways is classic haunted house stuff, a perfect fit for the forest temple with its spooky theming. Despite the immediate clarity that the 3-dimensional visuals provide, twisting and untwisting these hallways does still make the experience of navigating the forest temple more convoluted. You have a baseline of clarity that interesting confusion can be built off of. Unfortunately, this deliberate confusion comes alongside some confusion that I think is detrimental to the experience of this dungeon. In my many playthroughs over the years, I would always get stuck at the forest temple and would usually abandon the playthrough around that point. While going back through the game for the purpose of this script, I finally realized the culprit. Normally, the eye-shaped switches only go one way. You shoot them with an arrow and the eye shuts. The forest temple features the only instance in the game where the player is required to shoot an eye-shaped switch a second time so that the eye reopens. I don't know if anyone else has had a problem with this, but it certainly felt like a leap of logic to me. Now, being a leap of logic isn't inherently a problem. Arguably, a certain amount of unintuitiveness is necessary to make a compelling puzzle, but the forest temple is such a big space that figuring this out doesn't feel like looking for a solution to a specific problem. It feels like looking for a needle in a haystack. The complex layout of the forest temple, not to mention all its enemies, which respawn every time you re-enter their room, makes this all the more tiresome. This needle in a haystack feeling also touches on another aspect of what can make a Legend of Zelda dungeon challenging. The moment that I mentioned, where you have to figure out to shoot the eye switch a second time, happens at a point where the player has access to most of the rooms in the forest temple. If it had happened earlier, when the space was more limited, it would have felt very different. The more space that's available to explore, the more difficult it becomes to find the way forward. In the 3 dungeons preceding the forest temple, the amount of explorable space was primarily affected by whether or not the player had obtained the dungeon's item. The player would have access to a limited portion of the dungeon. Then, after finding the slingshot, the bomb bag, or the boomerang, they would be able to access the rest of the dungeon. In other words, these items function as keys, unlocking previously inaccessible areas. Once Link pulls the Master Sword and becomes an adult, however, the dungeons gain an additional element. No longer content to just have metaphorical locks and keys, this new crop of dungeons all feature literal locks and keys. Well, kind of literal. In real life, keys are not interchangeable items that disappear after a single use. In other words, in the Legend of Zelda series, as in many video games, any key can be used on any lock, and every time a door is unlocked, you use up one of your keys. The only exception to this is the boss key, which is, fittingly enough, used to unlock the door to the dungeon's boss.
While it can be mildly amusing to point out that video game keys work differently than they do in real life, I doubt anyone would be confused by this. So why does the game wait until the 4th dungeon to introduce them? Earlier and later games in the series wouldn't hold back on this mechanic the way Ocarina of Time does. Maybe it was a deliberate creative challenge. There's a 1999 interview with Shigeru Miyamoto where he talks about, among other things, how he didn't think think the labyrinthine style of older Legend of Zelda dungeons was fun in a three-dimensional game. Maybe literal locks and keys felt like a relic of that earlier two-dimensional style of design, and maybe the designers felt that holding back on this mechanic at the beginning of the game might make a better impression.
But then, as soon as the keys are introduced, they become a staple of Ocarina of Time's dungeon design. The Forest Temple, Fire Temple, Water Temple, Shadow Temple, and Spirit Temple average out to having about 6 keys each, and these 5 dungeons vary widely in how labyrinthine they are. More than anything, the developmental insight I can glean from this is something that I see all over the place in Ocarina of Time. The more I look at it, that the creative team often had conflicting ideas about what makes for a good Legend of Zelda game. Regardless of the creative intent, though, I do think it makes sense to hold back on introducing locks and keys, not because they're confusing on their own, but because of the effect they have on the difficulty of a dungeon. Granted, this mechanic doesn't always make dungeons more difficult. In the Shadow Temple, for example, they are mostly just used to mark progress through what is one of the contenders for the award of most straightforward dungeon in Ocarina of Time. The more elaborate Spirit Temple uses them in a similar way. They're used to keep the player contained to a smaller section of the dungeon early on, rather than to add an extra layer of complexity. The Forest Temple, Fire Temple, and Water Temple all make use of them in a way that adds difficulty. We'll focus on the Forest Temple. I've already discussed the size of the Forest Temple and specifically how much of it is explorable right from the start. So if the player comes upon a locked door, there are inevitably going to be a lot of places to look for a key. One of the other factors contributing to the Forest Temple's difficulty is how there isn't a consistent pattern for when locks appear, or for where keys are found. The bulk of the correct route through the dungeon is a roughly clockwise loop around the outer edge. All 5 of the locks are found along this route. Firstly, this is inconvenient because the route is one way and doesn't have any shortcuts, but also not every door on this route is locked. There's no way to intuit ahead of time if you should double back to look for keys. Even more inconsistent than the distribution of locks is the distribution of keys. Only one of the keys is found along this clockwise route, while the other 4 are found in other parts of the dungeon. The dungeon has 6 fights that could be characterized as mini-bosses, 4 encounters with the ghostly Poe sisters, and 2 encounters with the skeleton warriors called Stalfos. One of the Stalfos fights and one of the Poe sister fights yields a key, whereas one of the other Poe sister fights yields the compass. The remaining 2 Poe sister fights yield no prize at all, and the second Stalfos fight yields the dungeon's item, the bow and arrow. One key is found after defeating a minor enemy, a giant hand called a floor master, off in a side room. The remaining 2 keys are found through exploration. One of them is located in the dungeon's opening room on top of a tree, and the other is located in an underground tunnel underneath the courtyards. The most effective way that I've found to progress through dungeons in this series is to make sure I've obtained as many keys as possible before unlocking any doors. By giving the player such a wide area to explore, by making the distribution of locks and keys so inconsistent, and by waiting such a long time to give the player the compass, which shows the locations of unopened treasure chests that might contain keys, the Forest Temple makes methodical exploration like this much more difficult, for better or for worse. Also making methodical exploration slightly more difficult is an enemy called a Wall Master. Like the Floor Master, this enemy is a giant disembodied hand. Unlike the floor-bound Floor Master, the Wall Master is, specifically, a disembodied giant hand that drops from the ceiling, scaring shitless 100% of persons under the age of 10 and many people of all ages besides. If this monster grabs Link, they whisk him back to the beginning of the dungeon. If they miss, they scuttle away, giving the player a brief window of time to defeat them before they jump back up to pounce again. This is a great monster whose effectiveness is undercut by a few factors. Their appearance is signaled by a visual cue, a shadow under Link that grows bigger as the monster drops closer to him, as well as an audio cue, an odd whooshing noise. This is effective signaling that enriches the creepiness. Why then does Navi the Fairy feel the need to bring the game to a halt to warn you about them? I would imagine that there was a fear that players might not notice the cues and think they were just being grabbed randomly. But avoiding the Wallmaster is pretty easy. In theory, all you have to do is keep moving. But it's actually even easier than that in practice. Wallmasters appear in 2 rooms in this dungeon, namely the 2 square rooms connected to the 2 twisting hallways. These rooms are small and fairly easy to navigate. You might fumble a jump and fall off one of the platforms, but you are a quick ladder climb away from getting back where you need to be. Running out of the square room into the twisting hallway, jumping off a ledge, climbing a ladder, all of these things are sufficient to shake off the attention of a Wallmaster. They even disappear if you switch to the first-person camera. Nearly anything you can do in either of these rooms is a way of avoiding them. Still, how much does it really matter? Getting taken to the beginning of the dungeon is annoying, but it leaves a strong impression the first time it happens. Taking into account both their memorably creepy undead appearance and their connection to 2 of the most unsettling and visually iconic rooms in the Forest Temple, I think the humble Wallmaster can get away with being easy to thwart. The Wallmaster is an enemy that appeared in previous games in the series, so it's not as if they only became possible with the jump to the 3rd dimension, but Ocarina of Time's 3-dimensional perspective gives them a slightly different flavor. The player feels closer to Link, and so, in turn, feels closer to this gross creature stalking him. The merits of the Forest Temple's approach to dungeon design, both for gameplay and atmosphere, are apparent in its broad architectural ideas, but smaller details, like the way the dungeon showcases how scary Wallmasters are in 3 dimensions, are important as well, and there are plenty more of these details. The dungeon's entrance is one of my favorite rooms in Ocarina of Time. For one, as the player enters, their view is centered on the front door of a stately manor, flanked first by imposing stone columns, and then again by 2 tall trees. But unsightly vines hang from the lintels of the columns and from the branches of the trees, and the path to the entrance has been overtaken by a thick carpet of grass. It communicates the spooky abandoned mansion concept right away. The wolf-like enemies called wolfos that sprout up from the ground with a sharp howl as Link approaches help sell the concept even further. Then there is the hub room at the dungeon's center. The ghostly Poe sisters steal the flames from its 4 torches, leaving the room feeling dim and lifeless. As the player defeats the Poe sisters and returns the flames, the room fills up with warm light. The first 2 of those Poe sisters, by the way, are found in these stairwell art gallery rooms, where you have to hunt them down with your bow, shooting at them as they hop from one painting to another. Sure, you could do this in a 2-dimensional game, but with Ocarina of Time, you have to switch to the first-person camera and stare at their eerie paintings through Link's eyes. The 3rd Poe sister hides behind the room with the checkerboard flooring and the falling ceiling. Once you get past that obstacle, you have to put together a block puzzle before she reveals herself. After you've dealt with 3 of the sisters, the 4th and final Poe sister appears. She pretends to cry as you approach her, dropping her facade with a maniacal laugh as the fight begins. The Forest Temple is haunted by a variety of spirits, with a variety of dispositions. The Poe sisters are mischievous, the Stalfos and the Wallmasters are aggressive. There are also these floating skulls wreathed in blue or green flame, monsters which are, for some reason, called bubbles, whose demeanor I find more ambiguous.
Then there is the more natural flora and fauna. The Wolfos at the entrance and the Octoroks in the courtyard seem to me like naturally occurring monsters that were drawn to the corruption of this place. The Dekubabas were probably otherwise normal plants that have been warped and mutated, and the Skulltulas are spiders who evolved skull-like markings in order to blend in with all the rest of the skulls. There's a great sense of malevolent ecology here.
But it's not just the spirits and the wildlife. The dungeon's architecture is also malevolent. It's not just the twisty hallways, though they are a good example. Consider this strange room connected to the twisty hallway on the dungeon's east side. It's a simple puzzle platforming challenge. You have to hop across these spinning platforms and line up a shot, so you can shoot an arrow through a torch carrying a flame to melt the ice, covering an eye switch. Aside from this simple challenge, the room has a unique, sinister atmosphere. Underneath the moving platforms, there is a sickly purple haze that damages Link if he falls. And there are also these spikes between the platforms. They don't damage Link, but combined with the purple haze, they convey a sense that the room's architecture is hostile to Link. The spikes are teeth, and the haze is some kind of digestive fluid. The room is trying to eat him. The likely source of the Forest Temple's haunting is found in this bizarre basement art gallery, a domed room sitting underneath the central hub room. It's here that the player fights the dungeon's boss, an evil spirit from the beyond that Ganondorf has twisted into his own image, Phantom Ganon. The first phase of the boss fight calls back to the first two Poe-sister fights, requiring the player to quickly find the painting that Phantom Ganon is about to emerge from and shoot it with an arrow. Because the paintings are arranged in a circle surrounding Link, the three-dimensional camera makes it impossible to see all of the paintings at once, meaning the player has to frantically scan around to find the right one. Using stereo or surround audio gives you a big advantage, by the way. The second phase is a tennis match, where Phantom Ganon serves balls of magic electricity that Link has to hit back at him with his sword, or by swinging an empty bottle, if you're into that. This tennis-style boss fight was also done in A Link to the Past, so there is certainly no arguing that it's only possible in a three-dimensional game. Here, the benefits of three dimensions are less obvious, but no less impactful. The fight now has this dramatic, cinematic framing. For young Link, Z targeting served to emphasize how small and weak he is compared to the big monsters he's facing. But with this boss fight, Link's new adult body has a strong presence in the frame, and we see the makings of someone who can challenge Ganondorf. That being said, Phantom Ganon still has an imposing presence. The Poe sisters are mischievous, the Stalfos are aggressive, but Phantom Ganon is cruel. He floats above Link, drifting around lazily as if toying with him. And then, when Link misses a swing and takes a hit, the player has to listen to Phantom Ganon's deep, evil laughter as Link writhes in that special kind of pain only magical lightning can deliver. And, of course, that makes it all the more satisfying to defeat him. Phantom Ganon gets fired by his very disappointed manager. Link's green-haired bestie, Saria, awakens as the sage of the Forest Temple, and the dungeon draws to a conclusion. Between its elaborately interconnected architecture, the strange geometry of its rooms, and its dramatic boss fight, the Forest Temple actively embraces the possibilities of three-dimensional space. It can be confusing, even maddening to deal with for that reason, but it also showcases the unique satisfaction of really understanding how a place fits together. Still, for all its big, interesting swings, there are stumbles. The map, compass, and various keys are distributed haphazardly, as are the numerous fights against mini-bosses. Getting stuck and needing to retrace your steps is made especially tedious due to how complex the dungeon's layout is, and its constantly respawning enemies. And the progression of the dungeon is lopsided, giving the player access to a large space at first, and then funneling them into a narrow set of corridors.
I think the Forest Temple's strengths shine through despite all of this. Really, the biggest fault I can find with it is that I just don't think it makes for an especially good introduction to the second set of dungeons. It is fortunate then that it is so easy to break away from the sequence the game sets out for you and to complete the Fire Temple first. Now, I don't want to get too autobiographical. I don't think my personal experience with Ocarina of Time is especially interesting to anyone who isn't me, but I do think it's relevant to share a little bit of my own personal experience here. I was born in late 1996, making me either the latest kind of late millennial or the earliest of the Zoomers. Ocarina of Time occupies some of my earliest memories, but I wasn't exactly on the hype train awaiting its release. No. When I was a child, I was existing in the wake of Ocarina of Time's popularity. It was the game that blew my older cousins' mind when it was new, but had always existed as far as I was concerned. I didn't own the console it was originally released for, the Nintendo 64, when I was a child, but after a few years of seeing the neighbors' children play it, I finally got access to it myself when I got a GameCube for Christmas in 2003. That was the year that Nintendo, desperate to prop up the sales of its somewhat unsuccessful console, bundled new purchases of the GameCube with a disc containing 4 Legend of Zelda games. The first 2 games, released for the Nintendo Entertainment System, and the 2 games released on the Nintendo 64. That was how I was able to play Ocarina of Time originally. Anyway, a while ago, I was looking through some of my school assignments that my parents saved from when I was in 1st grade. As a child, I was already using my fledgling literacy to write about Ocarina of Time. As an adult, reading these old writing assignments was how I remembered that when I first played this game, I did the Fire Temple before the Forest Temple.
One of the strongest images of Ocarina of Time that had been etched in my mind, and indeed one of a few candidates for earliest memory I have, is the exterior of the Temple of Time after Link has become an adult. The dark, dreary background with the dying courtyard and soot-stained stonework is sharply contrasted against 2 things: Link with his gay little outfit and the angry red ring of smoke circling the top of Death Mountain off in the distance. So, when I was finally able to get to this scene myself, I never even considered listening to the mysterious handsome stranger telling me to go back to Kokiri Forest. I had to see what was wrong with that mountain, and that meant going to the Fire Temple first. I think a lot of it comes down to the mindset I was in at the time, but I think that this sequence break is reasonable for a few other reasons.
As it stands, the intended sequence of events after getting the Master Sword goes like this.
First, go to Kakariko Village's graveyard and race the ghost of the gravekeeper named Dompe for his stretching, shrinking keepsake, the hook shot, a sort of spring-loaded grappling hook that becomes a vital tool in Link's arsenal. Then go back to Kokiri Forest, back through the Lost Woods, and arrive at the Sacred Forest Meadow, the place where Link's green-haired bestie taught him her song. Sacred Forest Meadow, at some point in the 7 years that Link was gone, has become the site of a truly irritating stealth sequence involving a classic Legend of Zelda enemy, moblins, large humanoids
humanoids with pig-like features who patrol the area and charge at Link with their spears if they see him. This section isn't difficult, but it is tedious. Success is mostly a matter of patiently waiting for a moblin to pass by, and then getting a quick jab in while he's facing away from you. Not helping matters is the visual design of the moblins. It's not just that I find this iteration of their design to be bland and unappealing, though that is true. What is more problematic is that their design fails to communicate how they work. While they charge, they're invulnerable. The most direct comparison here is the Poe sisters found in the Forest Temple, who also have a charging attack that makes them invulnerable. Now, those fights, at least the first 3, are tedious as well, and their limited periods of vulnerability are a big part of why. But their invulnerability is properly signaled. They disappear, such that attacks pass right through them, or they spin their torch around to deflect attacks. It makes sense visually. Not so with the moblins, who simply hold their spear at their waist in a way that somehow defends them from being struck in the head. But then, when they're vulnerable, they go down with a single swipe from Link's sword, a single bomb, or a single poke from the hookshot, which, convenient as it may be, is a strange sight with a large imposing monster like this. After sneaking past a few spear-wielding moblins, you're rewarded with another moblin, this one wielding a club. He strikes the ground, sending out a shockwave in a straight line that sends Link flying quite a distance back if he gets hit. This enemy's animation communicates a bit more clearly, but this encounter is still a huge hassle, requiring precise strafing movements that the controls are ill-equipped to produce. And, for no reason in particular, the club-wielding moblin requires multiple strikes to defeat, unlike his spear-wielding friends. Once you've gotten past him, you arrive at the entrance to the Forest Temple, which you can't reach without using the hookshot.
Even setting aside the specifics of what makes the Sacred Forest Meadow stealth sequence frustrating, it occupies a strange place in Ocarina of Time's structure. Ocarina of Time's dungeons always involve some kind of overworld task to access. Getting the sword and shield in Kokiri Forest, finding Ruto's note to show to King Zora, that kind of thing. Getting to the Forest Temple requires doing 2 unrelated tasks, obtaining the hookshot and sneaking past the moblins.
This isn't necessarily a problem, but it does feel strange when one considers that accessing the Fire Temple doesn't really involve much of a task at all. You arrive at Goron City to find it empty, except for a small Goron rolling around in a circle. You have to lay out bomb to stop his rolling, at which point he reveals that the Gorons of the city have been captured and imprisoned in the Fire Temple, and are going to be fed to the dragon, Volvagia. He also reveals in the game's most adorable twist that his father named him after Link. He gives Link the Goron tunic, which allows him to endure the heat of Death Mountain Crater and access the Fire Temple, and that's it. To me, it makes more sense to get the hookshot from Kakariko Graveyard and then head straight up Death Mountain to get to the Fire Temple. In other words, treating the Graveyard race with Dompe as if it was the overworld task for the Fire Temple, and then treating sneaking past the moblins as the task for the Forest Temple.
The Fire Temple can easily be completed before the Forest Temple, and I think it's more satisfying to do it in that order for a variety of reasons.
There are some narrative reasons I've already discussed. Seeing Death Mountain off in the distance after leaving the Temple of Time would seem to me to be a strong motivator to head in that direction, especially considering that you need to head that way anyway to get the hookshot. And then there is the strong narrative component of the dungeon itself. Narrative elements mostly absent in the Forest Temple. Sure, hunting down the Poe sisters in the Forest Temple isn't nothing, but rescuing the Gorons throughout the Fire Temple gives nice, regular doses of heroism dopamine that does a good job re-establishing Link's role as a savior, even in the ruined Hyrule. On that same note, consider the 2 dungeons' boss fights. The Fire Temple ends with a fight against a dragon, a strong, classical kind of image that shows what this new adult
Link is capable of. Then, Link proceeds through the Forest Temple and meets Phantom Ganon. His mockery of Link hits harder when he has something to tear down, instead of coming in at his lowest moment. Plus, doing the Forest Temple after the Fire Temple means that Ganondorf's appearances are spread out a little more evenly, making him feel like more of a looming presence rather than a figure who shows up at only the beginning and end of the game. The Fire Temple also does a better job establishing Link's new goal of finding the 6 sages and what it means for someone to be a sage. With the Forest Temple, you are merely told that Link's green-haired bestie, Saria, went inside to investigate, only actually seeing her at the very end after she has become a sage. In the Fire Temple, Darunia greets Link early on, impressed with how much he's grown, and then goes on to challenge the dragon Volvagia. It's a fight Darunia knows he'll lose, as he lacks the legendary Megaton Hammer that is required to defeat Volvagia. This is the clearest demonstration the game offers of the implication that someone has to die to become a sage. The other 4 temples handle this in more vague and confusing ways, so it's important that the player's baseline understanding of the sages is informed by Darunia in the Fire Temple, rather than Saria in the Forest Temple.
The Fire Temple provides some good narrative context for the rest of the game, or at least it's equally as good of a choice as the Forest Temple. Why then does the game specifically point the player in the direction of the Forest Temple?
It seems to me that it's an attempt to create narrative parallels between the dungeons Link goes through as a child and those he goes through as an adult. He deals with the Kokiri, then the Gorons, and then the Zora, in that exact order, and I just don't think those parallels are especially compelling, at least not compelling enough to give the Forest Temple priority over the Fire Temple. Moreover, I think the Fire Temple is a better mechanical introduction to adult Link's adventures than the Forest Temple, but I'm going to have to go into much greater depth than I did when talking about the narrative in order to explain why. As I mentioned earlier, both the Forest Temple and the Fire Temple introduce a narrative thread early on that the player will follow throughout the dungeon. In both cases, the narrative thread is used to establish some central mechanic to the dungeon. In the Forest Temple, the 4 Poe sisters steal the flames from 4 torches in the hub room, which disables the elevator to the boss's chamber. The player needs to hunt them down to reclaim the flames and fix the elevator. In the Fire Temple, the player needs to rescue Gorons who've been imprisoned to be sacrificed to the dragon Volvagia. The captured Gorons have a clearer and more consistent role in the dungeon than the Poe sisters do. All 4 of the Poe sisters have a flame you need to recover, but the first 2 have additional rewards, a key and a compass. It's one of a handful of inconsistencies in the Forest Temple. By contrast, every time the player rescues a Goron, they're rewarded with a key and a hint. Unlike the lopsided pacing of the Poe sisters fights, where the player spends the entire first half of the dungeon without encountering any of them before fighting all 4 of them in rapid succession, the 9 Gorons the player rescues in the Fire Temple are all spaced out fairly regularly. This also ties into why the Fire Temple is an effective introduction to keys and how they affect the flow of a dungeon. Because all 9 of the keys in the Fire Temple are found alongside a Goron, their placement is a bit more predictable and can be foreshadowed. For example, the player can see the ostentatious blue and gold treasure chest containing the boss key right from the start, even though it's unattainable until the very end. Unlike the haphazard placement of keys in the Forest Temple, the connection to rescuing Gorons makes every key in the Fire Temple just a little bit memorable, which is helpful when there are so many of them, more than any other dungeon in any of the 3-dimensional games in the series even. Locks and keys are placed very deliberately in the Fire Temple, and their placement is critical to its overall exploration challenge.
To illustrate what I mean by that, I'm going to split the Fire Temple up into 5 acts. acts. Act 1 is very brief and consists of the first 3 rooms that the player has access to. They make a strong first impression.
We'll start with the entrance room. It appears to be a natural cave adorned with hand-carved stone fixtures. A staircase splits the room into 2 levels. Right away, the player's attention will be drawn upstairs to the statues at the back of the room. 3 faces with flames in their wide, open mouths. The dungeons in Ocarina of Time are stages built to facilitate gameplay or broad emotional impressions far more than they are supposed to be representative of any real kind of environment or building. Still, this first room of the Fire Temple has some ephemeral quality to it that does suggest a religious purpose. It's not just that the statues are present, but also the way they sit in such a strong position in the center of the room, raised up on a higher platform, with their bright flames and their dark brown bodies contrasting against the softer, duller colors of the room around them. The entrance room connects to 4 other rooms, with 2 doors on the lower level, 1 on each side of the staircase, and 2 doors on the upper level leading to the western and eastern halves of the dungeon. The door on the right side of the staircase is blocked by a statue. The door on the left side of the staircase leads to a small hallway containing a Goron's cell, but the switch that unlocks it is inaccessible, and so is, by extension, the aforementioned ostentatious blue and gold treasure chest inside the cell, which contains the boss key. The door on the eastern side of the upper level needs to be unlocked with a key, while the door on the western side is unlocked and leads to a red-hot room where Link reunites with his sworn brother, Darunia, who tells Link about the legendary Megaton Hammer before leaving for his doomed fight against the dungeon's boss. This red-hot room is where the player rescues their first Goron and, by extension, gains their first key, used to unlock the door on the eastern side of the upper level of the first room. When the player unlocks that door, that marks the end of the dungeon's first act. This is kind of a #game design video essay thing to point out, but it's worth mentioning. These 3 rooms introduce, in microcosm, the concept for the rest of the dungeon. See Gorons suffering in prison, free them if you can, then proceed with keys in hand. Combined with the enticing sight of both the boss key treasure chest and the locked door to the boss's chamber, both just barely out of reach, these rooms give the player a clear idea of what their goals are, and a general idea of how to accomplish them. Also important is how strongly composed these rooms are. I've already talked about the entrance and its suggestion of religious architecture, but it's not just aesthetically compelling, it's also a compelling case of visual communication. If my description of the entrance and all the rooms it connected to seemed complex, don't worry, because the space itself is easy to understand when you're looking at it. All the important details are arranged so that they're visible at the same time when the player enters the dungeon, but it doesn't sacrifice a sense of scale, as there's plenty of empty space to run around in, and the pillars in the 4 corners of the room stretch high, well above the player's normal line of sight. This great big entrance room makes for an especially good contrast, then, with the cramped hallway containing the Goron jail cell and the treasure chest with the boss key. Of course, the visual communication here in this straight hallway is dead simple. What about the aesthetics, though? Here, the muted earth tones of the entrance room become darker and harsher. The torches in the entrance room cast it in a soft, warm light, but in this jail cell hallway, they cast thick, unsettling shadows. Between the constricted space and the darker color palette, it's easy to understand why the Goron prisoner is curled up into a ball and shivering, and it's all the more heartbreaking that you have to leave him here until the very end of the dungeon. And then, by extension, all the more empowering when you leap across the stonework in the red-hot room to the west of the entrance and rescue your first Goron. Like the entrance room, this western room is easy to take in at a glance. Understanding the room is not the challenge here. Some simple platforming is. The platforms aren't
fully aligned, and you have to jump off the edges at a slight angle to get from one to the other. Link's platforming skills are insufficient to carry him to the platform where the exit to the boss's chamber is, however. It remains out of reach until the player finds a way to create a new platform to bridge the gap, but that won't happen until the Fire Temple's 5th act. That is how the room functions in a gameplay sense. Aesthetically, the Western Room is a continuation of the religious architecture of the entrance room, but given a more sinister edge by the red-hot glow of the lava underneath. The stonework is much more angular and intrusive here, clearly set apart from the natural cave environment. The entrance room is serene, existing in harmony with the cave that it's built into. The red-hot Western Room feels much more harsh and violent, which is appropriate. After all, this is the last room that living sacrifices are shepherded through before being fed to a dragon.
Anyway, that's all I can really squeeze out of the 3 rooms that comprise Act 1. Between their strong aesthetics and the way they set up the mechanics of the rest of the dungeon, this brief act is a compelling introduction to the Fire Temple. We proceed through the eastern exit of the entrance room, unlocking a door and entering Act 2.
This is a large room with a lot going on. There's a wooden bridge suspended precariously over a lake of lava with little misshapen bits of terrain sticking out, as well as platforms that sink when you stand on them, platforms that shoot up when you stand on them, and platforms that slide around propelled by jets of fire. And then, of course, there are the flaming skulls which ambush the player by leaping out of the lava lake. This room's large space is used to create a feeling of hostility and chaos, and suggests a section of the temple that has either been ruined or was abandoned in the middle of its construction. The wooden bridge is an obvious straight line running from the west to the east across this room, but it ends at a locked door, so you have to hunt around the north and south of this large room to find a key. Act 2 offers a good illustration of a concept I internally refer to as key discipline. I alluded to it earlier when talking about the Forest Temple, but I think it's easier to explain with regards to the Fire Temple. In this room, the north and south exits both contain keys, so there are 2 keys available before you unlock the eastern exit. If you get 1 key and then immediately head to the eastern exit, eager to see what lies beyond the locked door, you'll have to deal with this entire puzzle where you climb up a fence to push a block onto a jet of flame to create a makeshift elevator before encountering your next locked door, at which point you have to backtrack, get the second key, and then do all the fence climbing again in order to proceed. Your impatience is punished with tedium. So, the most efficient method is to get as many keys as you can before unlocking any doors, and that is not just the case in the Fire Temple and Ocarina of Time. This approach is effective across every dungeon in the series. Key discipline is a way of keeping the amount of space in a dungeon manageable and reducing the necessity of backtracking. Act 1 of the Fire Temple consists of the 3 rooms available to the player before using the dungeon's first key. Act 2 consists of the rooms available to the player before using the dungeon's second and third keys. Act 2's space is bigger than Act 1's, but only slightly. Just like Act 1, it feels very contained. Now, I think a lot of people who talk about game design would say that Act 2 of the Fire Temple teaches the player the key discipline that is so important for the rest of the dungeons. But I don't think that's exactly the case, because I don't entirely subscribe to the idea that game design alone can teach people things, any more than a page of a book can teach someone how to read. Learning is a complex process that requires communication, and while game design is a form of communication, simply being able to progress in a game doesn't necessarily mean that the communication has happened successfully.
Case in point, I've beaten every Legend of Zelda game, many of them more than once, before it ever occurred to me that I should approach the locks and keys like this. I was prone to impulsively using my keys as soon as I could, and it was only after watching the YouTuber Mark Brown's video series, Boss Keys, that I realized what my mistake was. No amount of game design was going to teach my padded ass how to manage these dungeons, not without some assistance from a British guy's YouTube videos at least.
This is not to say that a sufficiently observant player wouldn't be able to learn things just from examining this dungeon's design, and indeed, I think the contained space of Act 2 of the Fire Temple provides a good opportunity to do so. Certainly, I think it provides a better opportunity than the sprawling, overwhelming Forest Temple does. Exploring and navigating the Fire Temple is much simpler than the Forest Temple. Rooms are often based around simple platforming challenges that can be easily intuited at a glance, even if they may have traps or surprises along the way. The big chaotic room at the center of Act 2 is a great example of this. There are a lot of moving parts, but they don't serve to make the room more confusing to explore, just more exciting to navigate. The Fire Temple in general is more focused on platforming than the rest of the dungeons in Ocarina of Time, and it creates an exciting, adventurous feeling. At least it creates this feeling assuming the player is able to go through without stumbling too much. Needing to backtrack because you unlocked the door before you've gathered both of the keys in Act 2 is a minor stumble, but starting with Act 3, the Fire Temple starts to introduce much more irritating stumbling blocks. Act 3 begins with the player facing, for a second time, a trembling Goron who they can't save yet. Nothing to do but solve another puzzle involving vertical navigation and pushing blocks. The room is somewhat forgettable, which I say not from a position of critical distance, but because I literally forgot about this room as I was writing this section of the essay. Maybe it's because it feels a little redundant to have two rooms centered around vertical ascent right up next to each other, but the redundancy runs deeper than that, in a way that I'll explain later on. More memorable is what comes next, a maze-like room filled with boulders rolling in bizarre, unpredictable patterns. The camera zooms out and takes on an overhead view, which makes the boulders more visible, but the change in perspective mostly serves to make the room more confusing, making doors harder to see, and making it more difficult to orient yourself, especially considering that you get the map and compass soon after dealing with this room. This room, like the big chaotic lava lake room from Act 2, contains a locked door and two keys, the fourth and fifth keys in the dungeon. The challenge of avoiding the boulders and making your way through the maze is simultaneously simpler and more confusing than it was in that previous room, not to mention more irritating and less visually interesting. Unless you find eye strain visually interesting, in which case you will love this maze's sickly yellow tiles and rotating camera, which gives the whole thing the feeling of being inside a giant smoke-stained disco ball. When you've collected both of the keys from the room with the rolling boulders, you proceed to the tiny room that connects Act 3 to Act 4. Now, this room is one of my favorite and least favorite parts of Ocarina of Time. It's a circular room consisting of a narrow, jagged walkway over a deep pit. Note that I said deep, but not bottomless. When Link falls down a bottomless pit, he reappears at the room's entrance, having taken a little bit of damage. If Link slips up in this room, however, the punishment is much harsher. This pit connects back to the chaotic lava lake room from Act 2, meaning that the player will have to go back through the room with the makeshift elevator, back through the unmemorable room, and back through the room with the rolling boulders. It's a really nasty punishment for an unsuspecting player.
But I am not an unsuspecting player. Not only do I have lots of experience with this game, I also had the foresight to play it not on my physical copy, but on an emulator, where I can use save states to rewind whatever mistakes I make. Playing Ocarina of Time like this isn't authentic in the sense that it doesn't recreate the experience of playing it in 1998, but it does allow me to better appreciate certain aspects of the game without the threat of profound annoyance.
When you fall from this tiny room with the pit into the chaotic room with the lava lake, it shows that the rooms are not separate entities floating in space, but parts of an interconnected whole. It makes the Fire Temple feel so much more real, more impressive, and more dangerous. It's not just its connection to a previous room that I find interesting. Something about this small circular room just charms me.
add it to the list of rooms that I think about when I think about Ocarina of Time. The precarious walkway isn't an entirely natural formation. It's topped with tiled stone. Maybe the builders didn't reinforce the floor enough, and chunks fell into the lake of lava below. This tiny room with the pit exhibits a quality that is so hard to define. It gets my imagination going. Even with its attendant annoyances, I think it's a strong end to Act 3. Act 4 begins with a fun set piece of a room where the player is chased by a wall of fire as they run and jump across metal scaffolding, with some flaming skulls ready to ambush the player for a little extra excitement. Unfortunately, Act 4 also forces the player to return to the rolling boulder maze room, this time on a higher level. The threat of falling back down to the lower level of the maze is ever present, at which point the player will have to run back through the maze, go back through the tiny room with the pit, and again outrun the wall of fire. And, of course, the threat of the pit is ever looming, ready to turn the medium-sized annoyance of a decent amount of backtracking into the gigantic annoyance of an unconscionable amount of backtracking. Again, you have access to 2 keys at this point. The 6th key is obtained by rescuing a Goron on the upper level of the maze. The 7th key is obtained by bombing this interesting looking crack in the floor and climbing back down into the unmemorable room, where you can now rescue the Goron that you saw earlier. With these 2 keys in hand, you can proceed to the final room of Act 4. This room, with its Pac-Man-esque shape, is filled with firewalls that only appear when you get close. If you are running and see a firewall pop up in front of you, it's likely too late to react in time. The challenge is not, however, to trudge through at a snail's pace. Flaming bats, spinning flamethrowers, and rolling boulders team up to keep Link moving around frantically. The navigation challenge requires the player to keep track of an array of moving parts, while understanding that Link's movement doesn't start and stop on a dime. He has inertia and a slight turning radius. It's all a bit much, and I can't say I've ever gotten comfortable navigating this room with any sort of skill. Nothing in here does much damage, giving plenty of leeway for mistakes, for better or for worse. Still, I think the way it combines elements to create a frantic set piece is compelling, even if it ends up feeling either frustrating or comedic, depending on my mood. The 2nd key of Act 4 grants access to another part of this same room, so that's where Act 5 begins. Really, though, Act 5 properly begins in the next room, where the player takes on the Flare Dancer mini-boss. I like the audio-visual design of this enemy, a humanoid figure made of orange flame that cackles menacingly as it skates around its donut-shaped arena. Pull out the small black core in this figure's chest, however, and the flames are extinguished, the core sprouting tiny legs and skittering away from the player with a high-pitched whimper. After taking a bit of damage, the core then reignites, this time wreathed in purple flame. Then, after another cycle, reignites with a green flame. The fight itself is mildly tedious. The guy just takes a few too many hits to go down. It wouldn't be as much of a problem if you didn't have to fight a second Flare Dancer towards the end of Act 5. It's just enough to knock a decent mini-boss fight down a peg to mediocre. Still, not as tedious as the mini-bosses in the Forest Temple, but what does it say that almost every single dungeon in this game has an example of this kind of repetition? Anyway, after this first Flare Dancer is defeated, the player is taken on an elevator ride to a room with a repeat of the puzzles seen in the unmemorable room. Repeating this challenge was already a strange choice to begin with, but this version is actually slightly simpler than the already simple challenge seen in the unmemorable room. With that out of the way, the player arrives at the peak of the dungeon, the 5th floor, in a large circular room. It's here that Link obtains the legendary Megaton Hammer. Well, assuming he can complete a platforming challenge where he has to run up a narrow circular staircase within a limited time without falling down into the big pit at the center of the room. Unfortunately, we see the return of the concept of a deep but not bottomless pit, and so failing at this platforming challenge forces the player to retrace their steps before retrying. Again, speaking as someone who emulated this game and made ample use of save states, I'm able to appreciate the sense of spatial continuity, but run up a staircase carefully just doesn't feel like a compelling enough challenge to justify such an annoying punishment. I'm tempted to say that the challenge should have been completely changed to remove this punishment. Move the challenge to the outer edge of the room somehow. Let the spatial continuity just be an Easter egg, a funny connection the player can discover if they decide to hop in that big, inviting-looking pit off in the center of the room. But I'm also tempted to say that such a change might weaken the emotional effect of the dungeon. Put a pin in that. I'll explain in a moment. After getting the Megaton Hammer, the player is given a few places to test it out. They hit a raised tile and fall into a new room, where they can smash a statue to reveal a door. They enter into a room where they hit a tile to form a staircase, a neat effect that is used exactly one time, in this room and this room only. The real puzzle of this room is realizing that these unassuming wooden boxes aren't supposed to be destroyed like most destructible objects in this game, but are instead supposed to be used to weigh down a switch at the bottom of the staircase to unlock the door to the next room. Anyway, a few smacks of the hammer later, and the player has rescued their 8th Goron and gotten their 8th key, the final normal key of the dungeon. Now, the only place left to go is back to the beginning of the dungeon, and in order to do so, you have to make peace with your old enemy, the spatial continuity of the Fire Temple. Smack the hammer into the top of this square pillar, and you find yourself falling down into the room where you met Darunia, all the way back in Act 1 of the dungeon. I distinctly remember that the first time I did this, when I was 7 years old, I felt my heart sink. I was certain I had done something wrong. The first 2 times I had fallen to an earlier portion of the dungeon, it was a punishment. This time, however, I had fallen right to where I needed to be, a twist ending to a narrative arc that you didn't even realize was there. Dropping the pillar from up above creates a path to the boss door. Now, all you need is the boss key. Megaton Hammer in hand, you can finally go back to the entrance room, destroy the statue blocking the door on the east side of the bottom of the staircase, fight the Flare Dancer a second time, and finally rescue the trembling Goron you couldn't save at the beginning of the dungeon, and obtain the boss key. The only thing left in the Fire Temple is the boss, the subterranean lava dragon with the cunty name, Volvagia. The room is thick with an oppressive red haze. This is the hottest spot in the volcano for sure. The platform the fight takes place on is marked with a strange 3x3 grid of small lava pits, each one maybe half a meter in diameter. The long body of Volvagia snakes its way through the air and then dives into one of the lava pits before re-emerging, stuck and ready to be hit with the Megaton Hammer. A few hits later and it shakes itself loose, flying through the sky and raining down fire and boulders on Link before diving back down into a new lava pit, emerging from another one only to get hit with the hammer again. The Legend of Zelda series has a knack for mixing silly and cool, and what better example is there than this? A dragon that you slay through a game of whack-a-mole.
Now, with all the ups and downs I listed, can I really still confidently say the Fire Temple is a better introduction to this portion of the game than the Forest Temple? They both end up being mixed bags after all. And while the Fire Temple is arguably easier, it is, well, arguable. Someone who ends up falling into those not bottomless pits too many times would probably prefer the more compact design of the Forest Temple, even if it is more convoluted. Well, I'm sorry to say that I don't have a conclusive answer. Subjectivity strikes again. I just wish the game was a bit more flexible and was more willing to acknowledge completing the Fire Temple first as a valid choice.
The biggest difference between the difficulty of the Fire Temple and the difficulty of the Forest Temple is hard to pin down, and it largely comes down to a thought that I keep having as I prod at this game and write this essay. Video games in general, and Ocarina of Time's dungeons specifically, aren't just what's happening in the video game console and what's playing on the screen and out of the speakers. These dungeons happen inside your brain. Both the Fire Temple and the Forest Temple are large spaces, but in much the same way that Dodongo's Cavern's large space belies the fact that the path through it is pretty straightforward, the Fire Temple is a space that is easy to compress inside your brain. The Fire Temple features a mix of hallways, rooms with multiple exits where every exit is clearly visible from any point in the room, and rooms that are internally complex but still essentially have one entrance and one exit. The big chaotic lava lake room, for example, has an entrance, an exit, and 2 side rooms, but those side rooms are quick excursions that can be safely discarded from memory. The second you go into one of those small rooms housing a Goron jail cell, you know you won't have to go back. This is why I felt the need to split the dungeon up into 5 acts. There is a clear sense of progression the whole way through, and it's easy to understand that as long as you're diligent about collecting keys, once you have left a room, you're mostly done dealing with it. Rather than being a part of the process of exploration and information gathering, backtracking in the Fire Temple is usually used as a punishment for missing certain jumps, like I discussed earlier with the tiny room with the pit and the upper level of the room with the rolling boulders. When the dungeon does require backtracking, it usually points you in the direction you're supposed to go. So, for example, while it may be annoying to fall into the pit in the Megaton Hammer room, you actually land right in the room where you are supposed to go after getting the hammer. After obtaining the hammer and going through a few rooms to test it out, you are dropped right in front of the door to the room that you had fallen into previously. Now, the game doesn't prevent you from making mistakes that would then require backtracking, but it does do a lot of work to show you the way forward. It is a bunch of subtle design differences that come together to create a tangible difference in feeling. The Fire Temple feels less complex than the Forest Temple, and I can't point to things like number of rooms or number of locked doors to express where this difference comes from, because the difficulty of Ocarina of Time swings in some weird ways, like how the Forest Temple is harder than the Fire Temple, which is then followed by the much more challenging Water Temple, which is then followed by the super straightforward Shadow Temple. One might be tempted to say that the designers were simply careless. Certainly, the game has some pacing and structural problems, but the dungeons themselves, as isolated experiences, are usually carefully crafted with a clear understanding of player psychology. As simple as the combat and puzzles may be, as irritating as many sequences are, Ocarina of Time's dungeons feel satisfying on the whole because they all create subtly different kinds of satisfaction. The Forest Temple seems mysterious and spooky, and ends up being suitably confusing, so completing it feels like a real accomplishment. The Fire Temple is big and imposing, but is surprisingly simple to complete, which is satisfying in a different kind of way, like getting into a fight with a guy who's 2 feet taller than you and knocking him out in one swing. This has never and will never happen to me, but if it has happened to you, sound off in the comments about how satisfying it was.
My favorite example, though, of what I mean when I talk about player psychology and how the dungeons exist just as much in the player's brain as they do in the game itself, comes not from one of the 9 main dungeons, but from one of the several mini dungeons. I discussed Gerudo Fortress earlier, and I'll give the Ice Cavern its due later, but right now I would like to pay my respects to the bottom of the well. Somehow or another, Link finds out that he'll need to find the Lens of Truth hidden in a mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well in Kakariko Village in order to proceed with his adventure. This mini-dungeon makes a strong impression for a bunch of different reasons.
There's its preamble, where you have to learn a song as adult Link that child Link then teaches to the same person who taught him the song in the future, creating a fun time paradox. The mini-dungeon also has an infamously creepy aesthetic, being a literal dungeon, as in a place where people are imprisoned and tortured. The place is littered with blood-stained torture devices, shambling zombies, disembodied hands, and flaming skulls. In other words, a bunch of things that you wouldn't want in the well where you're getting your drinking water. Also, the boss is this pale, creepy guy named Dead Hand, who burrows underground waiting for a chance to spring up and shuffle menacingly at Link. You do the whole thing as child Link, by the way, which only deepens the creepiness of it all. All of that stuff is perfectly lovely and worthwhile. What I instead want to focus on, for now, is the unusual design and gameplay of the bottom of the well, because they bring some interesting revelations. So, you enter the bottom of the well. What is your list of tasks? First, you hop across a small reservoir of water next to the entrance. Follow the stream to its source, at the back of the mini-dungeon's large central room. Play Zelda's Lullaby when you see the crest of Hyrule's royal family, which lowers the water level. Go back to the entrance, crawl through a hole at the bottom of the now empty reservoir, and meet the dungeon's boss, Dead Hand. Defeat it, collect the Lens of Truth, marvel at its ability to dispel illusions, and leave.
That's it. Or is it?
You see, for as simple as the critical path through the bottom of the well is, its design serves to confound, confuse, and frustrate the player. The specifics of how this mini-dungeon will confound, confuse, and frustrate you depends on what path you take when you first enter. So let's get into the specifics of how this space is designed. You enter the mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well, obviously by going to the bottom of a dried-up well. You reach what appears to be a dead end, but this wall is an illusion, and you can pass right through it. After this, you emerge into the mini-dungeon's proper entrance, its central room. This central room, a sort of aqueduct, is shaped like a rectangular ring. Immediately in front of you is a small reservoir of water. Feeding this reservoir is a stream on your left and a stream on your right. So, let's say that you have what is, according to some research, the typical American brain configuration that compels you to go through stores counterclockwise. Or maybe you caught a glimpse of that skull wreathed in green flame as it passed by and wanted to flag it down. Whatever your reasons may be, let's say that you decide to make a right turn. You circle along the room's counterclockwise path until Navi the fairy turns green to get your attention and flies over to a plate on the wall with a strange face carved into it. Navi tells you that the face is saying, "Danger below." Danger below what? You move to get a closer look and discover that, like the wall at the entrance, this section of the floor is an illusion, deviously hiding a pit to a lower floor, and now you have to claw your way back up.
Okay, let's rewind.
Arriving in the mini-dungeon's central room, you take a left turn. Fuck the psychological programming of American retail, and fuck skulls wreathed in green flames. You go left, heading along the room's clockwise path. A big skulltula drops on you unexpectedly. It was hiding above an illusory ceiling. A face carved into the wall helpfully informs you, after you've already encountered the big spider, that there is danger above. Thanks. You deal with the spider and move along, arriving at the royal family's crest. You play Zelda's Lullaby, and the big statue that the water is pouring from stops pouring. The dungeon's streams and reservoirs dry up. Now what? You didn't see that there was a hole you could crawl into in that reservoir at the beginning, so you have no reason to return to it. But you can see a hole that you can crawl into at the end of this hallway. You start to run towards it, only to fall into the pit in front of the carved face that says "Danger below." Again, you have to claw your way back up.
Okay, let's rewind. Arriving in the mini-dungeon's central room, you see a path to your left and a path to your right, but you, genius that you are, can cut through all the lies and the bullshit. You head straight ahead into what seems to be a wall, revealing it to be an illusion, just like the illusory wall at the entrance. You emerge through this second illusory wall into a truly effed up room for sickos. Jail cells are on your left and your right, and a torture device resembling a wooden cross, only angled like an X instead of standing up straight like a T, sits in the center of this room. The floor in front of the wooden cross is stained with blood. You go to investigate, and after getting interrupted by Navi helpfully informing you to watch for the shadows of monsters that hang from the ceiling, thanks Navi, discover that the blood-stained floor is an illusion, and you fall into the pit. Again, you have to claw your way back up. Okay, we are done rewinding. Now, those petulant babies among you in the audience may now be throwing a big baby fit and crying foul. It is, after all, possible to avoid any of the pits that I've mentioned. It's technically possible to take the shortest possible route, as I described earlier, where you simply drain the water and return to the dry reservoir near the mini-dungeon's entrance, and face the boss right away. But there are so many deviously placed pits that will likely deter you. I mentioned two already, the Danger Below pit and the pit under the wooden cross. There's also one hiding in front of the treasure chest with the compass, and one hiding next to this big pile of shit. Now, that aforementioned compass points you in the direction of treasure chests, where you can get some keys. Those keys unlock doors, behind which you will find even more pits. There are 3 more invisible pits behind one of the locked doors, in this room with the laser shooting statue and the flaming bats. Meanwhile, the mini-dungeon's sole visible pit lies behind the locked door on the eastern side of the torture chamber. Talking about the locations of all the pits is also a roundabout way of pointing out that this mini-dungeon, miniature as it may be, still has the full complement of a map, a compass, and 3 keys, which all serve the primary purpose of misleading the player. The compass shows you where the treasure chests are, even though all but one of the treasures in this dungeon are unnecessary. The map doesn't indicate the tunnel to the boss chamber, nor does it warn you about where the pits are. Using these 2 items to go on a treasure chest hunt is liable to inadvertently lead you downstairs. Furthermore, none of the 3 keys are actually required to reach the boss. The 3 dungeons that preceded this mini-dungeon, the Forest Temple, the Fire Temple, and the Water Temple, were all designed around keys and locked doors. If you find a key, you're going to look for a locked door. Likewise, if you see a locked door, it's reasonable to assume that it is the proper way forward and look for a key. Here at the bottom of the well, these locked doors aren't completely pointless. Each one leads to a gold skulltula, but the hunt for gold skulltulas is completely immaterial to the task at hand of finding the Lens of Truth, so their presence here just feels like part of this mini-dungeon's big trick. More time spent poking around at the bottom of the well, finding keys, unlocking doors, getting treasure chests, bombing big piles of shit, means more opportunities to fall into pits because you didn't know they were there. It means more opportunities to fall into pits even though you did know they were there because you saw that a wallmaster was about to grab you and you panicked. It means constantly hitting dead ends with a gold skulltula as a consolation prize. The more time the player spends getting run around like this, the more intimidating and confusing this allegedly miniature dungeon is going to feel. Personally, I drove myself nuts the first time I got to this part doing all of that, only to find out that, in the end, all I had to do is go back near the entrance and notice that there's a hole that I can crawl through. Ocarina of Time's dungeons tell all sorts of stories. The bottom of the well is telling a joke, and the more time you spend banging your head against it, the more devastating the punchline ends up being. Here you go. Here's your Lens of Truth. Now you can see all the pits your dumb ass was stumbling into. Bet you wish you had this earlier, huh? But it's not just a joke for its own sake. It lends the mini-dungeon a feeling of being arbitrary and capricious, quite fitting for something that's supposed to be a literal dungeon where people are tortured. A player who spends an unnecessarily long time before finding the Lens of Truth may be left feeling worn and haggard, desperate to see sunlight again. Also interesting ending is the player who gets lucky and finds the lens of truth right away. Maybe they leave and are left with a lingering sense of unfinished business. Or maybe they stick around, find all the gold skulltulas, and then leave, carrying with them the uneasy sense that they spent too much time in a place where they weren't welcome. Or maybe that lucky player just feels like they wasted their time doing chores, that they wish Dead Hand could have been given the pomp and circumstance of a proper boss encounter so they would know that defeating it is their cue to leave the mini-dungeon. There's an infinite range of feelings one can have in response here. The experience of a Legend of Zelda dungeon is just as much about making mistakes and having misunderstandings as it is about completing the necessary tasks. Even for someone with an encyclopedic knowledge of Ocarina of Time, there is still the lingering awareness of what it felt like the first time, or what you can imagine it might feel like for others. The bottom of the well, like all of the dungeons in this game, has so much more going on than a simple checklist can indicate. But I do want to focus on just one of the items on the checklist, because it leads to some interesting places. If you're unlucky enough to fall into one of this mini-dungeon's numerous pits, you'll land in this basement room. The basement has an unusual shape, vaguely resembling a hand with a missing ring finger. Save for a pit of green acid where the palm of the hand would be, it's sparsely decorated, being mostly brown cave walls. As I mentioned several times already, falling into this room means you will have to claw your way back up. Most of the pits land you in one of the fingers, so you have to run to the palm and then climb up a ladder to get back to where you were before. However, it isn't enough to just climb up the ladder. You'll encounter a barred door. In order to open the door, you have to engage with a mechanic that, across the entire Legend of Zelda series, has only appeared in Ocarina of Time: collecting silver rupees. The way the mechanic works is pretty simple. Collect a few silver rupees that are scattered around the room and a barred door opens up. This is subjective, of course, but the silver rupee mechanic has always stuck out to me as unusually artificial and video gamey. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, of course, but I think the Legend of Zelda series, especially in its three-dimensional entries, typically strives for a bit more verisimilitude. Even contrivances like the eye-shaped switches that you have to shoot with an arrow to open a door imply some kind of mechanism. Still, I find the placement of silver rupees here at the bottom of the well to make a kind of sense. I'm not really basing this off of anything in particular, so it might sound like bullshit, but it almost feels like Link has fallen into hell and has to retrieve lost souls in order to earn his way out. I'm less inclined to come up with reasons for the placement of silver rupees across the rest of the game, though. It's not that I particularly dislike this mechanic, it's just that I find it to be a useful marker of roughly the final third of Ocarina of Time, where the game's construction starts to feel a bit more haphazard. So, for that reason, I call this portion of the game the Silver Rupee arc. It's not a clean division. The first appearance of silver rupees is in the Ice Cavern, a mini-dungeon that definitely sticks out as being strange and incongruous with the parts of the game preceding it. The Ice Cavern is followed by the Water Temple, which, for all the frustrations it has caused the broader gaming public, expresses strong and coherent ideas all throughout, and features no silver rupees. Silver rupees return soon after, at the bottom of the well, which also has a strong, coherent design, albeit in a style inconsistent with the rest of the game. After that, though, the Shadow Temple is a great example of what I mean when I talk about the Silver Rupee arc. It's a collection of half-formed ideas of its own, mixed with rooms that felt like they were rejects from other dungeons. And, of course, it prominently features silver rupees. The Gerudo Fortress after this is a section I personally have some affection for, but which definitely could have used a bit more time in the oven. There are no silver rupees there, but the spirit of the Silver Rupee arc is still present. The Gerudo Fortress also connects to another feature that is unique to Ocarina of Time, a bonus dungeon. The Gerudo Training Ground has a surprisingly compelling and coherent design, but its place in the game overall, being an optional dungeon that seems to be intended to be completed piecemeal at various points in the game, feels a bit strange. Moving away from that piece of optional content, we get to the Spirit Temple, which, like the Shadow Temple, exhibits all the traits that I used to define the Silver Silver Rupee arc. The Spirit Temple often feels like a random collection of ideas, and like the Shadow Temple, prominently features silver rupees. But unlike the Shadow Temple, there is an overall sense of cohesion and some strong thematic concepts to it that manage to shine through regardless. And then, after the Spirit Temple, we've gathered all of the sages and are ready to use their power to take on the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, where we are again met with a bunch of rooms randomly stapled together and, of course, plenty of silver rupees. Maybe it's just a quirk of my personality, but I find it hard to characterize any part of Ocarina of Time in any one way or another. For example, people usually break the game into the child section and the adult section, but I have refrained from doing so here. First, because the child section is considerably shorter than the adult section, and also because, after all, you are required to travel back and forth in time, switching between child and adult forms. I've had to come up with my own ways of describing parts of the game, figuring out cutoffs that make sense to me. For the most part, I haven't been able to do that. I can break the game roughly into thirds, but I could only think of a name for the final third. So, in a way, I'm grateful to the Silver Rupees for giving me that opportunity. It's a common phenomenon in video games to reach a point where the game design becomes noticeably weaker, often as a result of the developers being rushed to meet development deadlines. One of the best examples, in fact, comes from the Legend of Zelda series. Rushed to meet its release date late in 2002, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker had to cut large amounts of content in the late portions of the game, seemingly replacing what would have been fully featured dungeons with quick, simple platforming challenges, and then making up for the lost time by sending the player on a lengthy, tedious scavenger hunt across the game world. There's nothing comparable in Ocarina of Time, but there is clearly a sense that the design gradually starts to feel different, hence why I point to silver rupees. This mechanic isn't a perfect marker of the change in design, but that feels consistent with the play experience of Ocarina of Time, a game that often resists being cleanly divided up. There is plenty of good stuff in the Silver Rupee arc. The mini dungeon at the bottom of the well is one of my favorite parts of the game, but this mini dungeon is also a prelude to the Shadow Temple, which is my least favorite part of Ocarina of Time. In order to articulate why, I need to focus my attention elsewhere for the time being. So I will jump to the game's finale, to the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, which I think provides an effective baseline for talking about the design of the Silver Rupee arc. Once you've gotten all 6 sages, they team up to create a rainbow bridge across the lake of lava where Hyrule Castle used to be, granting Link access to the floating jet-black structure where Ganondorf resides. The bulk of this dungeon consists of dispelling the dark barrier surrounding the castle's central tower. In order to do this, you have to complete 6 areas themed after the 6 sages and their respective temples. Well, loosely themed, even setting aside the section devoted to the Sage of Light, which didn't have a dungeon to base itself on. The actual relationship between a section of the dungeon inside Ganon's castle and its corresponding temple is handled inconsistently. These sections can be tackled in a few different orders, so I'll just talk about them in the order that I always do them in. The forest-themed section, for example, bears little resemblance to its Forest Temple counterpart. It has a short introductory room with a Wolfos and some unlit torches. You need to light the torches to open up the door to the next room. You cast the magic spell Din's Fire to light the torches on the ground, and then light the torch near the ceiling using a fire arrow. Or you can angle a shot with a normal arrow through one of the lit torches. Ocarina of Time is filled with little moments like this, low-stakes places to exhibit just a little bit more skill and understanding than is strictly required. It's simple, but it's effective. Also worth mentioning is that defeating the Wolfos makes a treasure chest appear. The prize? 5 rupees. This is a sort of minor recurring theme of the Silver Rupee arc. Treasure chests with really underwhelming prizes, like 5 rupees or a single recovery heart. This sort of trickery makes sense at the bottom of the well and in the Shadow Temple, because those are areas devoted to trickery. It makes a bit less sense in the Spirit Temple. In universe, it's a den of thieves, so I can reach for that as a justification. But here inside Ganon's castle, it feels especially strange. Ganondorf is a big, imposing villain, not a mischievous one. Aside from that short introductory room, the bulk of the forest section is in the next room, a puzzle platforming challenge requiring the use of the hover boots in combination with gusts of wind from fans in order to collect 5 silver rupees. It's a solid little challenge, but much more closely resembles the Shadow Temple than the Forest Temple. The Shadow Temple, after all, is the place where you get the hover boots, and it's the only other place where those fans appear. The spirit-themed section feels more perfunctory in terms of gameplay, but bears a greater resemblance to its temple counterpart. The first room involves collecting silver rupees while moving statues around to control the movement of sliding blade traps. I like the way this room combines puzzle and action elements, but this is a very simple combination happening very late in the game. I always end up brute forcing it too, just taking the damage from the sliding blade traps so I don't have to deal with the too slow process of moving statues around. The second room consists of the game's only puzzle requiring the use of bomb chews, a type of bomb resembling a stylized mechanical mouse that crawls along the ground in a straight line and can climb walls. Bomb chews occupy a strange space in this game in general. They're never randomly dropped, like say arrows and normal bombs are, so obtaining them is only possible through winning them as a prize in a minigame, finding them inside a scant few treasure chests, and buying them from 2 merchants, both of whom are a bit of a pain to locate. Their supplies are more limited than most other items in the game, and controlling where they end up is pretty finicky. So it's a mixed blessing that the puzzle here simply involves lining up an easy shot. Really, I wonder why they even bothered having it at all. After that's finished, the last part of this section involves using a fire arrow to burn some cobwebs and let light into the room, and then using the mirror shield to reflect the light onto parts of the wall marked with a sun emblem. This is a near direct lift from the Spirit Temple, and is, if anything, simpler than the already simple implementations of this concept seen in that dungeon. But that's not necessarily a problem. Earlier, I spoke about a similar kind of repetition in the Fire Temple, but the problem in that case was that the repetition was happening within the same dungeon, where it is more reasonable to expect a repeated challenge to also be escalated in difficulty. In this case, inside Ganon's castle, it feels like a deliberate callback to something you did earlier, showing the dungeon inside Ganon's castle to be a sort of victory lap, where you get to breeze through using all the tools you've accumulated so far. The water-themed section bears absolutely no resemblance to the Water Temple, and instead is based on the Ice Cavern mini-dungeon which precedes the Water Temple. This section of the dungeon inside Ganon's castle consists of 2 rooms. The first is kind of a mess. It has 2 ice-breathing monsters that you have to destroy to open up a barred door. In order to reach this door, you have to melt some red ice. In order to melt the red ice, you have to bottle up and deliver some blue flame. This blue flame is found in a sconce that is a very short distance away from the red ice. It's pretty banal, even by the basic standards of Ocarina of Time's challenges. The room is also filled with dropping icicles, and has 2 small treasure chests, one of which grants you a single recovery heart, and the other of which is a trap that freezes and damages you if you open it. A bizarre room with no central focus, but also not enough elements to feel like a proper madhouse either. The second room of this section fares a little bit better, being a simple sliding block puzzle. Like the room with the sun emblems from the Spirit section, it's a reminder of something the player had to do earlier in the game, and the simplification is even more stark this time. The only other sliding block puzzle in the game is in the Ice Cavern, and that's one of the most complicated single-room puzzles in the game. The comparative simplicity of the version inside Ganon's castle conveys a quiet sort of empowerment through familiarity. You've seen this before, and without any additional prompting, you know how to deal with it. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the room also has a time limit, presumably the amount of time Link can spend in here without dying of hypothermia. This isn't the only cold area in Ocarina of Time, but it's the only instance where cold presents an issue like this. It feels random that it only happens this late in the game, especially since it doesn't even introduce significant pressure. The puzzle in here is unlikely to keep you occupied for 2 full minutes. The biggest hitch is that this room also requires bottled blue flame, so you can get right up to the end only to realize that you need to go back to the previous room, get the blue flame, and then have to go back to redo the block puzzle, which is annoying, but this section is so compact that it's an annoyance that is quickly overcome. The water-themed section, along with the shadow-themed section, are the only ones out of the 6 to not involve silver rupees, by the way. The absence of silver rupees is especially strange because the shadow section feels like a sequel to the forest section, albeit one that doesn't contain the blowing fans. And like the forest section, I'm pretty fond of the platforming challenges seen here, though I do have some caveats. This room makes effective use of Link's bag of tricks. The hook shot is useful here, but that's hardly noteworthy on its own. By most metrics, the hook shot is the most used item in the entire game. But the shadow-themed section also finds use for the ocarina, as playing the Song of Time makes some floating blocks appear that assist in navigation. You can also use the hover boots to make some of the jumps a little more forgiving. It also finds use for the fire arrow, which is used to light a torch that creates some more floating platforms, which disappear after a short amount of time. In order to open up the exit door, you have to hit a rusty switch with the Megaton hammer. And finally, the final stretch of road, a narrow, winding path, is invisible until being revealed with the lens of truth. The variety here is appreciated, and the timed platforming challenge is serviceable, even if I think that the forest theme section had a more fun platforming challenge.
But I did say that my fondness of this shadow-themed section inside Ganon's castle comes with some caveats. And despite how brief this section of the game is, these caveats actually serve as a jumping-off point to discuss a general oddity that pervades throughout all of Ocarina of Time. The short version is this. The shadow-themed section makes use of a wide variety of Link's tools, but doesn't necessarily require the use of all of those tools. There's a surprising variety of ways to complete this section, but that variety manifests in a way that makes the section feel unfocused.
So, now, the long version. There's a word that comes to mind when I try to synthesize all my thoughts about the design of this game, and that word is indecisive. Not because I feel indecisive, but because the game itself feels indecisive. This indecision manifests in a few different ways, but I think one of the clearest ways it manifests is in the game's progression. That is, the order in which different events occur. There's a series of interviews where many important figures in Ocarina of Time's development reflect, more than a decade later, on the game's development process. At one point, they talk about how aspects of the game were often designed before the designers were certain how these aspects would fit into the rest of the game. So, for example, sometimes Link's different tools were designed just because the designers thought that they would be interesting, and then already existing dungeons had to be retrofitted to make use of those tools. Sometimes a tool that seemed interesting as it was being designed didn't end up having interesting applications. Sometimes a tool obtained in one dungeon would negate an important challenge in a different dungeon. Or maybe a dungeon would use multiple tools, and the designers would have to make sure that the events of the game would be sequenced in such a way to ensure that the player has everything they need when they enter a dungeon. The shadow-themed section of the dungeon inside Ganon's castle really demonstrates all the logistical problems that can arise as a result of giving the player an evolving set of tools. This room makes use of the Ocarina of Time. That is the actual item, not the video game of the same title. The hook shot, the fire arrow, the hover boots, the lens of truth, and the Megaton hammer. The game's sequencing guarantees that the player will have all of these items except the fire arrow. Now, the fire arrow is pretty easy to obtain, and it's not far far off the beaten path, but just in case you missed it, this shadow-themed section is nice enough to provide you with an alternative route. If you make clever use of the hookshot, you can get up close to the unlit torch and light it with Din's fire, an item that, unlike the fire arrow, the game has actually guaranteed the player has by this point. This alternative solution relies on combining tricky platforming with some creative use of the hover boots, so it feels more like a workaround than an actual solution, even if the designers put it there on purpose. Meanwhile, the hover boots, which, again, the player is guaranteed to have by this point, allow the player to just completely ignore portions of the timed platforming challenge. The strangest aspect of all of this relates to the Ocarina of Time, that is, the actual item, not the video game of the same title. If you play the Song of Time, some blocks appear. Earlier, I said that they assist navigation, but that isn't really true. At least, it's not true in any meaningful way for a player who is playing the game normally. Normally, I would use the hookshot to reach the platform with this small treasure chest. If I play the Song of Time, though, I can reach the chest without the hookshot, but the treasure chest only contains 5 rupees, and the platform doesn't provide any particular advantage for shooting a fire arrow at the unlit torch. In fact, as long as you have the fire arrow, this section never once requires the use of the hookshot. In fact, setting aside everything about the game up until this point, I think the most interesting, coherent approach to this room is to pretend like you don't have the hookshot or the hover boots, because both of those things allow you to ignore elements of the platforming challenge.
Like I said, I appreciate the challenges in this section, and to some extent, I appreciate the variety of approaches that are possible here. But that variety feels more like a consequence of Ocarina of Time's hectic development than anything else. I can't prove this, but it is the feeling I'm left with.
The shadow-themed section presents another oddity. This section is where Link opens the treasure chest containing the golden gauntlets. The golden gauntlets enhance Link's strength so that he can lift up these huge black pillars. One of them blocks the entrance to the light-themed section, and one of them blocks a single silver rupee inside of the fire-themed section. This has always felt strange to me. The framing of the scene in the center of the dungeon sort of implies that you can take on the different sections in any order that you want. If nothing else, it seems strange to block entry into the light section entirely, but then only block off a part of the fire section. This blocked off part of the fire section is still necessary in order to complete it, so the pillar might as well have been right in front of the door, just like it was for the light section. The fire-themed section does at least do a good job representing its respective temple. Like the fire temple, the fire section of the dungeon inside Ganon's castle is centered around platforming, and it's a type of platforming with a different flavor to the kind found in the forest and shadow sections. Rather than being centered around precise navigation and careful decision-making, the fire section gives the player a wider space and more room for error, but puts them under constant time pressure and inspires a more frantic approach through platforms that sink into the lava, and this statue that spins around spitting flames. Even though the fire temple proper didn't have silver rupees, this section feels like a solid representation of that dungeon in miniature. It even has the ambushes by our old pals, the Flaming Skulls. The light-themed section is another odd one. Like I said earlier, it's not based on any actual dungeon, nor does it have a strong mechanical identity of its own. The first room has a locked door and 6 treasure chests, none of which contains a key. Instead, you have to defeat a few invisible enemies to cause the treasure chest with the key to appear. The next room also has a locked door, but you just have to play Zelda's Lullaby at the royal family's crest to make a treasure chest with a key appear. The room after that involves collecting silver rupees, but in an abnormally small space, requiring the player to avoid 2 rolling boulders that feel like they take up most of the room. After that, you arrive at what appears to be the final room. The previous sections of this dungeon all ended the same way, in identical looking rooms that each have a big sinister orb that you have to shoot with a light arrow, which destroys the orb and allows the respective sage to lend their power in breaking the seal on the dark barrier blocking the central tower. This room at the end of the light-themed section, however, contains no orb. What to do? Well, it turns out this room is a phony. You just walk through a fake wall and arrive safe and sound in the real room, in front of the real orb. Thank Goddess.
With that, the 6th and final of the sections is completed, granting access to the central tower.
It's worth reflecting on all 6 of those sections on the whole, because my mixed feelings here, in this dungeon, resemble the mixed feelings I have across the rest of the game. One of the frustrating things I discovered over the course of writing this whole goddamn thing is that you have to work a lot harder to explain why an area isn't conveying anything coherent than you would to explain an area that is conveying an idea coherently. I have had to scrap a lot of this essay because I was getting too down in the dirt explaining how the game often kinda sets up expectations that it only kinda delivers on. Ocarina of Time is a game that is constantly gesturing vaguely in the general direction of things that may or may not be there, and I end up sounding like the world's lowest stakes conspiracy theorist trying to explain what I mean by that. To that end, I appreciate the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, because it gives clear examples of both the not quite setups and their corresponding not quite payoffs. I've already talked about the indecision I see in the shadow-themed section, and how it reflects the broader sense of indecision I see in Ocarina of Time with regards to sequencing. But indecision crops up in different forms, and I think you can see one of those forms in the way the dungeon inside Ganon's castle is presented. So, you have a big central room that kinda sets up the idea of being able to complete a few different sections in whatever order you want, but it also kinda sets up the idea that the light theme section is supposed to be the final one. But the light section can be done pretty quickly if you want to, as long as you do the shadow section first. And you might as well do the light section quickly because it's not really any sort of climax. Except for the fake-out final room, which probably works better if you've clearly established the pattern of what the final room of a section should look like. Also, you would kinda expect the different sections to be based on the corresponding temples, but then if you go through the forest section first, you might think that all the different sections are doing their own thing, only to find out that most of them are referencing their corresponding temple. Well, it depends on whether or not you count the water section, which isn't referencing the water temple, but instead the ice cavern mini dungeon that immediately precedes the water temple. Look, I could keep hemming and hawing about this for a long fucking time. Maybe one day I'll release my rough drafts, so you can see all the places where I had to cut out that kind of hemming and hawing. But for now, let me just say this. For all the issues I just illustrated with the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, you still walk away understanding the general idea. The game's final dungeon references the dungeons you did previously, and while later Legend of Zelda games would express this idea more coherently, the way it's expressed here is, like, fine. It's fine enough. Really, aside from being fine, I think it has its own unique strengths in the way it lets the player snag some easy victories while also reminding them of old frustrations and pulling some new tricks. It's also paced pretty well. These slower-paced action puzzle platforming challenges open up the central tower, which is just a set of arena combat encounters against increasingly dramatic foes, separated by curving staircase corridors. First, you face off against 2 Dynalfos, which are the more fearsome siblings to the Lizalfos that you fought back in Dodongo's cavern. Then you're pitted against 2 Stalfos, the skeleton warriors featured prominently in the Forest Temple and Shadow Temple. Then, finally, right before challenging Ganondorf, you face off against 2 Iron Knuckles, an enemy that was already challenging by itself when you faced it in the Spirit Temple. If the dull gray visuals of the room where you access all the action puzzle platforming challenges, along with the mostly recycled visuals of the challenges themselves, had you convinced that the game was running out of aesthetic ideas, the climb up the tower will convince you otherwise. In moments like these, you really see how Ocarina of Time benefits from its palette, which is pretty dull and washed out most of the time. It makes the bold, saturated visuals found in places like the tower in the dungeon inside Ganon's castle stand out even more. This actually starts a little bit before the climb up the central tower. Before arriving in the hub room that connects to all the different sections, the first room of the dungeon inside Ganon's castle is a simple stairwell leading down. Torches on each side of the stairwell only seem to barely light up the dull, dark haze that blankets this first room. The running theme of this dungeon's visuals is a mix of squalor and splendor, and we see clear examples of that here. On the bottom of the simple, dingy brick walls, there's a sinister-looking ornamental trim featuring a skull with what appears to be tentacles and 3 red eyes. The wall-to-wall royal purple carpet underfoot gives way to ugly gray stone floors. The purple carpeted stairwell takes you in a straight line, bringing you to the door that takes you into the main central room. The door is guarded by 2 laser-shooting Beamos statues up on pedestals. These pedestals, as well as the pedestals holding up the torches, are marked with the sign of the Triforce. The sign of the Triforce is also seen in the emblem of Hyrule's royal family, but this doesn't indicate Ganondorf's desire to continue their legacy, instead reflecting his obsession with obtaining those 3 sacred triangles. Anyway, the lasers of the Beamos statues are pretty easy to avoid, but they give an immediate sense of hostility to the place that I really appreciate. Once you break the barrier and get into the central tower, you're greeted with a room made out of dark gray stone tiles, lined with strange red gems, held up by dull green pillars, with a bright red carpet running up a staircase curving up clockwise, and leading to a door made of some green material that has golden ornamentation on it. This door leads to the first of the 3 arenas, the one where you fight the Dynalphos. It's a simple stone floors, stone walls, stone ceilings kind of affair, with a section of bright red carpet, like from the previous room, running up the stairs to the next green and gold door. The second section of curved staircase is much duller and dingier, with dark brown stone on the staircase and dark gray bricks along the wall, and no carpeting. This leads to the next green and gold door, which leads to the next arena, the one where you fight the Stalfos. This one has a surprising elegance with soft yellow lighting and orange marble walls, but they're contrasted against the scuffed up gray tiles underfoot. The curved staircase it connects to has stairs made of that same dull, dingy brown stone on the floor that was seen in the previous staircase, but carries over the most recent arena's elegant orange marble for its walls. The third and final mini-boss arena, where you fight 2 iron knuckles, is a sudden shift in color palette, with its walls and floor being made of green marble, which sharply contrasts against the red carpet in the room's center. The green marble walls and floors continue into the next curved staircase until the walls are replaced by the dark gray stone tiles lined with red gems that had previously been seen in the first staircase room. Also, instead of another green and gold door, we have a large metallic door marked with some kind of yellow sun emblem. This door can only be opened if you have the boss key, which is mostly just a formality, as the boss key treasure chest simply sits in the middle of the second of the 3 combat arenas. This metallic door with a yellow sun emblem leads into a big mysterious room that I'll talk about more in a moment. This room has another sun emblem door, which leads to the final staircase. Aside from the red carpet that you've seen a few times before, this staircase sets itself apart with architecture that suggests a cathedral, with its great stone walls lined in arched, stained glass windows. The dark room begins to brighten in an eerie, unnatural way as you ascend the stairs, and then the room starts to fill with a bizarre orange haze. The final sun emblem door, before facing Ganondorf, is set into an arch in the wall. I love these rooms leading up to Ganondorf. The colors and the architectural styles clash, but in a way that feels resonant with Ganondorf's style of villainy, the way he's imposed his will on the land of Hyrule, and specifically the site of Hyrule Castle. He's not just evil, he's also tacky, his castle a patchwork of conflicting aesthetic ideas. These bold aesthetic moves, found right at the very end of the game, give these final sequences a very clear place in the memory of the game, especially when they're placed against the duller, more washed out aesthetics in the lead up. I haven't even mentioned the diegetic organ music that increases in volume as you ascend, until you realize that it's been Ganondorf playing the organ all along. Ganondorf banging on the keys is so cool it almost sickens me. While I'm here, I might as well talk about the final boss fight, right? Well, honestly, I really don't feel the need to talk in depth about the combat aspect. The first phase, against the great king of evil, Ganondorf, in his human form, is a callback to the fight against Phantom Ganon at the end of the Forest Temple. You have to play tennis with him again. This version is actually a little bit easier than it was back in the Forest Temple. The real Ganondorf's movements are a bit slower, and the physics for deflecting his magical attacks are more predictable. There's one additional wrinkle. After winning a match of tennis and hitting his magic back at him, you have to shoot him with an arrow of light before he'll be opened up to take more damage from your sword. But this does very little to make the fight more difficult. What I find noteworthy here is the room itself. Without realizing it, you get a brief preview of the boss arena right before meeting the boss man. It's the big mysterious room I mentioned earlier, a big square room with an inexplicable climbable tower to nowhere in its center. When you enter the boss arena upstairs, Ganondorf destroys a part of the floor, revealing the arena to be the upper level of the big square room. The tower is climbable so that if Ganondorf knocks you down to the lower level, you can get back up. For some reason, that connection blew my mind when I saw my friend do the final boss when I was a kid. Then, of course, once you've defeated Ganondorf, his castle starts to fall apart, as so often happens with villainous layers. It's surprisingly engaging seeing the architecture of the castle get reinterpreted like this, with previously unseen exterior walkways taking you back through the side entrances of rooms you had fought through previously. See, you thought those metal bars blocking big holes on either side of all those small combat arenas were just there for decoration, but now they're a vital part of your dramatic escape. You thought that bridge over the entrance to the water-themed section went nowhere, but actually it's a secret exit out the castle's side. Hopefully, these minor architectural delights will distract you from the sound of Princess Zelda, who had a successful 7-year career as a badass ninja before she put her princess dress back on, daintily gasping in horror as Link gets heroically injured by falling debris. Personally, though, it's the main thing I notice about this sequence, and it bugs the piss out of me. As soon as I stopped being 16 years old, I found my defensiveness about the Legend of Zelda series' use of damsels in distress starting to subside, and came to the conclusion that Anita Sarkeesian was right in every single criticism she made about this series, and you can all die mad about that. When Link gets hurt and Princess Zelda gasps, the purpose is not to inspire empathy for her, or even for Link. It's just another technique the game uses to empower the player, by showing that they can shrug off a few nasty hits and continue moving through sheer force of will. The game already does so much to create its power fantasy, and that's fine, or at least more or less neutral. But the older I get, the less patience I have for this notion of empowerment through shrugging off pain, especially if it is also another instance of how Princess Zelda is objectified. This may seem like a nitpick, but you have to consider that this game is using a very small set of tools to characterize her, so little things like this gasp matter way more. And when the rest of her characterization is that she helps you open doors, that she gets trapped in a burning ring of fire while you get to fight off some skeleton warriors, and that she tells you where your sword is so you can finish off the bad guy, well, there's a clear pattern of disempowerment of a woman for the purpose of empowering the male main character, and it's made, if not worse, maybe a little bit more disappointing when the early portions of the game used a similarly small set of tools to convey a version of Princess Zelda who had a little bit more interiority, with just a smidge more to do than kiss a hero's wounds. And I don't want to be prescriptive and say that the next Legend of Zelda game should star a playable Princess Zelda, or a female Link, or whatever. There are a lot of ways to create a good woman character in a video game, and making her playable isn't the only one. Look, speaking as someone who is very frail and feminine, I doubt I would see myself in a tough, adventurous, heroic Princess Zelda, but I certainly don't see myself in a woman whose primary role is to give a man someone to save. Anyway, that little bit aside, once you get to the bottom of the crumbling ruins of the castle, you fight against the big boar with swords himself, Ganondorf's monstrous form, simply called Ganon. And yeah, it's a stunner. You don't need me to tell you that it's dramatic and exciting to fight a big guy who has big swords on an island on a lake of lava. You don't need me to tell you how cool it is that you see the big guy in silhouette, lit only by his burning yellow eyes and the occasional flash of lightning. I say all this with a wry tone, but make no mistake, I think this is just as cool as you do, and I think the ending, where Princess Zelda sends Link back to live out his childhood, is bittersweet in a dramatically satisfying way. But I'm not here to pay obligatory respects to the parts that everybody already knows are good and cool. I want to talk about the parts preceding the cool ending sequence, the parts that may work pretty well or may not, but aren't necessarily looked at in depth either way. By the time you reach the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, you have a good idea of what Link can do and how he moves around the world. By that point, his idiosyncrasies have become second nature. The gaming podcast Watch Out for Fireballs has an episode where the hosts discuss Ocarina of Time, and they coin an expression that I find pretty interesting. Quote, "You Zelda across the room." Unquote, using Zelda as a verb. The general sentiment is that it's often difficult to describe the gameplay of Ocarina of Time because so much of it consists of Zelda-ing across the room. That is to say, you just take a look at a given room's challenge and you get a natural sense of what you're supposed to do. This is a useful concept, but where I disagree with the hosts is in the idea that this makes the gameplay of Ocarina of Time trivial. Rather, I think that the process of getting the player to the point where they can just Zelda across a room is a major part of what these games are about. For all the faults I discussed, I think the dungeon inside Ganon's castle is successful not because it challenges the player, but because it gives them a set of rooms that they can Zelda across with relative ease by the time they get there. You've come a long way from when you were bumbling around Kokiri Forest looking for spare change. For all my difficulties breaking things down into neat categories, I find it surprisingly easy to categorize all of Ocarina of Time's dungeons into one of two types. There are dungeons where the challenge primarily lies in navigating individual rooms, and dungeons where the challenge primarily lies in exploring and understanding the dungeon as a whole. Obviously, the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, with its clearly marked sections and complete lack of interconnectivity, is all about its individual rooms. That's true of most of the dungeons and mini-dungeons in the Silver Rupee arc, but it is especially true of the Shadow Temple. I said earlier that the Shadow Temple is, for me, the weakest part of Ocarina of Time. Why is that? This is a difficult question to answer, more difficult than it would be to talk about why I think a particular dungeon works well. I can appreciate Ocarina of Time spaces when I feel like they're expressing coherent ideas. With the dungeon inside the Deku Tree, I could talk about its trunk and branches and roots structure, and the way it gently introduces the player to three-dimensional navigation and exploration. With Dodongo's Cavern, I could talk about the way you are guided through the life cycle of a Dodongo, while piecing together the spatial connections between different parts of the dungeon. With the Forest Temple, I could talk about how its confusing, open structure and spatial trickery are a good fit for a dungeon about hunting ghosts. With the Fire Temple, I could talk about its consistent focus on athletic challenges and its clearly established motivations and stakes, and so on. As long as I looked carefully, the ideas they were trying to express and the ways they were expressing them became clear. The difficulty then was translating all of that into words. I have to show how the elements fit into patterns and how those patterns are used to express ideas, which is an obnoxiously abstract way of putting it, but I do have a concrete point to make here. In order to explain why the Shadow Temple feels so weak, I have to explain how its elements don't cohere into ideas. In order to do that, I have to work against the pattern-seeking nature of my human brain. It is fortunate for me, then, that I think the Shadow Temple starts pretty strong. Well, I suppose that depends on when and where you think the Shadow Temple starts. Let's say that it starts after the player has obtained the Lens of Truth, at the location a short distance from the dungeon's entrance, where Link is told that he needs the Lens of Truth to proceed. The voice that tells this to Link seems to be emanating from a strange metal panel, embossed with the image of a grinning face, standing at a hallway's dead end. You hardly need the Lens of Truth to intuit that this is an illusion, and that you can walk right through this dead end. The mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well, which immediately precedes the Shadow Temple, requires this right at its beginning as well. You could say that this is a needless repetition, but for all the fault I can find with the Shadow Temple, I can at least say that it manages to aesthetically and mechanically differentiate itself from the mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well. I would just call this similar illusory wall entrance a thematic connection. Besides, this fake wall in the Shadow Temple is only the first in a series of 3 checks that the dungeon makes to ensure the player has the Lens of Truth. After passing through the first fake wall, you arrive in a rectangular room that is split down the middle. The back half of the room is empty of all things, including a floor. Past this bottomless pit, there's a stone face embedded in the back wall, with its open mouth seeming to be the room's only exit, but that exit is barred. The other half of the room, the front half, the half that you can actually stand on, has a statue of a bird circled by posts that are topped by skulls. The bird statue can be rotated, and a sign nearby instructs the player to point its beak at the Skull of Truth. That is to say, the skull that doesn't disappear when the player looks at it with the Lens of Truth. If you point the statue at the Skull of Truth, the exit in the back half of the room opens up. If you point the statue at the wrong skull, the floor opens up underneath you and sends you plummeting to your doom. There's a short delay before you find out if you chose correctly or not, which gives the whole thing a sort of comic timing that I appreciate. This is only the second of 3 checks. Even after opening up the barred passage, you can't reach the exit, as even with the statue's extended tongue reaching partially across the bottomless pit, you can't jump far enough to reach the other side. Finding the way across is the 3rd check. You have to find the hover boots, which are hidden inside the Whispering Wall maze, which must be initially found and then subsequently navigated with the Lens of Truth. What is this maze? Well, to start off, it looks very different from the small peek you've gotten at the dungeon so far. So far, both the small tunnel of the entrance and the medium-sized room with the bird statue and the Skull of Truth have been made out of that most mundane of building materials, bricks. Granted, they're strangely colored bricks, whether by the materials they're made of, the substances they've been stained with, or some trick of the dungeon's ghostly light. They're a queasy mix of dull greens, yellows, and reds, but they are bricks nonetheless, and they quickly fade into the background. The walls of the Whispering Wall maze, however, are more enigmatic. The only thing you can say for sure is that each section of wall has a skull embedded into it, and that some of those skulls have glowing green eyes. But what of the wall itself? Is it just carved stone? Is it compacted dirt? Is the lighter patch in the middle made of the same material, or is it something else? For some reason, it always registered in my brain as being flesh-like. Or maybe it's a strip of linen. Maybe this is insane of me, but I keep looking at these walls and being reminded of the Shroud of Turin. There isn't much actual resemblance, but Faced with such an ambiguous visual, you have to try to make sense of it somehow. Of course, as the name indicates, the walls also whisper totally twisted things about hatred and ill will and stuff to Link as he passes by. The Whispering Wall Maze is at least 2/3 of a correct name, because this section isn't exactly a maze. It's simply 2 rooms shaped like square rings connected to each other with a small hallway, creating a sort of square eyeglass shape. The only trick is finding the fake walls that connect the 2 rooms together, as well as the fake walls that lead to 2 other rooms that contain treasures. These rooms seem like unremarkable sights for brief combat encounters until you realize that their walls are not made of rock or dirt. They're actually piles of skulls so old that they've turned brown. The first such room pits you against a re-dead and some keys, and gives you the dungeon's map for your trouble. The second room is a rematch against the boss of the mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well. Once it's defeated, we're past the 3rd check, and we get to the real star of the show, the hover boots. The hover boots don't have much traction, so they make Link slip around as he walks, but they also, as their name indicates, let him hover for a short amount of time after walking off a ledge. These boots give you just enough of a boost to clear the gap in the room with the bird statue and the Skull of Truth. So now you can proceed past this introductory section and into the Shadow Temple proper.
Anyway, my whole point of talking about this introductory section was to explain how it serves to ensure that the player has obtained the Lens of Truth, and then ensure that the player has obtained the hover boots. Sure, there is nothing to stop you from using simple trial and error to get through without the Lens of Truth. Insofar as these checks, the fake walls, and the puzzle with the bird statue present a barrier, it's an imperfect one. There are ways to get past all of it without having the Lens of Truth.
Actually, I want to take a moment to give a shout out to Jordan Werner and Terry Garrett, 2 blind gamers who've played through the entirety of Ocarina of Time. The Lens of Truth only matters if you're relying on your eyes after all, so all these checks are meaningless to them. But that's kind of cool in its own way, right? The important thing is that the dungeon clearly communicates to the player that, without the Lens of Truth, you're going to have a bad time. And it clearly communicates that not just through the literal text, but also through the dungeon's design. The design of Ocarina of Time requires the player to periodically encounter barriers to forward progress and then overcome those barriers. This introductory section feels like a fair barrier. What does it mean for a barrier to be fair, though? To understand this, it would help to contrast it against a barrier that feels unfair. The Shadow Temple has the dubious fortune of being an opportunity to discuss both kinds. I appreciate the way the dungeon blocks forward progress until you have the Lens of Truth, but I am a bit vexed by the way you gain access to the dungeon to begin with. It comes back to the concept of indecision that I introduced earlier when discussing the section inside Ganon's castle that's based on the Shadow Temple. I suppose it's fitting to return to this concept now. The Shadow Temple is located above Kakariko Village's graveyard and is inaccessible by normal means. To gain access, the player needs to use a teleportation song taught to them by the mysterious and handsome ninja, Sheik. There are 6 of these teleportation songs, and they're taught when adult Link reaches certain physical locations for the first time. There are 2 exceptions to this. The first is the Prelude of Light, which teleports Link to the Temple of Time. The trigger for learning this song is talking to Sheik in the Temple of Time after completing the Forest Temple. In an earlier version of this essay, I agonized over this portion of the game and how oddly it fits into the overall progression, but that's an entire rabbit hole unto itself that I struggled to get out of, so I'm learning from my mistake and will not spend any time on it here. The second exception to the rule of how the teleportation songs are obtained is the Nocturne of Shadow, which teleports the player to the Shadow Temple and is thus more relevant to the subject at hand. The trigger for learning this song is completion of the Water Temple. After doing this, going to Kakariko Village triggers a cutscene where the town is attacked by an invisible monster, and in the aftermath, after a convenient rain shower has put out the fires, Sheik teaches Link the song that will bring him him to the monster's lair. In other words, rather than being granted naturally through exploration or through mechanics that function consistently throughout the game, access to the Shadow Temple is prevented until the player has taken the arbitrary steps necessary to trigger a cutscene. This type of progression isn't inherently bad or good. However, because it's driven by the whims of scripted events more than it is by the game's mechanics, I don't think it makes for a direct comparison to the checks for the lens of truth. Rather, there is a somewhat similar barrier that I talked about much earlier in the essay, the moment when the player has to get the letter from Princess Zelda that grants them permission to go up Death Mountain Trail. That I think offers a better point of comparison. I'm willing to accept the Death Mountain Trail barrier because of the combination of a few details. First, I think this kind of barrier to the player's exploration is reasonable for the early portion of the game in order to prevent the world from feeling too big and overwhelming. Second, the act of clearing the barrier is still mediated by the game mechanics, even if only by technicality. In other words, while the letter from Princess Zelda is a bespoke item with no other function than getting a guard to open a gate, it does still exist within the framework of the item mechanics that the player is constantly interacting with throughout the game. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Third, and what feels most important to me, is that both the barrier and the way the barrier is cleared makes sense within the world of the game. I kind of hate to use the word logical in the context of media criticism, but in this case, I am forced to admit an appreciation for the logic of how it fits together. It makes sense that a guard would prevent a child from going up a mountain called Death Mountain. It makes sense that a signed letter from a member of the royal family would convince him to get out of the way. It doesn't feel arbitrary. When I say that the cutscene that grants access to the Shadow Temple feels arbitrary, it's because there is no logical relationship between Link awakening Princess Ruto of the Zora as the Sage of Water and Kakariko Village being attacked by the invisible menace known as Bongo Bongo. And when I say it's an example of the game's indecision, it's because it's yet another example of how the game never really decides how it's going to handle progression and sequencing. Recall what I said about the Fire Temple. Sheik insists that you complete the Forest Temple before you complete the Fire Temple, but there's nothing stopping you from doing it in either order. In fact, you can do the Fire Temple basically whenever you want, because the Megaton Hammer is only actually required in the dungeon where it's obtained. Through dialogue with the character Sheik, the game indicates that it's less open-ended than it actually is, as if it was indecisive about how open-ended it actually wants to be. There's also open-endedness that the game doesn't really comment on. You can technically complete the Spirit Temple before the Shadow Temple. The game doesn't strongly point in either direction. I'm making an assumption about developer intent when I say that the Shadow Temple comes first. You're given the freedom to do the Ice Cavern, Gyarados Fortress, and the mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well long before the game points you in their direction, even though there's little reason to do these out of order. You don't always have that kind of freedom, though. For example, you have to complete Dodongo's Cavern before tackling the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly. There's no negotiating this. You're required to use a bomb from the bomb bag you obtained in Dodongo's Cavern exactly one time to access the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly, even though the dungeon itself never requires the use of bombs. So, those are examples where the game's progression feels indecisive in some way or another. There's little pattern to discern, aside from a conspicuous lack of a pattern. Credit where it's due, at least, that there is a good reason to withhold access to the Shadow Temple until after the Water Temple. I mentioned earlier when discussing the Shadow-themed section of the dungeon inside Ganon's castle that giving Link such a variety of different tools presents a logistical challenge for the designers, as they have to both design interesting challenges around those tools and also sequence the game in a way that ensures that Link never enters a dungeon without all the tools he needs to complete it. By requiring completion of the water temple, the game is trying to ensure that the player has all the tools that they need to complete the Shadow Temple. I'm tempted to point out that, for whatever other faults I may find with their sequencing, the forest, fire, and water temples that precede the Shadow Temple all find more elegant ways of ensuring that the player has everything they need to complete them. But the Shadow Temple also has a wider set of requirements than any of those dungeons do, so fitting it in presents a greater logistical challenge to the designers. So I can justify it to an extent, but the reason why this particular progression rankles me is that the Shadow Temple seems to come so tantalizingly close to doing better. It's not just the ways that it checks that the player has obtained the Lens of Truth either. After the player has learned the Nocturne of Shadow, which teleports them up to the otherwise inaccessible ledge in the back of the graveyard where the Shadow Temple is hidden, they find that the dungeon's entrance, an imposing stone edifice, is sealed by a door marked with the Sheikah emblem. In order to unseal it, you have to light all the room's unlit torches, all 24 of them. There are no lit torches or other sources of fire nearby, so using a Deku stick as young Link or carefully lining up shots with the bow and arrow as adult Link is out of the question. You have to use magic, the spell called Din's Fire, while standing on the pedestal in the center of the room. The spell creates a dome of fire around Link that then bursts outwards, burning everything within a certain radius, so it's a perfect fit. Now, the Shadow Temple's use of this item is a bit of a sticking point for me, but I'll get to that later. Suffice to say that the check to ensure that the player has obtained the item works well enough on its own. It's less elaborate than the check for the Lens of Truth, but that's fine. It makes for an evocative and dramatic beginning to the dungeon in its own way. But there would seem to be another problem. Because Child Link can teleport up to the Shadow Temple's entrance and use Din's Fire to unseal it, what's to stop him from going further into the dungeon in child form? Simple. Right before the first check for the Lens of Truth, the fake metal panel in the wall, there's a gap that can only be crossed by using the hookshot, an item that only adult Link can access. So, after using the Nocturne of Shadow, the player will encounter 3 different checks. They have to use Din's Fire, they have to use the hookshot with the adult version of Link, and they have to use the Lens of Truth. It feels a bit incongruous that accessing the Shadow Temple to begin with requires waiting on a cutscene to trigger, when we have multiple examples, not just across the rest of the game, but even in the Shadow Temple itself, of these checks being integrated in a more natural, logical way. This is when the little devil on my shoulder starts whispering in my ear that I could come up with a better idea. She starts telling me to play pretend game designer. See, the reason the cutscene triggers when it does is because completion of the Shadow Temple requires the long shot, the upgraded hook shot that is found in the Water Temple. Why not just move the hook shot target in the dungeon's first room a little bit further back, so that you have to use the long shot in order to reach it? And then you can just have Sheik teach Link the Nocturne of Shadow when he enters the graveyard, just like how he teaches most of the other teleportation songs based on Link reaching certain locations. Only that wouldn't quite work, would it? Because the first thing Link is supposed to do after obtaining the Master Sword and becoming an adult is to go to the graveyard to get the hookshot. Would Sheik teach him the Nocturne of Shadow right then, before the player even has a chance to check out the forest or fire temples? Or would Sheik wait for the player to return to the graveyard after their initial visit to get the hookshot? Why would a player think to return after that, though? Would we just hope that players will stumble back at some point of their own volition? Maybe Navi could give another hint, tell them that they have unfinished business in the graveyard, but giving Navi the fairy another thing to annoy the player with is hardly elegant design. Or maybe the game designers could do a brilliant #game design thing and give the graveyard some really big, ominous feature, so that the player consciously feels like they'll need to return later. Hell, maybe even do away with the requirement to learn the Nocturne of Shadow altogether. Maybe put a big Grim Reaper statue at the back of the graveyard and give it a hookshot target that's too far away until you get the long shot. Then Sheik teaches the song after you have used your own gamer brain to understand where to go next, without needing some stupid cutscene to point you in the right direction. Great. It took a little bit of iteration, but we have a better game already, and all it took was the brilliant insight of some random person with a YouTube channel. But I'm not so sure, really. Even if I could say with any amount of confidence that this big, bold suggestion wouldn't result in a bunch of unforeseen problems, which is always a possibility with game design. Even assuming that no such problems would arise, I still think the Shadow Temple would lose something if it took this approach.
Because so much of what's appealing to me about the Shadow Temple conceptually is the unassuming way that it's integrated into the surrounding area. Until you get the ability to teleport up to it, you probably wouldn't have even noticed this ledge in the back of the graveyard. If you did, I doubt that your first guess is that this is the site of one of the game's dungeons. Like I mentioned earlier, when I talked about how both areas start with the player walking through a fake wall, the game already pulled a trick like this, hiding a dungeon in an unassuming location, with the mini dungeon at the bottom of the well. But again, rather than feeling like this is just the same trick being repeated, I would argue that this shared element has thematic value. The Shadow Temple feels like the culmination of an arc that began when the player first started poking around Kakariko Village. As a child, you can uncover the royal family's tomb. Maybe you weren't expecting to find unnaturally blue walls and stonework with arcane symbols carved into it. Maybe you weren't expecting the smoking puddles of green ooze in a room full of shrieking zombies. But spooky is par for the course for a tomb, so you write it off. But then you have to return later to race against the gravekeeper Dompe inside of his grave. The two graves are similar aesthetically, sharing elements like their blue cave walls, but they still have their own particular flavors. The royal family's tomb is a compact structure with two separate combat encounters, whereas Dompe's grave is a single extended platforming challenge. The royal family's tomb feels like a benign, if somber, space that has been twisted by some kind of supernatural pollution, hence the smoking green ooze, whereas the completely oozeless Dompe's grave feels like it's driven by the whims of its owner, who acts out of a reckless playfulness more than malice. There's one distinction between them in particular that sticks out to me. It makes sense that the royal family has their own tomb, but why does the gravekeeper have one? And why is it such a large, elaborate space? Is Dompe the world's most well-compensated ditch digger? Did he contract Kakariko Village's homosexual construction workers to bring his vision into reality? Or did he just find an already existing tunnel complex and decide that it was where he wanted to spend his afterlife? Or was it a normal grave that he was able to use ghost magic to contort into an unnatural shape? I mentioned earlier that I'm reluctant to appeal to logic when doing media critique, and this is a great example of why. If Ocarina of Time explained why Dompe's grave is like this, or even just acknowledged how odd it is, it would be less evocative. It's part of the fun when you're able to give your own answers to your own questions. All these questions aside, though, the biggest question comes when the player has gotten to the end, after they've snagged Dompe's stretching, shrinking keepsake, the hookshot. Leaving Dompe's grave, the player emerges not inside the fenced-in boundaries of the graveyard, but inside Kakariko Village's windmill. Whatever strange forces may be operating in the graveyard, they aren't contained to it, but are seeping into the town itself. This becomes even more evident when the player returns to Kakariko Village to investigate the bottom of the well later in the game, after gaining the ability to freely travel back and forth in time. You have to play the Song of Storms inside the windmill while Link is a child, which summons a storm inside the windmill, which causes the mechanism to speed up, which somehow drains the water out of the well, opening it up for exploration. We've already spent a good deal of time with the mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well, but now we can better place it within its context in the story of Kakariko Village. With this mini-dungeon, we see that the evil forces found underneath the graveyard have taken root underneath the village proper, and they're probably fucking with the drinking water. And then, after that, comes the Shadow Temple. As Link runs through those few early rooms seeking the hover boots, the skulls embedded in those enigmatic catacomb walls whisper to him about the Shadow Temple, about how it's where Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred is gathered. The evil lurking under the well and inside the royal family's tomb seemed at first to be an invasive force, but with the context of the Shadow Temple, whose unnatural architecture stretches deep underground, it instead seems like the evil was always there, and the pleasant village came much later.
The magic boat that floats across the bottomless chasm is activated when Link plays the song of Hyrule's royal family, also known as Zelda's Lullaby. Is the royal family's mark down here because they imprisoned the evil within the Shadow Temple, or because the royal family wanted to tap into the temple's shadowy power? Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that this environmental storytelling elevates the game to lofty heights, and that this is all brilliant subtext or anything like that. No, it's working very much at a level that a child can comprehend. But I do think that these events, spread across the game, come together in a satisfying and, at times, surprising way to tell a story of Link's evolving understanding of Kakariko Village, and that's worthy of praise on its own.
Anyway, this is all just a roundabout way of saying that, even though I could make a case for putting a big, cool Grim Reaper statue in the graveyard to give the player something memorable to return to, I think the game benefits more from letting the Shadow Temple lurk in the background, and it's all just a roundabout way of giving just one example of why I'm hesitant to make game design suggestions, even if I'm confident in my ability to identify points where a game is lacking.
We're once again in the territory where it becomes surprisingly convoluted to express how I feel about Ocarina of Time, because for all the praise I'm capable of heaping onto the way the Shadow Temple is presented, I still walk away wondering if it could have been done better, even if I'm not sure what steps should have been taken. And while I'm sure it seems silly to linger so much on not even a dungeon, but the sequence that introduces a dungeon, I do think this section has a lot to say about the competing design ideas driving Ocarina of Time.
But I think it's time to dig deeper into the dungeon itself. In fact, we are going to skip all the way to almost the end. I've already discussed the Shadow Temple's opening sequence and the way it ensures you have various items. I mentioned earlier that the dungeon's use of the item Din's Fire is a bit of a sticking point with me. Let me elaborate.
The room where you obtain the boss key has a classic action movie set piece. 2 walls with spikes on them close in on you, and you have to figure out how to save yourself. The solution? The walls are made of wood and can be burned. The problem? They only respect Din's Fire and will stubbornly resist fire arrows. I'm sure it seems nitpicky to complain about this, but it really did affect my experience with the game when I was first replaying it for the sake of this essay. When I saw the wooden walls closing in, my first assumption was that I needed to burn them, but for whatever reason, I decided to use fire arrows. When that didn't work, I assumed I had to do something else for a few minutes. Maybe bombs or the hammer would break the walls. Maybe I needed to hookshot out of the way. Maybe the lens of truth can help somehow. Until I ran out of options and finally decided to try Din's Fire. Hardly a eureka moment. I didn't even feel relieved, just annoyed about the inconsistency. When fire is the solution, but the game is secretly being picky about what types of fire will work, it doesn't feel like you're solving a problem. It just ends up feeling like guesswork. If you want to see a counterpoint showing how good it feels when a game is consistent with these kinds of mechanics, you need look no further than the boundaries of the Legend of Zelda series. The 2 most recent entries, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, are in large part built around worlds that function on consistent rules. If something is made of wood, any fire is going to burn it. Anyway, I don't want to be too harsh on this moment in the Shadow Temple. It is, after all, the moment that brings you to the end of the Shadow Temple, and the end is pretty cool. There is this set piece where you have to knock over a big pillar to form a bridge across a bottomless chasm. That brings you to the Shadow Temple's penultimate room, one of my favorite individual rooms in the game. It seems like it's just an entrance door and an exit door separated by a featureless black void, but the lens of truth reveals a tangle of platforms that you have to carefully hop and hover across to reach the other side. It's compelling in a mechanical sense, as you have to contend with the claustrophobic, limited field of view granted by the lens of truth as you're slipping around in the hover boots. But my favorite part of this room is its aesthetic quality. The goal is, as mentioned, to get to the other side, but this room's stark imagery makes me wonder if Link is crossing over to a more metaphorical other side. Well, either way, once you get to the other side, you can face off against the dungeon's boss, the Phantom Shadow Beast, Bongo Bongo. Aesthetically and mechanically, this is an easy candidate for best boss fight in the game. You go into this room with eerie blue-green lighting and fall through this big hole in the floor. You land on an eerie blue-green platform that is suddenly revealed to be the top of a drum that Bongo Bongo's floating, disembodied hands are banging on. You gotta disable his cadaverous hands and then whack the bloody stump on his giant, decapitated torso a few times to defeat him. There's a surprising variety of ways to approach this fight, but that's part of why I don't really feel like getting into it all too deeply. As good of a fight as Bongo Bongo is, I'm mostly just glad to get to him because it means that I am almost done with the Shadow Temple. But if it starts solidly and then ends with both a great single room challenge and a great boss fight, what could be so bad about the Shadow Temple? The Shadow Temple is a collection of challenges that are, for the most part, good, or at least tolerable, or at least interesting, that are undermined by ineffective structure. You can see this right after you use the hover boots to cross the threshold, running across the gap in the room with the bird statue and the Skull of Truth. You walk across the stone tongue of the open-faced statue in the wall into its mouth, and come upon a long hallway that slopes steeply downwards. This hallway leads to 3 different rooms, one of which is locked, meaning you'll have to find a key in the other 2 rooms. Don't let this fork in the road fool you. The way this dungeon works is simple. It's a straight line to the finish, but sometimes there are locked doors, so you have to make a small detour to find a key before you can proceed. In a way, this is similar to the Fire Temple, but the Shadow Temple is much more straightforward. You can see this in a quantifiable sense, as the Fire Temple gives you multiple opportunities to hold multiple keys, whereas the Shadow Temple only ever allows you to hold on to 1 key at a time. But it's not the Shadow Temple's straightforward design alone that frustrates me. The biggest problem I have with the Shadow Temple is that I can almost never think of a good reason why one room connects to another. For whatever the strengths of its individual moments, the dungeon's concept loses definition as soon as you start to zoom out. With the Fire Temple, I feel like I can articulate how the different challenges connect and resonate with each other. For example, is the room where you push a big stone block onto a jet of flame to create a makeshift elevator presenting an interesting challenge? Not particularly. Nor is its immediate successor, the room with the crystal switch puzzle that I specifically referred to as the unmemorable room. But their place in the dungeon's overall structure is sensible. They're slow-paced, puzzly bits where you're traveling vertically. These 2 puzzly, vertical rooms are in between rooms that are action set pieces where you're traveling horizontally. The chaotic room with the flaming skulls and the rolling boulder maze room. Even if the individual challenges aren't particularly interesting, they're arranged in a way that gives the dungeon a distinct, understandable navigational identity. I rarely feel like I can talk about the Shadow Temple in those kinds of terms. There's the earliest sequence where you seek out the hover boots so you can cross the threshold. I like the way you start in a constricted hallway that gives way to a small but still open feeling room, but then have to trudge through another set of constrictive spaces to find the hover boots before you can properly proceed. It's a solid little emotional arc conveyed through the dungeon's architecture, but altogether this takes, 5 minutes? After which, you go down a long hallway and arrive at the fork in the road, as I mentioned earlier. Long hallway that ends with a fork in the road is probably the closest thing this dungeon has to a consistent navigational theme, but that is quite the stretch. None of the hallways or the forks in the road resemble each other. The first such hallway is just an empty hallway that slopes steeply downwards. You head east through the hallway into the first fork in the road, a small circular room with a Beamos statue in the center. This circular room connects to 3 different rooms. The way forward is behind a locked door, right across from the steeply sloping hallway. The room to the right of the locked door is a quick combat challenge against 2 Gibdos, mummies that behave similarly to the zombie-like re-deads. Defeating these 2 Gibdos rewards the player with the dungeon's compass. The last room that the small circular room connects to, the room to the left of the locked door, is a silver rupee challenge. It takes place in a big square room with a big statue in the center that spins around with a pair of long sides. You have to either run to the far edges of the room to avoid them, or hold out your shield. Not to block, but because using the shield causes you to crouch and dodge the blades. This task is made trickier by the difficulty of keeping the camera focused on the spinning sides. Rather than looking at the trap directly, you have to learn to internalize its timing so you don't get hit while you're not looking. The room is also filled with these waist-high wooden posts that make it tricky to move around. You have to either run around them or try to hop over them. It's a risk-reward decision, but which option is riskier is always changing, depending on where you are relative to the sides. I like the platforming challenge created by this combination of elements. I like this room in isolation, but am I crazy for expecting a bit more symmetry? The small circular room is radially symmetrical, so I would expect that the rooms it connects to would mirror each other in some way. I guess I could stretch and say that the entrance to this circular room, the steeply sloping hallway, is mirrored by the twisting, trap-filled hallway outside the locked exit door. But what about the other 2 rooms? The big room with the spinning sides and the silver rupees sits right across from the small room with the Gibdos. These 2 rooms make a strange pair. The big room with the spinning sides and the silver rupees has walls and floors made of large, cool blue bricks. The small room with the Gibdos resembles the 2 small rooms connected to the Whispering Wall maze. Just like those 2 rooms, its challenge consists of a single combat encounter that causes a treasure chest to appear. It also has walls with that same unsettling design, where they resemble a mass of ancient skulls. And neither the big room with the spinning sides and the silver rupees, nor the small room with the Gibdos resembles the small circular room connecting them, whose walls are made of small, dingy yellow bricks. So there's no thematic connection that would make it make sense that these 2 rooms branch off the same center point. After you get the key from the room with the silver rupees and the spinning sides, you can unlock the door to the east and proceed to the second hallway. Unlike the straight and empty first hallway, the second hallway is long and winding and filled with traps. What kind of traps? There are these cool guillotines, for one thing. What makes them cool? It's not just that guillotines are cool. Look up. The posts on their wooden frame are topped with these excellent little rat demon statues. They are one of my favorite little decorative flourishes in this game. Dealing with the guillotines is simple. The blade rises and falls in a predictable pattern, so run through without getting sliced. There are also big skultulas that drop from the ceiling. The bigness of the Shadow Temple's big skultulas refers not just to their physical size, but also to the bigness of how much they cheat. They actually hide above the ceiling and simply clip through in order to ambush you, so you can't see them before they attack. And no, using the lens of truth doesn't reveal their hiding spot, because the ceilings that they hide above aren't illusions. They're simply allowed to break the rules of the game. Technically, you can see their shadows on the ground, but they're barely visible thanks to the odd, uneven coloring and busy pattern on the floor. So you're likely going to take a few unfair hits, even if you're trying to be slow and careful. For the longest time, it just felt like capriciousness on the part of the level designers. But after close study of the Shadow Temple in the process of writing this piece, I might have figured out a different intention. Right as you finish going through this hallway and emerge into this big open room, Navi the fairy stops you to give her customary warning about wall masters. Evidently, you'll have to avoid getting grabbed as you make your way through this room. Only, the wall masters never seem to show up. Okay, technically there's a tiny patch of the floor right when you emerge into the big open room where you might be grabbed by a wall master. Take 2 steps in any other direction though, and you'll be safe again. Even more so than in the Forest Temple, you have to try harder to get grabbed than to avoid it. Hold on, what is it that Navi says? Watch out for the shadows of monsters that hang from the ceiling. Oh, she's not talking about the Wallmaster. She's talking about the big Skulltulas. It's a joke. She's warning about them right after you're done getting your ass whooped by the hallway full of them.
At least, that's what I'm pretty sure is happening.
boy, does the joke sure not land, though. The game is just contorting itself and breaking its own rules too much to allow the player to process it. For the joke to properly land, it has to feel a little bit more organic and a little bit more fair. That is, of course, assuming it is supposed to be a joke and isn't just some odd side effect of the wall masters not being programmed correctly to work in this big open room. I'm getting away from my main point here, but I will say that the Shadow Temple has a recurring joke that does actually work. There are so many treasure chests in this dungeon that are just there to fuck with you. My favorite example is this room with sliding blade traps and gibdos. There's a locked door at the other end, and you know that the key has to be somewhere in this room. You get rid of the gibdos because they're annoying, and surprise, a treasure chest appears. It has to be the key, right? Wrong. It has a single blue rupee. The treasure chest with the key is actually buried under a big pile of shit in the corner near the room's entrance. The treasure chest you got for defeating the Gibdos was just there to waste your time. Part of what makes this joke funny is the fact that this kind of thing has already happened multiple times within the Shadow Temple, enough for the player to start to notice that it's being done deliberately, unlike Navi warning you about the shadows of monsters hanging from the ceiling, which just feels like a random, forgettable one-off occurrence. Anyway, the long, winding hallway with the guillotines and the spiders bears little resemblance to the long, sloping, empty hallway, and likewise, the big open room bears little resemblance to the small circular room. But if I am going to pretend the Shadow Temple has a cohesive structure, the small circular room was our first fork in the road, and the big open room is our second. And credit where it's due, I think this is a great room. One of the best in the game, even. This room feels big. There's plenty of space between Link and the cave's ceiling, and there's even more space on Link's sides, but no direction feels as well represented as down. The big bottomless pit in this room isn't the only bottomless pit in Ocarina of Time, but it somehow feels like the most bottomless of them all. Something about the cave walls and brick structures of this room seems alive, as if the natural and artificial elements are eating each other. There really is just something about the way these harsh, rectangular brick platforms bite into the soft, uneven cave walls, while the cave walls, in turn, seem to be swallowing up some of the brick structures, like the room's entrance and two of its exits. These competing natural and artificial elements seem alive in the same way that a fungus or a moss is alive. They shift and grow over long periods of time, but aren't animate in an immediately visible sense. The room is animated in other ways. You can hear it, the constant sinister sound of chains rattling as they pull on moving platforms and on guillotine blades. The blades make a sound of their own as they slice into the ground repeatedly, a sharp, raspy sound. The statues of rat demons that sit atop the various mechanisms are silent, but you can easily imagine the sound of them cackling. You want to know a weird thought I have about this room? Even with all the rat demon statues and guillotine traps, the structure in the room that seems the most evil to me is this brick platform attached to chains that's constantly getting hoisted up and dropped. Maybe it's because I'm constantly fucking up this jump. I always feel tempted to jump over to it without equipping the hover boots. It works sometimes if you get the timing just right, but it doesn't work most of the time. Can you blame me for not wanting to interrupt the room's flow by stopping to change my shoes? This room has a great flow. You start by hopping through a line of guillotine traps. You get briefly spooked by a flaming skull hopping out of the void to ambush you. Then you either fight with or flee from a Stalfos who drops in from above. From the Stalfos platform, you can either hop onto some invisible platforms on one side or jump onto the aforementioned evil-seeming platform attached to chains on the other side. If you do the latter, you can then either proceed through another guillotine trap to a different set of invisible platforms, or you can hop over to this island with a Beamos statue circled by 2 sliding blade traps. There's some silver rupee collection to be done over here, and while it feels a little strange to have something like that relegated to a small corner of a larger room, I think it works well and just contributes to the feeling that there's a lot going on in here. For all the praise I've heaped onto this big open room, it has a commensurate problem. I simply don't care for the rooms that it connects to. There's another room with a big spinning scythe statue, only this time it's invisible. That's a fine enough twist, but why is this room one of 2 in the dungeon that is solely dedicated to housing a gold Skulltula? Other dungeons have little side areas for this kind of purpose, and the Fire Temple even has a large room dedicated to it, but either way, they're usually hidden away from the main path. Not so in the Shadow Temple. This invisible spinning scythe room seems like a perfectly natural place to go. Likewise with the other room that merely houses a gold Skulltula, the room with 3 large spinning pots that you have to throw bombs into. Both of these rooms are natural evolutions of a previous room's challenge. The room with the invisible scythes is an evolution of the room with the visible scythes and the silver rupees, and the room with the 3 large spinning pots is an evolution of the room with just 1 large stationary pot. They don't feel like bonuses, they don't feel like places to find secrets, they feel like red herrings. I seem to have lost my place. Where was I? Oh right, the rooms that connect to the big open room. Even for me, someone who likes being a completionist with the Legend of Zelda games, the room with the invisible scythes feels like a waste of valuable dungeon real estate. What about an actually useful room connected to the big open room? The one where you get the next key. The puzzle here, where you push and pull a big stone block to use as a, to borrow the game's phrasing, stone umbrella to protect against the rain that is a crushing ceiling with spikes on it, is decent, but takes way too long. I haven't really talked about it, but pushing blocks in this game is maddeningly slow, and this is a room where you really feel that. Meanwhile, what's up with this room's theming? Why is it going for a prison cell block aesthetic that no other room in the Shadow Temple is doing? Well, whatever. You get the key from the stone umbrella room, and then you use the key and you go to the last room that the big open room connects to. It's a room with some invisible spikes and visible redeads. Collect the silver rupees in here to open up the door to a room that I've already mentioned in passing. The first of 2 rooms involving throwing bombs into large pots. In this case, it's just 1 stationary pot instead of 3 spinning pots. When you blow it up, you find a key. Now that you have that key, you can unlock a door in the room with the invisible spikes and the visible redeads. This door leads to a room where you solve puzzles involving getting blown around by fans. Look, do I have to keep doing this? Do you see the way the subject keeps drifting? Do you see the way I seem to be jumping around with no rhyme or reason, even as I just go through the different rooms, mostly in order? Let me sum up most of what I've said so far about the Shadow Temple. You cross the threshold with the hover boots, but instead of getting a big introduction to the dungeon, like you do in the forest, fire, and water temples, you get a little bit of busy work with combat and platforming. Then you deal with a joke that doesn't feel like a joke before arriving in a big, genuinely cool room that is just a delivery service for more disconnected tasks. And that is the Shadow Temple. It's just task after task. I spent a lot of words trying to talk about how dungeons exist in your brain in a more complex way than just as a list of tasks, but that is what the Shadow Temple feels like. The only structural approach that describes it in a satisfying way is a checklist. In Mark Brown's video about Ocarina of Time's dungeon design, he settles on criticizing the Shadow Temple for its linearity, but that's not really what frustrates me about this dungeon, at least not inherently. The act of navigating a dungeon can be satisfying, even if it is super linear, even if the design of its challenges is mediocre, as long as it has its own distinctive feeling. Being so linear could, in theory, give the opportunity to tightly control that feeling. But the Shadow Temple's tasks don't build on each other in interesting ways, and they're arranged seemingly randomly. If the tasks were entirely disconnected from each other, that could be interesting in its own way. The Shadow Temple almost does this. It requires a wide variety of Link's tools, compared to previous dungeons and has the player use them in new and unusual ways. But then, many of its mechanics get reused, like silver rupees, or rooms that consist of a single combat encounter. It's repetitive without being focused, and inconsistent without being varied. The visual design is also subtly incoherent. There are so many types of brick, wall, and floor, and they're often used to create rooms that are visually striking on an individual level. But why does the Shadow Temple ever choose one type of brick and not the other? Seriously, if you want to feel like you're going insane, just start paying attention to how many different types of masonry there seems to be in this single dungeon, and how often the color scheme changes from room to room with no discernible change in mood. But because the specifics of the color scheme keep changing, because the bricks in the walls and the floor keep changing, there's no sense that there's any continuity between rooms. Contrast the Forest Temple. Notice how in the Forest Temple, rooms that are connected to each other will often have the same wall or floor texture. Notice how certain doors have rugs that appear on both sides of the door. This baseline of continuity contextualizes the strangeness of rooms like the one with the checkerboard floor and the falling ceiling. There are more approaches to visual continuity, of course. In dungeons like Dodongo's Cavern or the Fire Temple, there's a distinct sense that some of the rooms are much hotter or cooler than others. There's a change in atmosphere from room to room, but that's because those different rooms are reflecting on that same theme of temperature. In the Shadow Temple, rooms like the two with the bombable jars are individually interesting to look at. I like the way the jar, or jars, sit menacingly in the center of the room, wrapped in an imperial staircase like a scarf. The jar, or jars, are topped with flickering blue flames, casting the room in a strange pallor. It's good stuff, and because there are two of these rooms, you might reasonably expect it to tie into some sort of theme. But no. What does the blue flame jar room have to do with the dungeon's penultimate room, the black void room I complimented earlier? What do they have to do with the whispering wall maze? What do they have to do with the fog-filled room with the big magical boat ride? These are all different things that read as sinister, but there's no central theme to latch onto other than their intended emotional effect. There's nothing even so simple as the commitment that the dungeon inside Ganon's castle has to making a variety of unnatural spaces that purely run on video game logic. The rooms of the Shadow Temple add up to a vague suggestion of a theme, but that theme never materializes in any specific way. Somewhere between all of this, aesthetics, pacing, mechanics, what have you, is this concept of navigational identity that I've been trying to express all over this essay. What does it feel like to traverse a space? I can think of no more succinct explanation of why the Shadow Temple comes up short in terms of navigational identity than in the fact that this dungeon, which theoretically has a motif of descent into the underworld, is primarily arranged horizontally. Unlike the Fire Temple, where entire rooms will be dedicated to vertical traversal, the Shadow Temple almost seems to hide the player's downward movement, relegating it to quick hallways while having the player spend most of their time in rooms dedicated to lateral movement. I don't hate the Shadow Temple. There are many aspects of it that I like. It starts strong, as I mentioned. Getting the dungeon's key item, the hover boots, early on instead of in the middle or towards the end is an interesting change of pace. And the dungeon makes good use of these boots. And it ends strong, with a few memorable set pieces clustered together right next to a standout boss fight. That just leaves the middle then. Not just the middle section of the dungeon, but all the little middles that come in between all the individual parts. The connective tissue simply isn't there, so it doesn't come together. When I think about this dungeon, I don't think about the spooky whispering wall maze at the beginning, or the cool boat ride at the end. I think of the big puke-colored blur in the middle. The Shadow Temple is one of the more popular of Ocarina of Time's dungeons, according to at least one survey. I guess this is one of those places where my own values in game design diverge sharply from what at least one survey says is typical. It's not the only place either, so brace yourself for that. A place where I don't disagree with what at least one survey says is the mainstream opinion on Ocarina of Time is in my high opinion of the dungeon that comes right after the Shadow Temple, the Spirit Temple. Like the Shadow Temple, the Spirit Temple has the somewhat dubious distinction of being an exemplar of what I mean when I refer to Ocarina of Time's Silver Rupee arc. This part of the game is Ocarina of Time at its clunkiest, at its most indecisive. These two dungeons share a lot of design oddities, with their use of Silver Rupee challenges as the most obvious example. Nonetheless, the Spirit Temple somehow manages to rise above this to become one of my favorite parts of Ocarina of Time. How can I explain this discrepancy? Well, I'll give the Spirit Temple its due soon. But first, I want to talk about the Ice Cavern. The Ice Cavern is one of the less popular parts of Ocarina of Time, but I don't really mind it. In order to get to the similarly unpopular Water Temple, you need to find a way to sink down to its entrance at the bottom of Lake Hylia. You find what you need in the Ice Cavern, the mini dungeon that contains the Iron Boots. Like the Shadow Temple, the Ice Cavern sits in an inconspicuous, inaccessible location. Zora's Fountain, the pond where Lord Jabu Jabu resides when Link is still a child, has a cave situated along one of its walls. Even if you do notice it, when you visit as Child Link, it's too high up from the water's surface to reach. Unlike the Shadow Temple, you can reach the Ice Cavern right away, after Link becomes an adult. By this point, Zora's domain has been frozen over completely, and Zora's Fountain has become much colder, and lost its resident whale. In his stead, the fountain has gained a few chunks of ice that you can hop across in order to climb into the Ice Cavern. Once you get inside, you're greeted with a dazzling, saturated blue environment that starkly contrasts with the understated earth tones and soft blue water of Zora's Fountain right outside. Saturated as it may be, it doesn't feel one note. One of the things I appreciate about this dungeon aesthetically is the variety with which it depicts a fantastical icy environment, with the soft snows of the hallways giving way to rooms where geometrically patterned ice sits on the surface of running water, which gives way to more soft snows, which give way to sections where the floor is made of completely solid blocks of ice. There's also a surprising variety of walls here, with some appearing to be compacted snow, some appearing to be rock coated with a layer of ice, and some appearing to be pure solid ice. Then, of course, is the unnatural red ice, which gives some nice splashes of visual variety, whether it be subtle, as it is when it appears in the form of a white slab with a touch of pinkish red, or whether it be intense, as it is when it appears in the form of bright red crystals. Red ice is melted with unnaturally cold blue flames. You find blue flame burning in a few torches in the Ice Cavern, and you can bottle it up to drop on red ice later. Setting aside my mixed feelings about how blue flames work as a mechanic, they're a cool visual concept. And then there's the mini dungeon's bizarre final room, where you fight a white Wolfos and obtain the Iron Boots. I think that they were going for a sort of Starfield visual effect, but it really doesn't work. The room is too obviously boxy. It just looks like starry wallpaper. Whether or not it's successful in expressing its visual ideas, though, this room is unique and compelling. I especially like the way the entrance is made out of crystals that resemble blue quartz more than they do ice. Some other aesthetic details I like. This mini dungeon has a more contiguous design than the rest of Ocarina of Time's dungeons, using hallways to load in the larger rooms instead of doors. The White Wolfos room is entered and exited through doors, but that's the only exception. This mist on the ground in the sliding block puzzle room is a welcome atmospheric touch. Only having it in this room makes an already unique feeling room feel even more unique, and gives the sense that this is definitely the coldest part of the mini dungeon. And of course, it's cute how Link shivers and sniffles and sneezes while he's in here. Oh, look at the poor thing.
Of course, it's not just the cold making him miserable. We gotta talk about the ice cavern's mechanics.
This mini dungeon is filled with icicles. Icicles rising up from the ground block your path constantly, slowing you down as you have to shatter them with a swipe of the sword. It's a satisfying feeling, but don't get distracted, as icicles hanging from the ceiling try to take revenge for their siblings by falling onto Link's head. This mini dungeon has a few booby traps like that, which isn't necessarily a problem. I like this one room with the falling icicles and the spinning scythe trap, and how all these traps interact with each other and the slippery physics to create some frantic avoidant action. This room also sees the unceremonious introduction of the silver rupee mechanic, and by extension is the beginning of what I've been calling Ocarina of Time's silver rupee arc. 2 rooms in the ice cavern feature silver rupees. Unlike their appearance in the mini dungeon at the bottom of the well, and to a lesser extent their appearances in the Shadow Temple, which felt thematically connected to the ideas being expressed in their respective areas, these silver rupees are serving a pure gameplay purpose, much as they did in the dungeon inside Ganon's castle. In the case of this room with the spinning scythe trap, the silver rupees keep you in the room dealing with the booby traps for a little bit longer. To that end, I think they work pretty well, and I don't really mind their lack of thematic connection to the ice cavern, which, despite its strong atmosphere, is one of the more mechanics-driven areas in Ocarina of Time.
Unfortunately, icy annoyances like to rear their ugly head. The threat of being frozen into a block of ice and incapacitated for a few seconds is ever present, with both of the ice cavern's main monsters, the evil ice sculptures called Freezards, and the bat-like monsters Reef, an unnaturally cold blue flame called Ice Keese, having that ability.
Freezards are either stationary or move around in predictable patterns and have to slowly rotate to face Link before using their primary attack, where they blow ice on him, which they can only do once every few seconds. They sort of feel like automated turrets, an extension of the ice cavern's booby trap theme. They freeze Link if he touches their body as well, but their ranged attack is the real threat, and they're easily dealt with if you're near them. If you get frozen by a Freezard, it feels like you, the player, have made a mistake worthy of punishment. Besides, shattering them piece by piece is satisfying enough to make up for the annoyance. The ice keese, however, freely fly around the room in unpredictable patterns, usually high up and away from your line of sight, occasionally swooping in to cause a big frozen pain in your ass. One ice keese, likely the first you'll encounter, is especially annoying for how it ambushes you while you're stuck climbing up a ledge. Because they do damage on contact, trying to hit them with your sword is risky. This isn't inherently a problem. Normal keese and fire keese work the same way. Unlike normal keese and fire keese, though, you aren't able to get quick revenge if you take a hit, because you're too busy being frozen. Instead of dealing with them as you're navigating, you should snipe them all before even attempting to deal with a room's challenges. In other words, these enemies don't provide an especially interesting challenge on their own, which could be fine. Some enemies are more interesting in combination with other enemies, or have some other indirect purpose. Normal keese and fire keese are a great example of this. The way they dive bomb at unpredictable times makes them great at spicing up encounters with other enemies and hazards, and when they appear by themselves, they can serve as a prompt to survey the area in first person. None of the rooms that ice keese are found in need to be surveyed like this, though. Dealing with the ice keese is just enough of a pain that you might feel tempted to not bother, only to cause yourself more pain in the long run as they continually ambush ambush you, but you will be especially tempted, as enemies respawn every time a room is reloaded in Ocarina of Time, and the rooms in which ice keys appear are the ones the player is most likely to visit multiple times. Namely, they appear in the 3 rooms that have a blue flame torch. Flying into these icy flames is, in fact, how ice keys get their icy powers. Fire keys work the same way. They're normal keys who have flown into the flames of a regular torch. There's a lot of red ice in this mini dungeon, and depending on your level of foresight and how many empty bottles you have, you might end up needing to make multiple trips back to a blue flame torch, which means more time spent dealing with the ice keys and freezards. And, by extension, more time getting frozen. And then, once you get to the sliding block puzzle room, you have to deal with the annoyance of a sliding block puzzle on top of the annoyance of dealing with ice keys, with the possibility of additional annoyance if you finish without bringing a blue flame with you to melt the red ice in front of the door to the next room. Forget the white wolfos that serves as an underwhelming boss fight. The room preceding it is definitely the mini-dungeon's real climax, and it's not an especially fun one. I'm the kind of sicko who likes these puzzles too. If you're unfamiliar or need a refresher, the way they work is that instead of pushing blocks one space at a time, you push them and they slide until they hit an obstruction. Because you don't have fine control over where they end up and can easily work your way into a corner, the most effective way to solve these puzzles is to work backwards from the solution. It's an artificial and video gamey type of puzzle, but it doesn't feel exactly out of place in Ocarina of Time, especially not in one of its strangest areas. So I like these puzzles, and I have no issue with one being right here, and I appreciate the way this room merges the sliding blocks with the silver rupee mechanic. What's my issue with this room then? It's one of the most challenging single room puzzles in the game. Honestly, it's one of the very few instances where the game is requiring puzzle solving in any significant capacity at all. So it fits strangely alongside the action platforming challenges that the ice cavern is primarily comprised of, and more generally, it's incongruous with Ocarina of Time's overall approach to its challenges. It's strange how abruptly this puzzle theme is introduced, and how complex it is in its first presentation, and how it only reappears once, much later in the game, in the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, and even then, that instance of the puzzle is significantly simpler.
Now, when I was talking about that dungeon, I made an argument in favor of this, saying that it feels empowering to trounce this later game puzzle when the original gave so much trouble. I'm willing to stand by that interpretation. Games don't need to progress from less difficult to more difficult in a straightforward way. But because that moment, the only other instance where they appear, is so small and forgettable compared to their much more involved and memorable first showing, the ice blocks effectively feel like a bespoke mechanic of the ice cavern.
You could say that this is because these slippery ice blocks only make sense in the ice cavern, but I don't entirely buy that. They could have come up with a reason to put these kinds of puzzles elsewhere in the game. I prefer to see it as the game realizing and then immediately forgetting that you can introduce a mechanic in a somewhat complex context if the mechanic works intuitively enough. For the most part, the workings of this puzzle are intuitive. It's the solution that requires the work, and I can definitely appreciate that. Unfortunately, there is one unintuitive aspect to how these ice blocks work, and it really puts a damper on a puzzle that I would otherwise like. Namely, if you push the ice block into a bottomless pit, a new ice block spawns at the original spot. This isn't simply a convenient way of resetting the block's position. Reaching the final silver rupee requires you to push the ice block into what seems like a dead end on the opposite side of the room from the exit also being a seeming dead end. So in order to finish the puzzle, you have to deliberately push the ice block into what seems like a dead end and then push it into a pit so you can get a new ice block. I didn't
didn't remember this when I first replayed the game to research for this essay, so I assumed that pushing the block into one of the pits would make the puzzle impossible to complete. I would push the block around until I figured that there was nowhere else to go. I would then reset the puzzle by leaving the room and returning. This simple misunderstanding meant that I had to refight the ice keys and recollect the silver rupees multiple times until I figured out this basic aspect of how the puzzle works. The ice cavern is an unpopular part of this game, and I would be willing to bet that it is almost entirely because of this room. The other rooms are much easier to get along with, but just don't add up to much. The ice block room is the most complete feeling idea that the ice cavern has, but even if you like this type of puzzle, it undermines itself by hinging on an underexplained mechanic. So the ice cavern is a mini dungeon comprised of rooms that are either insubstantial or annoying. You probably get the idea, but I also want to give some space for one of my weirder grievances. For whatever reason, one of the most irritating things about this mini dungeon to me is the fact that it has a map and compass, like the main dungeons and the mini dungeon at the bottom of the well do. Now, the map and compass are more useful in some dungeons than in others, but they're particularly useless in the ice cavern, which is too small to get lost in and only has 3 treasure chests for the compass to detect. Actually, only 2, because one of those chests contains the compass, and really, it's more likely that the compass will only show you 1 treasure chest, the one containing the iron boots, because you've almost definitely gotten the treasure chest with the map beforehand. The inclusion of a map and compass feels like it's done out of obligation, which is dumb on its own merits, but especially so when Gerudo Fortress, Gerudo Training Ground, and the dungeon inside Ganon's castle don't have these items and would all have benefited more from having them. Also, I haven't really had a good chance to mention this, but the song that plays in here is this sort of shrill, sort of atmospheric track that feels maddening once it's looped a few times.
So yeah, there are a fair few things that bother me here in the ice cavern, but I still feel kinda charmed by this mini dungeon for a few reasons. Not even just in terms of aesthetics, but also in terms of mechanics.
I like the idea of the blue flames and how they work sorta like keys, even if I wish acquiring them was less tedious. I wish the platforming would have been more of a focus, but what is here is enjoyable if you're a sicko like me who enjoys platforming in Legend of Zelda games. And despite my complaints, now that I know how the ice block puzzle works, I find it a lot more tolerable. But also, a critical aspect of my enjoyment of the ice cavern lies in an underrated aspect of dungeon design, and that is layout. Take a look at this map.
Now, as I already said, it has always seemed dumb to me that they bothered putting the map item in this mini dungeon. But when I look at it, I can't help but begrudgingly nod my head in approval. It's a good-looking map. I like how there are 3 circular rooms and 3 rectangular rooms. Sure, the outline of these rooms doesn't make much of an impact on their gameplay. Any of the circular rooms could be rectangular and vice versa, and you would hardly notice. But it's the kind of distinction that allows you to more easily organize the space in your head.
Zooming in a bit more, we can look at the satisfying way rooms flow into each other. Sure, the idea of a hallway leading to a larger room is hardly a revolutionary one, but the way the mini challenges of avoiding traps in the hallways lead to the more involved challenges of the larger rooms gives the mini dungeon a nice rhythm, even if those larger challenges don't add up to much. If nothing else, unlike the repetitive hallways of Gerudo's Fortress or the chaotic jumble of the Shadow Temple, the ice cavern strikes a good balance where every room feels a bit unique but never out of place. This is no small thing, it's where aesthetics meet function, and why I felt the need to talk about all the subtle variations on ice and
and snow that this mini dungeon features. Even if you don't consciously notice them, and I certainly didn't until I was writing this piece, these elements still matter. With the Shadow Temple, I spent a surprising amount of time talking about all the different varieties of brick walls and floors, and how they hurt the dungeon's sense of visual cohesion. The Ice Cavern manages to avoid this. Its small size helps, of course, as does its broad, elemental theming. And even within its small space, you can forget where you're going sometimes with all the similar-looking hallways. But the main rooms have just enough visual variety and connect to each other in understandable enough ways that it's easy to recover your sense of place if you get mixed up. It's satisfying to map it out in your head, and the map that exists in the game is pleasant to look at. Just like I can't wholeheartedly complain about the map item, I also can't fully hate the compass item. It appears in the sleeper contender for my favorite room in the Ice Cavern. This chamber is a mix of what I'm learning are two of my favorite visual concepts. The first is the placement of the blue flame torch atop a slightly raised platform, making it look like an altar. The second is the way the low ceiling brings the hanging icicles down to where they meet the rising icicles, giving the impression of sharp fangs. This room is both an angry maw and a religious site. If it were a bit warmer, I would love to live there. Anyway, while we're talking temperature, my hot take on this cold place is that it's a series of challenges ranging from decent to irritating that's elevated by good structure. Now, I'm sure some of you in the audience are going ballistic and throwing things around and making a big mess right now, because I said the Ice Cavern is good, even though it's one of the most unpopular parts of the game, at least according to one survey. I would encourage you dweebs to stop throwing your tantrum and listen for once in your life, because my point isn't so much that the Ice Cavern is good, as much as it is that it helps illuminate what makes a Legend of Zelda dungeon enjoyable.
These dungeons are at their best when they don't feel like a list of tasks, but instead feel like a collection of ideas bound together in a coherent way. That's going to mean something different to everyone. It's for that very reason that there is no singular it factor that makes the dungeon good. Big set pieces like the boat in the Shadow Temple, or the twisting hallways in the Forest Temple, or the big Dodongo skull in Dodongo's Cavern have a self-evident value. But other things, like maintaining a balance between variety and consistency, giving rooms clear, readable shapes on the map, and ensuring that different rooms relate to each other in clear and interesting ways, can make a big difference too. If the Shadow Temple is the nadir of Ocarina of Time's final third, the portion of the game that I refer to as the Silver Rupee arc, then the Spirit Temple is its apex.
What differentiates the Silver Rupee arc from the portions of the game preceding it is that this is where the game, for better or for worse, starts to lean into video gamey abstraction to a greater extent. The portions of the game preceding the Ice Cavern have a generally greater sense of verisimilitude than the portions after it, but I don't want to get lost in the weeds of justifying what I mean when I say that. You could easily nitpick by pointing out, for example, that there is nothing particularly natural about, say, a giant talking tree with a mustache that has an elaborate constructed interior, complete with rooms separated by doors inside of it. All I can say in defense of my own system of categorizing the portions of this game is that it feels like somewhere along the line there is a reasonable and useful distinction to make. Well, I do have one other potential justification.
question. There's a quote from an interview that could back me up on this. It's an interview with Eiji Aonuma, an important figure in Ocarina of Time's development, who would proceed to have a major role in most subsequent Legend of Zelda games. Quote, "In the final dungeons, everything you've learned comes into play, and the puzzles are accompanied by an athletic element, as the staff who worked on Super Mario 64 were kind enough to help us out." Unquote. Super Mario 64 is a game released at the launch of the Nintendo 64 in 1996, 2 years before the release of Ocarina of Time. Super Mario 64 prioritizes creating fun and unique gameplay scenarios over things like direct storytelling or creating a contiguous world. In other words, its priorities are pretty different from those of Ocarina of Time. But with the Silver Rupee arc, that starts to change a bit. Now, I would not go as far as to say that Ocarina of Time becomes a Super Mario game at this point, just that the ethos of the game with the man wearing overalls and a red hat starts to spill into the game with the elf wearing a tunic and a floppy hat.
There are actually a lot of interesting threads to pull at with regards to the connection between these two games, which is why it's a shame that I simply won't be doing that, because my point is just to say that even if Eiji Aonuma doesn't give the specifics of what the staff of Super Mario 64 helped with, I'm pretty comfortable saying that the appearance of Silver Rupees heralds a change in how Ocarina of Time's dungeons are designed. That change results in dungeons that have some unique merits, but also feel more haphazard. Let me review what I've discussed so far.
Remember way back when I talked about the Gerudo Fortress mini-dungeon? Sure, it doesn't have any silver rupees, but unlike the Water Temple, which also doesn't contain any silver rupees and which I don't really count as part of the Silver Rupee arc, I think the Gerudo Fortress fits in with the rest of this arc quite well. It's enjoyable for me now, after I took the time to understand how it works, but there's no denying that it's designed in an alienating, confusing way. By contrast, the mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well stands alongside the Spirit Temple as a contender for the apex of the Silver Rupee arc. It's fully devoted to the task of confounding and frustrating the player, and I think it works marvelously to that end. It's definitely on its own wavelength, quite apart from the rest of the game, and I think that quality works mostly to its benefit, unlike in Gerudo Fortress. Neither of those mini-dungeons fit the mold as well as the dungeon inside Ganon's castle, which is perhaps the single exemplar of what the Silver Rupee arc is, not to mention the part of Ocarina of Time that most closely resembles Super Mario 64. This dungeon is just a carnival of different gameplay scenarios with a varying level of commitment to any kind of theme, but I think the gameplay scenarios range from mediocre to quite good, and the theming is simple enough and communicated with enough clarity to allow it to make some deviations and still feel coherent, even if there are a few strange, incongruous decisions. Meanwhile, I need not spend much more time than I already have discussing the Shadow Temple, which, despite the quality of some of its individual components, drove me to the brink of goddamn insanity the more I tried to make sense of what it was trying to express. The Shadow Temple is, according to at least one survey, a well-liked part of this game, unlike the Ice Cavern mini-dungeon, which I kind of like, despite its apparent unpopularity. The Ice Cavern lacks the space to develop its ideas, but that same compactness also works to its benefit, giving the mini-dungeon a pleasant overall shape and pacing, assuming you're not completely stonewalled by the sliding block puzzle.
With all of that being said, then, I think I can start to explain why I said that the Spirit Temple is the apex of the Silver Rupee arc. It's because, while it shares a lot of qualities with the Shadow Temple, the overall experience is a nearly exact inverse of it. The Shadow Temple is defined, for me, primarily by its annoyances, enough to distract from the parts that I like about it, whereas the things I appreciate about the Spirit Temple outshine the things that bother me. As I've alluded to before, the key difference is in how they're structured. Both the Shadow Temple and the Spirit Temple involve time travel in some capacity. Child Link explores the mini dungeon at the bottom of the well to find the lens of truth that will grant his adult self access to the Shadow Temple, whereas with the Spirit Temple, Child Link has to explore about a third of the actual dungeon before passing the baton to Adult Link to explore the rest. Both of these are valid approaches. The game manages to pull off the interesting trick of giving Child Link two different finales that explore different interpretations of the time travel concept without feeling redundant or contradictory. Now, this touches on an element of this game's story that feels weirder to me the older that I get. Are we supposed to understand Link to be a child throughout the whole game? When he travels to the future, are we supposed to interpret him as a child in the body of an adult? Has he been bigged like Tom Hanks in Big? Luckily for us, Ocarina of Time wisely decides to take a somewhat ambiguous approach, and unlike in the movie Big, Link is never fucked by an adult woman, or subjected to the horrors of wage labor. The mini dungeon at the bottom of the well emphasizes Link's status as a child who has been forced to take part in a dangerous quest involving cruel powers beyond his comprehension. It's a reminder to the player that, beneath the tough, handsome exterior of adult Link, this is who Link really is, by juxtaposing his child form against the most malevolent, sinister environment in the game, full of instruments of torture and shrieking zombies. Moreover, this mini-dungeon is accessed in a way that almost feels accidental, as if Child Link has just stumbled in, which heightens the terror of it all. The Spirit Temple, by contrast, is first seen through the eyes of adult Link. The entrance is very similar to that of the Fire Temple, with a staircase in the center and an exit on either side of the upper level. Both the Spirit and Fire Temple have an immediate sense of harshness to them, but the Fire Temple felt a bit more austere and enigmatic. The Spirit Temple feels more lush and forthright. The Fire Temple has a trio of strange statues smile grimacing at the top of the stairs in its opening room. The Spirit Temple, in its own opening room, has an imposing pair of stone vipers standing on either side of the stairs on the lower level. I don't know what to make of the Fire Temple's statues, but the big stone vipers in the Spirit Temple send a clear message of intimidation. The Fire Temple features square patterned stone walls and stone floors, utilitarian-seeming metal fixtures, and seemingly natural, untouched cave walls. Its primary decorative flourish is the ubiquitous image of a face with a wide open smile. The Spirit Temple is full of elaborate details, with plush red carpets, an absolute embarrassment of decorative pillars, and entire walls covered in meticulously carved ancient text. In his first visit, adult Link can't get any further than the opening room and its stone vipers. The exit to the right is blocked by a large silver, block that is too heavy to push. The exit to the left is a small hole that he's too big to crawl through. So, unlike the bizarre windmill mechanism that unexpectedly leads Child Link to the mini-dungeon at the bottom of the well, the parts of the Spirit Temple beyond the entrance room are accessed through Link's deliberate efforts. He saw the hole. He knows how he's going to get through it. He learns the Requiem of Spirit as an adult and plays that teleportation song as a child. Using the teleportation song allows him to bypass the Gerudo guards that would have otherwise kept his child form from reaching the Spirit Temple. And then, being in his child form means he's small enough to crawl through the hole. Unlike the approach to the bottom of the well, the approach to the Spirit Temple imbues Link with agency. So, when he finds the hole blocked by the Gerudo thief, Naburu, a meddling adult who prevents Child Link's access to the Spirit Temple until he agrees to run an errand for her, it's an ironic echo of when various adults and authority figures had underestimated him earlier in the game. This time, we're supposed to interpret Child Link as an adult, temporarily taking on the guise of a child, being hassled by people who couldn't even begin to understand what he's gone through. Purely in terms of how they integrate the mechanic of time traveling between Link's child and adult forms, I'm content to call the Shadow Temple and the Spirit Temple equals.
I'm also comfortable saying that these two dungeons are equal in terms of the quality of the challenges found in their individual rooms. That might be a bit generous, actually, because the Spirit Temple really does have a fair few rooms whose challenges are notably questionable in some way or another. My favorite example is this room that only Child Link has access to, that houses an enemy called an Anubis that is unique to the Spirit Temple. It's a sort of floating, mummified, anthropomorphic jackal, resembling artistic depictions of the Egyptian god from which it gets its name. The Anubis mirrors Link's movements and shoots fireballs every time you swing your sword. It's immune to damage from most of your weapons, but as Navi curtly informs you, if you seek her opinion, it's weak to fire. You have to hit a crystal switch that makes an open flame appear, and then take advantage of how the Anubis mirrors Link's movements to guide the monster into the flame. There are some minor complications here, like the jars that are strategically placed to tempt you into instinctively hitting them with your sword, at which point the Anubis will blast you. There's also some platforming required, so if that combination is too much for you to handle, you always have the option to cast Din's Fire, which does just as good of a job dealing with the enemy, for considerably less effort. It has the cadence of a secret alternative solution, but to me this alternative solution ends up feeling like the more obvious intuitive one. It produces a strange feeling, and I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out what happened here. I think it's a symptom of Ocarina of Time's indecision about how open-ended it wants to be. The spell Din's Fire is given to the player by a great fairy who resides in a fountain that's hidden behind a boulder near Hyrule Castle. The boulder can be blown up with a bomb, so the player can obtain Din's Fire as early as when they obtained the bomb bag from Dodongo's cavern, as long as they remembered this particular boulder. I think the game is indecisive about when it wants the player to find Din's Fire, but decides to put its foot down oddly late, by the point when the player is arriving at the Shadow Temple. The game is also indecisive about whether the player should arrive at the Shadow Temple before or after they finish the Spirit Temple, or whether the order of completion matters at all. With the benefit of 25 years of hindsight, I think I can reasonably say that most players can be expected to have obtained Din's Fire long before stepping foot in either the Shadow Temple or the Spirit Temple, regardless of what their preferred order is. I'm sure that the developers of this game would have killed for that kind of clarity. Instead, they simply had to come up with the best challenges they could manage while never being entirely certain how different parts of the game would interact with each other once they were in the hands and brains of players. So you get oddities like this room with the Anubis, a challenge which undoes itself not by its own weaknesses, but by the assumptions it makes about how it fits into the game's overall progression. So, making the reasonable assumption that a player would have obtained Din's Fire by the point that they arrive at this room with the Anubis, knowing that casting the spell would be effective is as simple as knowing that the Anubis is weak to fire, and Navi tells you that part outright if you ask her. Knowing how to defeat the Anubis without using Din's Fire requires the player to be observant enough to understand that the Anubis mirrors Link's movement, which Navi doesn't tell you. It also requires you to be observant enough to notice a crystal switch that is surprisingly easy to overlook, as it's positioned just outside of your field of vision. To see it, you would have to make a hard turn to the right, which isn't my immediate response when suddenly a new type of monster has just popped into view in the center of the screen, and it seems to be menacingly approaching me, which is actually a pretty good misdirect. There are the fundamentals of a good puzzle here, and the process of putting all these pieces together could be pretty satisfying, but using Din's Fire was my immediate response. It wasn't a conscious decision to bypass the puzzle. It was just a combination of me understanding what tools I had available in my inventory, while also being
being successfully misdirected from noticing what was available to me in the environment. In the immediate aftermath of accidentally bypassing this puzzle, as I looked at the somewhat elaborate floor plan of the room, a sort of narrow Z-shaped walkway over a bottomless pit, as I noticed the crystal switch that activates a fire, it became clear to me that there is a more interesting solution to this puzzle, one that is more complex than simply using Din's fire. I had only seen the Anubis for a moment, as it rose from the pit and seemed to lunge at me before I incinerated it. I assumed that the Anubis had similar artificial intelligence routines to other enemies in the game, and that I would have needed to find some way of tricking it into lunging into the fire. Because this monster doesn't respawn when you return to the room, it wasn't until I was doing research for this video and taking extensive advantage of the magic time reversal powers of emulation that I was able to play around with the Anubis enough to understand that it mirrors Link's movement, a basic aspect of how this puzzle works. And I think that really speaks to how complex it is to design good puzzles, especially in games that aren't strictly puzzle games. The way you approach the room by running in a straight line through a small hallway misdirects you into thinking that the Anubis is deliberately charging at you. You think you're playing a game of chicken with it, but eventually, whether you continue to charge or swerve out of the way, you discover how this monster actually works, at which point you realize that there is a way of defeating it that was hidden in plain sight. In isolation, this is a really solid use of action platformer mechanics to create a puzzle, but it only works if you don't think to use Din's fire. So, once you factor in all the gameplay that preceded this part of the game, all of the work put into this individual puzzle is too easily undone. Hell, I did it entirely by accident. That is the big problem I have with the room with the Anubis. And there are plenty of other rooms in the Spirit Temple where I find myself noticing other big problems. There's this room, only accessible by adult Link, with a tall, climbable wall, where horizontal segments of the climbable section are constantly shifting from left to right in a ratcheting, clock-like way. If you stay on one segment for too long, Link will get pulled into the spikes sticking out from either side of the room, causing him to take damage and get knocked back down to the bottom of the wall. But you also have to be careful about your timing as you climb upwards, because getting caught between two horizontal segments while they shift will cause Link to lose his grip and fall all the way down. The way the different elements interact to create an action platforming challenge is effective in theory, but it mostly just ends up frustrating me. The positioning can be a bit strange. You have a bit of leeway to go above a segment onto a different one without getting knocked down as the segments move, but I don't have a good grip, as it were, on how much leeway I have, and the punishment for making a single slight miscalculation is uniformly that you have to start over and deal with the tedium of watching Link slowly climb back up. The end result is a challenge that I usually mess up at least once or twice every time I do this room. Depending on what mood I'm in, this room can be very annoying to me. My least favorite part is definitely the skull Waltula that some jackass decided should go right in the middle of the wall. It's not visible from the ground level, and when you're climbing on the wall, you can only see it when it's already too late to avoid it. The only way you can anticipate its presence is if you had the foresight to go into first-person mode and check the wall in advance. Granted, this kind of foresight is a skill the game has encouraged you to develop many times over. In fact, there are at least 2 examples of that happening in the Spirit Temple, but here it feels a little cheap. The bottom of the climbable wall is flanked by 2 Beamos statues, which do a good enough job guarding the wall, I think. The spider feels like a dirty trick, just another bit of busy work the game requires you to go through for the privilege of... Wait. As I look up at the spider perched so spitefully in the center of this wall, I draw my hookshot, not wanting to waste an arrow on it. It's then that I remember the hookshot can latch onto climbable surfaces. I have a shortcut that takes me halfway up the wall. Wait, surely I wouldn't be allowed to... Yeah, I can. Because the hookshot has been upgraded to the longshot, I can actually reach all the way up to the very top of this wall. That's right, this challenge, as in the room with the Anubis, can be easily bypassed. I can only speak to my own personal experience, but it wasn't until writing this part of the piece that I even paid close enough attention to this room to realize that I could do this. It's the exact inverse of how I felt about the room with the Anubis, which was a challenge that could have been interesting but is effortlessly unraveled before you even have a chance to understand what the challenge is asking of you. In the case of this room with the tall climbable wall, something about my conditioning caused me to approach it as a wall that I was supposed to climb, even though I'm very familiar with and make ample use of the hookshot's ability to save time spent climbing up walls. I'd grown to respect the challenge of this room, even as I personally found it annoying, only to then realize that I could have been merrily skipping the goddamn thing all along. In one sense, they are inversions of each other, but there are two qualities shared by the Anubis room and the room with the tall climbable wall. Both of these rooms frustrate me, but the more I study them, the more I find to appreciate. I can't quite find that appreciation for another room that is encountered as Child Link makes his way through his portion of the dungeon. It's this big square room. The room has a ring-shaped floor plan with a raised platform in the center and raised platforms along the outer edge. There are some unlit torches, a few Beamos statues, some sliding blade traps, and a little window shining sunlight into the room. And, of course, there are some silver rupees to collect. Fun fact, I hate this room. The slow speed of pushing and pulling blocks is an ever-present problem throughout Ocarina of Time, and I find it especially noticeable here, as you pull blocks around to get a sunlight icon into the patch of sunlight. That's how you open up the entrance and exit, which had both been barred as you initially entered the room. If you're undisciplined enough to leave before attending to the other tasks, you'll enter a room that is just a narrow torchlit hallway with a staircase leading up to a locked door. In order to get the key and unlock the door, you have to light all the unlit torches in the room. In order to do that, you have to first activate this special golden torch by collecting the 5 silver rupees. In order to collect all 5 of the silver rupees, you have to actually defeat at least one of the Beamos statues instead of simply dodging its lasers. I could easily use the kinds of language and methodology I've used earlier in this essay to explain why this room works well. The process of finding the pushable blocks and getting all the silver rupees gets you familiar with the layout of the room, a familiarity which you then implement by navigating past its traps with a time limit of a little less than 20 seconds before your Deku Stick torch burns out. In practice, though, it just feels tedious. The 3 objectives, pushing the blocks, collecting the silver rupees, and lighting the torches, aren't woven together, but are simply stacked on top of each other. This could serve the purpose of gradually making a complex room feel more familiar, giving the player a greater appreciation of its nuances, but the layout of this room is too simple and intuitive for that to work. The most interesting feeling is the growing realization that you really are just going to have to deal with every little element of this room. It feels like the process of spilling a bowl of chips. That brief moment of denial as you think you can keep your grip on the bowl, followed by the moment when you resign yourself to picking up each and every single little chip right now, because nothing good can come of waiting. It's not a flattering comparison. So far,
I've discussed 3 rooms in the Spirit Temple in detail. The room with the Anubis, the room with the tall, shifting, climbable wall, and the room with the silver rupees, unlit torches, and various other things. My point in discussing these rooms was to point out some flaw that they have. Even if my opinion on these rooms is more complex on closer examination, the impression that I'm left with is primarily those flaws. How easy it is to accidentally bypass an interesting puzzle, how annoying it is to deal with the shifting, climbable wall, how tedious it is to have to push blocks, collect silver rupees, and light torches all in one room.
The Spirit Temple has a lot of rooms where my primary takeaway is whatever I find insufficient about them. What is interesting is that I have a harder time doing this for the Shadow Temple, whose rooms are solid on an individual level. This wouldn't seem to be in keeping with what I said earlier about how the Spirit Temple is a dungeon that I remember fondly, whereas the Shadow Temple is a dungeon where I remember the irritation. I could invoke the idea of something being better than the sum of its individual parts and simply move on, but I want to unpack what that means in this specific context.
I discussed earlier how I was able to come to appreciate the ice cavern once I started paying attention to the overall shape of that mini dungeon, the way rooms flowed into each other coherently, even if they didn't necessarily build on each other in a satisfying way. I feel similarly about the Spirit Temple. It's a dungeon that didn't really stick with me when I played through this game as a child. It started to click with me as I researched this piece, as I was playing through the dungeon and making a conscious effort to understand it. Coming to that understanding is rewarding in its own way. The Spirit Temple is made of layered, nested pincer shapes, where a single path splits, and then the split paths converge. So you have the opening room, which splits off to the west and to the east, with the west wing being accessed through a hole that only Child Link can crawl through, and the east wing being blocked by a block that only Adult Link has the strength to push. Well, at least he has the strength after Child Link obtains the silver gauntlets from the West Wing. Unlike the rest of the dungeons in the game, and indeed most dungeons throughout the series, the Spirit Temple has 2 major items. The first is those aforementioned silver gauntlets, which the Gerudo thief named Naburu, who later becomes the Sage of Spirit, sends Child Link to retrieve for her. Child Link crawls into the dungeon's west wing and makes his way north to the Spirit Temple's big central room where the west and east wings converge. This room has a big statue of the desert goddess sitting on the ground and holding her hands out on either side of her. The colorfully painted statue inside the dungeon is not to be confused with the faded yellow stone of the desert colossus, the big statue of the same goddess sitting in the same pose that's placed atop the exterior of the entrance to the Spirit Temple. Child Link is unable to use this big central room to access the dungeon's east wing, and can only go up the stairs to access the upper level of the west wing. The upper level of the west wing leads south, past the dungeon's entrance hall. It leads to the dungeon's exterior, where Child Link emerges onto the right hand of the desert colossus. This is where the silver gauntlets are obtained, which are too big for Child Link to wear, but grant Adult Link access to the rest of the dungeon. As an adult, Link goes through the dungeon's east wing, which mirrors the west wing, first by leading north into the central room with the statue, then by leading south, out onto the Desert Colossus's left hand. This is where Adult Link obtains the Mirror Shield, the dungeon's second major item. So, we have multiple points in the Spirit Temple where Child and Adult Link's paths split and converge. First, they split in the entrance. Then they converge in that central room with the colorfully painted statue.
then they split again, but then converge again on the outside of the dungeon, in the hands of the faded yellow desert colossus. This pattern gives the dungeon an overall shape that's easy to understand, even though the symmetry is never completely perfect. Take, for example, the first rooms encountered on the west and east wings, dealt with by Child and Adult Link respectively. Both rooms branch off to the northwest, north, and northeast. Both rooms are sort of pill-shaped, with a small staircase leading onto a slightly raised platform where an enemy is standing guard. These rooms have some minor differences in form and function that don't really feel worth mentioning. The interesting differences come from the rooms they connect to. For both of these pill-shaped branching rooms, the northern branch is a room with a climbable wall, which leads to a room on the dungeon's second floor, a room which then leads into the central room, where the two wings converge. So, in the case of the northern branches, the symmetrical structure is clearly preserved. However, the sets of rooms that branch off to the northwest and northeast are a little more complicated. In the west wing, accessed by Child Link, the northwest and northeast branch rooms are noticeably symmetrical, both being divided in the middle by a bottomless pit, which the player then needs to create a bridge to cross. On the west wing, the northwest branch room connects to a room that then connects to the northeast branch room, creating a loop. In the east wing, accessed by Adult Link, the northwest and northeast branch rooms are only weakly symmetrical, having similar shapes on the map but completely different internal structure, and they don't form a loop. This doesn't feel like it compromises the structure of the dungeon. The overall sense of symmetry is preserved, but the variations help give each wing a slightly distinct identity. I mentioned a room on the first floor of the west wing that connects the northwest and northeast branch rooms, forming a loop. This connecting room is actually the room I mentioned earlier, the one with the Anubis. This is actually the first of two rooms featuring this monster. The second room featuring the Anubis is on the second floor of the east wing. Assuming you don't use Din's fire or the fire arrows to bypass the actual puzzle, and assuming you can deal with the somewhat wonky platforming on these narrow walkways, the puzzle of dealing with all three of these Anubis monsters is one of the most satisfying in the game. One of the few moments in Ocarina of Time that actually does feel like a genuine, substantial puzzle, one that's constructed out of the game's action elements in a convincing way. It's also subtly enriched by the 3D perspective and the player's limited control of the camera, as you sometimes have to simply trust your own mental impression of your position relative to the position of the Anubis monsters. Leading one of them into the fire while your back is turned feels great. You get this flash of white and a satisfying pow sound effect for feedback. Just like in the first Anubis room, I don't necessarily mind that there's an easy way to bypass this puzzle, and again, I just wish that the more interesting method was the one that the player was conditioned to notice first. Anyway, setting my feelings on the particulars of these two rooms aside, the fact remains that their respective placements don't have any clear resonance with each other. The first Anubis puzzle appears in a room on the first floor of the west wing that lacks an equivalent on the east wing, and so the second Anubis room kinda comes out of nowhere on the east wing's second floor. Unlike the breaks with symmetry related to the branching rooms, this break with symmetry doesn't feel deliberate. It feels like they just needed a place to stick this second Anubis puzzle. The strength of the puzzle, along with how well the rest of the dungeon adheres to the symmetry motif, makes this bit of incongruity easy to overlook. One of the strongest examples of the dungeon's use of symmetry is in its placement of challenges related to the sun icons that activate when they make contact with sunlight, whether by bringing the light to them or by bringing them to the light. There are 5 of these challenges, and while none of them are especially difficult or complex, they all represent different ways of handling this concept, and do manage to build on each other in their own little ways. And their connection is strengthened by their placement. The first 4 are found in parallel locations on the first and second floors of the west and east wings, and the 5th is found in a room above the center room with the colorfully painted statue. Just as the converging paths that lead to the silver gauntlets and the mirror shield provide a structural anchor that the dungeon has some freedom to deviate from, the consistent placement of rooms involving the sun icons makes it easier to overlook inconsistencies like the placement of the Anubis rooms. Few things are done only once in the Spirit Temple, which can be repetitive, but also gives every individual concept its own sort of narrative arc. There's a great example of both the drawbacks and benefits of this repetition in the form of this dungeon's mini-boss, the Iron Knuckle. The first encounter with this hulking metal monstrosity is right before Child Link obtains the silver gauntlets. This supposed mini-boss is, in fact, a candidate for the most difficult part of the game, period, as each swing of the big guy's giant axe is powerful enough to shatter the room's stone pillars and deplete 3 of Link's hearts. It's a hell of a thing to expect a child with a stubby little short sword to take on this fight, but it also reinforces this dungeon's perspective on the child Link as being an adult temporarily inhabiting the body of a child, and utilizing his hard-won combat skills to thwart an imposing opponent. The second encounter with the Iron Knuckle takes place right before obtaining the Mirror Shield, and is actually a step down in difficulty as it's fought with adult Link, who has access to much more powerful weapons. Child Link struggled against this enemy but overcame it, while adult Link confidently meets it at eye level and defeats it handily. By the third encounter with the Iron Knuckle, you'll probably get the sense that the developers were really proud of this particular fight. And while their pride is well earned, as the Iron Knuckle is easily the most dynamic, forward-thinking combat encounter in the game, a third instance of it within a short span of time feels a little excessive mechanically, but it works well narratively. By this point, the player is probably pretty good at dealing with this enemy, and will deal with this fight quickly and confidently. The fight comes to an end unexpectedly early. Unlike the other Iron Knuckles, who lose some of their armor and become more aggressive after taking a few hits, this Iron Knuckles armor comes off to reveal Naburu, who had been captured and brainwashed by a pair of witches. Sure, whacking her with a sword managed to snap her out of it, but the immediate feeling is guilt. You didn't realize you were fighting a friend, which adds a bitter edge to the confidence with which you approached the fight. Doing this fight 3 times, or, well, 2.5 times, is excessive, but there is a sense of narrative purpose that helps to justify it. Repeated mechanics in this dungeon don't always feel quite so justified. For example, I'm less convinced by the recurring motif of the Triforce emblem on the ground that signals that you need to play Zelda's Lullaby. The first time one of these emblems appears, it's in a room on the east wing of the first floor. Playing Zelda's Lullaby causes a treasure chest with the compass to appear. The second time is in the central room. The emblem is on the colorfully painted statue's open left palm. Playing the song here causes a treasure chest with a key to appear on her right palm. The third and final time the emblem appears is in front of the barred door leading to the room with the boss key, and playing the song unbars the door. This is just a strange mechanic that adds little to the dungeon other than a bit of busy work. Still, even something like this is lent a sense of purpose and significance simply by being repeated 3 times. Maybe there is supposed to be some significance to how these emblems only appear on the eastern half of the dungeon. Maybe the presence of this emblem here, held in the desert goddess's sinister hand, represents some kind of smug mockery of Hyrule's royal family.
I couldn't really say for sure if this is deliberate,
or if my pattern-seeking, meaning-generating human brain is trying to come up with a tenuous meaning from a tenuous pattern. But I do think that it's reasonable to attempt this process of pattern seeking and meaning generating, as the Spirit Temple's design inspires faith that its elements were placed deliberately. This sense of deliberate, predictable design provides a solid baseline for the dungeon. It makes it much easier to appreciate individual rooms on their own merits, because you have a better idea of how they fit into the dungeon on the whole.
Having this baseline also allows the dungeon to pull surprising tricks. Consider the enemies. When I think about this dungeon, I think about the statue enemies, the hopping Armos statues or the laser shooting Beamos statues. I always forget that there are also Stalfos, Lizalfos, Wolfos, both wallmasters and floormasters, likes that drop from the fucking ceiling and scare the shit out of me every time. And of course, the triumphant and almost completely inexplicable return of torch slugs and door mimics, who would otherwise be mostly contained to the fire temple. The torch slugs and the door mimics feel right at home in a way, because the room in which they appear is the strangest, most out-of-place room in the Spirit Temple. It's just a big open rectangle, with door mimics all along the edges, torch slugs scattered in the center, and the treasure chest containing the boss key blocked by a burning ring of fire at the back of the room. You have to destroy the door mimics until you uncover an eye switch, which, when shot by an arrow, creates a translucent floating platform that you can hookshot up to and then jump over to the other floating platform that's right above the ring of fire and the boss key treasure chest. The other floating platform has a floor switch that you can step on to deactivate the fire. No other room in the Spirit Temple is like this. It's just a random assortment of elements, none of which make sense being here. What are the torch slugs and door mimics doing so far away from their home? Is this room full of vacationing fire temple monsters? Why is the room just a big, empty, undecorated space? Why do the walls have this, as far as I can tell, completely unique texture with these cool-looking decorative arches? Why are these floating platforms made of this translucent marbled glass type material instead of matching the stonework and occasional metalwork of the rest of the dungeon? Why does it look so weird to have a floor switch on top of a floating platform? I mean, it's not like the switches in these games operated in a realistic manner before, but you could usually sorta pretend they were connected to some kind of mechanism under the floors or whatever. This one is just floating out in space. Maybe the ring of fire is deactivated by the sound the button makes, like the way old television remote controls used to work. That's why they used to call them clickers, by the way. What was I talking about? Right, the room with the boss key. Because it's the only room in this dungeon that feels completely out of place, it feels like another of the Spirit Temple's charming surprises. Contained within a somewhat conservative overall design, the Spirit Temple feels like a dungeon where anything can happen as long as it's contained to a reasonably small room. It commits to an approach that the Shadow Temple only inconsistently gestures at. It's this idea of being a sort of final exam dungeon that tests the player on how well they understand all the skills and tools Link has acquired. To this end, it almost works to the Spirit Temple's advantage that neither of the major upgrades you acquire here are particularly interesting. The Shadow Temple's dungeon item, the hover boots, are too cool for a dungeon that isn't completely focused on them. Compare the Shadow Temple's hover boots to the Spirit Temple's silver gauntlets and mirror shield. The silver gauntlets might as well be another key in terms of what they add to the Spirit Temple's mechanical variety. They're only used to open up the eastern wing for Adult Link, and then are optionally used to open up a shortcut to the central room. The mirror shield fares slightly better, but only slightly. The ability to reflect beams of light isn't developed much as a mechanic, even if the dungeon's final set piece before fighting the boss, where the player reflects light to crumble the face of the statue in the central room, is a pretty cool moment. Instead, the mirror shield just underlines the shielding mechanics the player had been using for the entire game beforehand. The upside to these uninteresting items
rooms is that they keep the spirit temple's focus on all the other tools and skills the player has obtained. Not everything is used, but it feels like most items have some utility. Even if the Spirit Temple has to account for the possibility that the player hasn't yet acquired them, the hover boots are very helpful for getting around the 2 Anubis rooms and the central room with the colorfully painted statue. The Megaton Hammer is only strictly needed to hit the rusty switches that open up an unnecessary shortcut, but it can come in handy in that room with all the enemies vacationing from the Fire Temple. The Ice Arrow gives a slightly easier way of solving a puzzle that would normally be solved with a Deku Nut, a puzzle that can also be solved with quick reflexes, by the way. A challenge that seems to suggest the use of bomb chews can be completed with careful timing throwing normal bombs. And of course, there are several different strategies for dealing with the Iron Knuckles, some of which make wider use of Link's toolset than others. Sure, the Shadow Temple has plenty of variety too, but the Spirit Temple does better with the little details. There's a limited variety of walls and floors here, but they're used to great effect, with most of the rooms being built out of dull yellow browns that allow the interactive elements to really pop. Splashes of red, or more saturated browns in the form of carpets or tile patterns, draw the eye to points of interest like doors, enemies, and treasure chests. The consistent dull yellow palette and clean-looking stonework of most of the rooms allows the big central room with the colorfully painted statue of the desert goddess to really stand out, as its walls are completely different, being a deep copper color and completely covered in arcane symbols. I also love these little connecting hallways with their flickering torches, their dark brown walls, and dark red carpets. I haven't mentioned these rooms at all yet, and that's because my focus has mostly been on mechanics. These hallways serve more of an aesthetic purpose. They're a nice, cozy reprieve from the navigational challenges of the rooms surrounding them. Their aesthetics also serve a more functional purpose. These hallways only appear on the dungeon's 3rd floor, just like how the circular rooms that split in 3 directions only appear on the 1st floor. Just as the dungeon can be split into portions done by Child Link and Adult Link, it can also be split into portions where the challenges are linked together by those circular 3-way split rooms, and portions where they're linked by the cozy hallways. It can also be split into thirds, where the first third is the process of obtaining the silver gauntlets, the second third is the process of obtaining the mirror shield, and the final third is the process of reaching the boss's chamber. Or if you want to get really crazy, you could split it 5 ways, based on the portions before, between, and after the dungeon's 3 climbable walls. I'm sure this sounds kind of silly, but my point is just to illustrate how many ways there are to mentally organize the Spirit Temple. On one level, this makes it easier to explore and navigate. I would also argue that this process of mentally organizing spaces is a fundamental part of what's engaging about this game, and that it's not a strictly mental exercise that could be replicated by looking at a map or a video, but is inextricably bound to the process of playing the game itself, even if Ocarina of Time's mechanics and design are often rather slight on their own. That's why I find the Shadow Temple lacking, what allowed me to develop an appreciation for the Ice Cavern, and what makes the Spirit Temple the best part of the Silver Rupee arc. The Spirit Temple is the apex of the Silver Rupee arc, not because it transcends its status as a Silver Rupee kind of dungeon, because it does not. It's clearly of a piece with the Shadow Temple, even if I like one of them considerably more than the other. But the Spirit Temple keeps stacking up little victories, keeps being just a little bit more thoughtful than is immediately obvious, and eventually it adds up to something that, even if it feels tangibly different from, say, how the Forest Temple, Fire Temple, and Water Temple are designed, feels no less coherent, and it ended up stealing its way into my heart. I think it may be my favorite dungeon in Ocarina of Time. Maybe this is a bit hokey, but it feels like the most quintessentially Ocarina of Time part of Ocarina of Time. For better or for worse, Legend of Zelda dungeons never felt like this again. They started keeping a much tighter rein on what items and abilities the player would have access access to at any given time. They de-emphasized platforming challenges. The rooms got bigger, and there started being more of them, and they stopped using silver rupees, that's for damn sure. Ocarina of Time's sequel, Majora's Mask, arguably set the template for subsequent dungeons in the Legend of Zelda series, and it's a really great template. But Ocarina of Time's style is valuable and interesting in its own right, and I think it finds a particularly succinct, compelling expression in the Spirit Temple. It also finds a succinct, compelling expression in a sort of companion dungeon to the Spirit Temple, the oft-overlooked Gerudo Training Ground. The Gerudo Training Ground is a bonus dungeon accessible after rescuing all the homosexual construction workers from Gerudo Fortress. Optional dungeons like this are a rarity among games in the Legend of Zelda series, depending on what you do and don't count. I don't want to get lost in definitions here, except to say that I'm not really talking about the bonus dungeons in Wind Waker or Twilight Princess, as those are straightforward combat gauntlets. Nor would I count anything in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom as a bonus dungeon, as those two shift the format so drastically that nearly everything is optional. So, by my own metrics, the Gerudo Training Ground is a somewhat unique aspect of Ocarina of Time. There are a handful of other bonus dungeons similar to it, but those are found in smaller titles in the series, which isn't something I say as a judgment of worth, just as an acknowledgement that the remakes and the original games released for handheld consoles had smaller budgets, smaller development teams, and shorter development times. A bonus dungeon, even a small one, is a much greater commitment of resources in a fully three-dimensional game, which makes Ocarina of Time's bonus dungeon all the more special. Special, yes, but also easy to overlook. When you impress the Gerudo thieves with your thieving skills and they give you the Gerudo membership card, they just vaguely allude to you having access to all the different areas of their fortress. One of those areas houses the horseback archery minigame. A pretty big segment of the overworld map is dedicated to it, and it has this enticing dog bone shape that really draws attention. If you, much like a dog, go after this dog bone shape, you will find a simple but incredibly aggravating shooting gallery minigame. You would be forgiven for missing a small, unassuming gate at the foot of the hill, which, in actuality, leads to an elaborate dungeon. I won't go in depth on the individual rooms of the Gerudo Training Ground, but let me summarize them. It consists of 11 rooms laid out in a 3x3 grid with 2 additional rooms extending out of the top left and middle right blocks. The first room is the entrance, which features no major challenges. The entrance splits to the left, center, and right, with each door framed by the head of a stone lion, one of several impressive art assets unique to this bonus dungeon. The center path leads to the central room of the bonus dungeon, a maze of locked doors. The Gerudo Training Ground has 9 keys in total, and the center of the locked door maze can technically be reached with as few as 7 of them. The left and right paths each lead to timed combat challenges, with the one on the left taking place in a really unique, interesting arena that resembles a rock garden, and the one on the right taking place in an arena that is pretty unremarkable by comparison. Moving north, the center left and center right rooms are both silver rupee action puzzle platforming challenges, with the center left room being a maze with firewalls and rolling boulder traps, and the center right right room consisting of a few small platforms sticking out of a lava pit. The lava pit room connects on its right side to the first of the 2 rooms that break out of the 3x3 grid. In this case, it's a room with a big pool of water where some clam monsters, called shell blades, guard a few silver rupees. Moving north from the silver rupee maze and the silver rupee lava pit rooms, we have the rooms on the top left and top right of the grid, which both feature simple hidden object puzzles. The top left room connects to the second room that breaks out of the 3x3 grid, and again the goal is to find a cleverly hidden object. Finally, the top center room is a sort of shooting gallery involving a statue and a rotating platform suspended over, you guessed it, red-hot lava.
These challenges are in keeping with the general vibe of Ocarina of Time's Silver Rupee arc. As I've alluded to earlier, developer interviews will back me up when I say that this portion of the game is when you can tell that dungeons are being made on the fly, with individual room-based challenges being thrown in wherever the developers needed to fill in space, with less regard to creating consistent or coherent mechanical themes. Why is it that the forest-themed section of the dungeon inside Ganon's castle features the fans, whose only other appearance is a single room in the Shadow Temple? Why is it that the Shadow Temple and the Ice Cavern share the spinning scythe trap? What is with that room in the Spirit Temple with all the fake doors and the torch slugs, and so on and so forth?
The Gerudo Training Ground feels like a dungeon made entirely out of the missing parts of other dungeons, but I think that mostly works to its benefit. The rest of the dungeons in this game have some kind of in-universe purpose aside from being a set of challenges for the player to complete, even if that purpose is unclear. In the universe of Ocarina of Time, the Forest Temple isn't a video game dungeon. It's a mansion that's become haunted after years of neglect. The Ice Cavern isn't a collection of simple puzzle platforming challenges, it's a natural cave. Even the Shadow Temple is alluding to things like catacombs and supernatural underworlds. As players, we see video game dungeons filled with video game mechanics, with the understanding that this isn't a completely literal depiction of a place within the setting. Unlike those other dungeons, though, the Gerudo Training Ground is a space that is explicitly supposed to be an obstacle course, so in that sense it can get away with a haphazard Silver Rupee arc style of design. But that kind of sells this bonus dungeon short, because there is a lot of solid design happening here that helps to create a sense of thematic cohesion between all its regimented challenges. Even though the player isn't given a map and compass, the grid-like structure of the Gerudo Training Ground gives the space an understandable shape. This grid-like structure also helps convey the theme of a deliberately constructed obstacle course. The other dungeons are more misshapen, more elongated. They don't feel as rigid and segmented as the Gerudo Training Ground does. The bonus dungeon has an intuitive sense of symmetry, which is apparent right from the beginning with the 2 parallel combat rooms, and is then reinforced with the 2 parallel Silver Rupee rooms. But it also isn't thoughtlessly bound to upholding this symmetry, as there are little variations, like with the 2 rooms that don't fit in the grid, or how the rooms on the right take the player down, while the rooms on the left take the player up, so that when the 2 paths converge in the room with the statue shooting gallery, one path is overlooking the other. If I were to go over the design ideas of the Gerudo Training Ground in more depth, I would end up restating a lot of what I said when I was talking about the Spirit Temple. Indeed, I think that main dungeon and this bonus dungeon are different inflections of the same idea of testing the player's accumulated skills and knowledge. This similarity is appropriate, on the one hand, given their geographic and cultural proximity in the world of the game, but also doesn't feel redundant, because the Gerudo Training Ground has a unique structure that helps it stand apart from the Spirit Temple. The locked door maze in the center of the 3x3 grid is the best example of this. Unlike a conventional Legend of Zelda dungeon, there is no boss fight here. This central maze is the bonus dungeon's final challenge. As I mentioned earlier, only 7 of the 9 keys are necessary for obtaining every item in the central maze. You could view this in one of 2 ways. You could view the 2 unnecessary keys as a way of granting a little bit of leeway, allowing you to avoid dealing with 1 or 2 of the bonus dungeon's challenges. Or you could see the 2 unnecessary locked doors as a trap that wastes your hard-earned keys and keeps you in the bonus dungeon a bit longer. Either way, this slightly looser approach to locks and keys is unique among Ocarina of Time's dungeons. You use up the keys, and the maze gives various small rewards, some rupees, some arrows, some bomb chews, until finally arriving at the main event, the big bonus item, the ice arrow. It is pretty underwhelming, not because ice arrows are inherently uninteresting items. They are used pretty solidly in Majora's Mask and Wind Waker, for example. But here in Ocarina of Time, they hadn't quite figured out how to make them work, so they had to just be a little bonus curiosity, instead of being necessary to complete the game like the light arrow, or consistently helpful like the fire arrow. Lucky for me then, that I do this more for the love of the game than any strategic reason. The real reward of the Gerudo Training Ground is that it fills out that tantalizing final square on the Select Item subscreen. Sure, you can beat the game with just your normal arrows and your yellow arrows, but it is so much more satisfying to have those red and blue arrows too. You gotta get all 3 of those primary colors. There's a concept in game design of extrinsic versus intrinsic rewards. So, for example, every time you defeat a boss in Ocarina of Time, you gain a heart container that adds a single heart icon to your life meter. That is an extrinsic reward. If you were to defeat a boss without taking any damage, the game wouldn't acknowledge it in any way, but you would probably personally find satisfaction in exhibiting your skill. That satisfaction is an intrinsic reward. So you could look at the Gerudo Training Ground in those terms. Is the process of completing this bonus dungeon intrinsically rewarding? Would I enjoy it if there was no reward at the very end? It's probably pretty clear, based on everything I've said so far, that my answer is yes, but I'm not sure it's quite that simple, because a reward isn't something that you can necessarily isolate from the steps required to obtain it. Let me explain. If, instead of the ice arrow, the reward for completing the Gerudo Training Ground was a single green rupee, would it still count as a reward? What if we took it a step further? What if Link opened the treasure chest at the center of the locked door maze and found nothing at all? Or, taken even a step further, what if there was just a conspicuously empty space? No treasure chest or anything. Now, all 3 of those possibilities are functionally identical. They are, at most, different versions of the same joke, subverting the expectation of a useful reward. Furthermore, the only difference between those 3 alternative possibilities and the way the game actually works is that, useless as the ice arrow may be, it doesn't come across as a joke. The structure of a Legend of Zelda dungeon implies some kind of reward for completion, and any reward up to and including literally nothing is going to fill that role, in much the same way that hanging a frame on the wall creates a work of art. To put it another way, it doesn't make much sense to ask if the act of completing a Legend of Zelda dungeon is intrinsically or extrinsically rewarding, because completing dungeons is what these games are. Likewise, even if you zoomed in a bit, it wouldn't make sense to ask if the actions required to obtain keys and dungeon items are intrinsically rewarding, because keys and dungeon items are just fundamental constitutive elements of the way dungeons are designed.
I didn't say any of that because there is an epidemic of people using an ill-fitting intrinsic-extrinsic reward framework to analyze Ocarina of Time's dungeons. Rather, I'm just trying to express what I mean when I say that these kinds of broad frameworks aren't always relevant, or that they sometimes work in unintuitive ways. Take a game like Spyro the Dragon. This is what is referred to as a collectathon. This is a style of game that's about collecting various items. There are several different collectibles in Spyro the Dragon, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just talk about gems. Gems are lying around everywhere, often in plain view, but also hidden away, serving as rewards for diligent exploration. Enemies drop them too, so collecting every gem in a level inevitably means defeating every enemy in that level. If you took the gems out of Spyro the Dragon, you would have, in my opinion, a much weaker game. You could say this is because the satisfaction of collecting shiny objects is propping up weak platforming mechanics, but I don't agree with that framing. No, it would be a weaker game because the satisfaction of collecting shiny objects is simply a fundamental part of the game's appeal, every bit as intrinsic as running, jumping, charging, gliding, and blowing fire. Now, I would not describe any game in the Legend of Zelda series as a collectathon, but they often draw upon that same kind of appeal, Ocarina of Time in particular. Obviously, Link obtains various items and equipment, and picks up plenty of shiny gems of his own. Those aren't what I'm talking about here. Ocarina of Time features two major collection side quests, obtaining all 100 gold Skulltula tokens and all 36 pieces of heart. I enjoy both of these side quests, not because they offer any particularly interesting set pieces, and certainly not because their rewards are useful, but because they provide a framework for spending time with the game and engaging with it at a different pace than you would find strictly following the main story.
I won't go in any kind of depth about the experience of collecting all 136 of these collectibles because it would push me off the precipice of madness. Suffice to say, while there are certainly a lot of things to collect, and even though not every one of them is placed in an interesting way, it never feels like there are so many that the game is simply wasting your time, and their placement never feels arbitrary. There's always some attempt to create a meaningful miniature challenge or miniature story. It's not about shaking every tree and sticking your nose in every corner. It's about getting acquainted with the general logic of where and how this game likes to hide things.
I think Ocarina of Time does a good job giving its collectibles a sense of place and belonging. Gold Skulltulas make a distinctive scratching sound when you're near them that usually makes them easy to locate, especially if you're making use of stereo or surround sound, and as long as you're not deaf. Many of them only appear at night, which suits their creepy aesthetic. Gold Skulltulas are creepy spiders with an appropriately creepy purpose. They're manifestations of a curse on a family of a father and his 5 adult sons, who have been cursed into becoming horrific human spider hybrids. Cursed members of the family drop from the ceiling of their dark, musty home, just like a big Skulltula would, but the biggest danger they bring is the threat of a guilt trip after you impulsively whack them with your sword. You break the curse on one of the sons every time you obtain 10 gold Skulltula tokens, so it only takes 50 gold Skulltulas to help all 5 of the adult sons. At this point, their father, who's still under the curse, seems mostly satisfied, implicitly giving the player permission to not worry too much about finding the remaining 50 tokens necessary to break the curse on him, and, by extension, designating completion of the gold Skulltula side quest as the mark of being a truly dedicated Ocarina of Time player. Functionally, the game could have just had 6 treasure chests that are locked until you get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 100 gold Skulltula tokens, but the extra effort to attach a story to the collectible makes it much more memorable. I also appreciate the 2 steps necessary to deal with each spider. First, you destroy the spider, then you collect the token it leaves behind. There are a bunch of ways you can do both of these things, so it rarely feels like you have to go out of your way to dredge up a specific item from your inventory. I particularly enjoy finding ways to collect the tokens without using an item, by doing a backflip or jumping off of a ledge just right, and every sound effect involved in this process is divine, by the way.
pieces of heart have a different way of fitting into the game. Their presence has no in-universe explanation or purpose. They're purely a video game item, but they have a strong presence in the user interface, as the life meter is almost always visible in the top left corner of the screen. Every time 4 pieces of heart are obtained throughout the world, and every time a heart container is obtained after defeating a boss, the player is given immediate feedback on Link's increase in strength by seeing the number of heart icons increase. I am particularly fond of a tiny little graphic design decision that has been with the series since the first game. Once you've gotten enough hearts in your life meter, you get a second horizontal row of hearts, giving a much greater sense of weight than you would feel with just one extra long row, and it makes it even easier to get a general idea of the player's progress through the game with a single glance. It's important to note that neither of these side quests is presented to the player in an overbearing way. I already mentioned how the father of the cursed family tells you not to worry so much about him, but there's also the way that the gold Skulltula counter occupies a tiny part of the quest status subscreen. The gold Skulltula counter is positively dwarfed by the musical note icons marking the 12 Ocarina songs, by the icons of the 3 spiritual stones, by the icons of the 6 medallions, and indeed by the icon marking your progress collecting pieces of heart. The game's most involved side quest has inverse importance in the game's user interface. In fact, most of the user interface is dedicated to the items obtained over the normal course of completing the game. In the case of pieces of heart, it's a little trickier to explain what I mean. You start with 3 hearts, and you need to get 8 more heart containers to reach the second row. I would argue that this 11th heart contributes the greatest sense of increased power, so it's fortunate that there are exactly 8 heart containers in the game, given after all 8 of the main boss fights. A typical player, that is, one who doesn't deliberately avoid collecting additional heart containers, is guaranteed to reach the most important heart-related milestone by the end of the game. And while it takes 4 pieces of heart to equal a single heart container, even a casual player will likely collect enough over the course of the game to get another heart at least once or twice. Similarly, while there are plenty of well-hidden gold Skulltulas, there are enough of them placed in obvious locations to obtain the most important rewards. Gold Skulltula tokens and pieces of heart are the game's 2 major optional collection side quests, but there are a few other side quests, and all the same, the primary benefit of completing these is the simple satisfaction of completing a set of tasks. But I find that these side quests are a notable place where the game starts to lose my interest. It is, of course, one of the great instances of understated video game comedy that empty bottles are such a rare and precious resource in the Legend of Zelda series, but the side quest to collect all 4 of Ocarina of Time's empty bottles never quite finds its footing. One of the bottles is obtained in the course of the main quest. One of them is granted for completing a simple minigame involving catching a special cuckoo out of a crowd of normal cuckoos. One of them is granted for finding all 7 of the Cuckoo Lady's missing cuckoos. Those 3 are obtained when Link is a child. The final one is granted for hunting down and capturing all 10 of the big Poes hiding around Hyrule Field when Link is an adult. The last one is a big jump in terms of difficulty. Really, difficulty is a generous way of putting it. Hunting the big Poes is a big pain in the ass. I can sympathize with the intent. They had a whole horseback archery system designed, and this is the only place, outside of the minigame in Gerudo Fortress, where it can get any use. So I can forgive the clunkiness and all the annoyances involved in capturing the big Poes, but I just don't think the final empty bottle makes sense as a reward. The next big reward category is capacity upgrades. You can upgrade the carrying capacity for Deku seeds, Deku nuts, Deku sticks,
Bombs?
and arrows twice each. Of these 10 upgrades, 2 of them are bought in hidden shops, 4 of them are obtained through minor tasks, and 4 of them are rewards for annoying minigames. To echo something I said about the Shadow Temple, it's repetitive without being focused and inconsistent without being varied, and it just all altogether feels like too much of the game's reward economy is dedicated to these. Speaking of the economy, I suppose the wallet upgrades fare a little bit better. Your starting wallet can only hold 99 rupees. After collecting 10 gold Skulltula tokens, you get a wallet that can hold 200 rupees. After collecting 30 gold Skulltula tokens, you get a wallet that can hold 500 rupees. Money is mostly useless in this game, so the primary benefit of these wallet upgrades is that for a short amount of time after you obtain them, you'll be able to experience the joy of seeing your number of rupees go up again, until you inevitably reach the limit after an hour or two. The useless money is a problem in its own right, but also problematic is the fact that the limited wallet capacity feels like a limit for its own sake, just to justify having a different thing to reward the player with. But I will at least give credit where it's due. I appreciate that you get both of these upgrades in the same way, and I appreciate that because the rupee counter is almost always visible in the bottom left corner of the screen, these upgrades feel more tangible than the other carrying capacity upgrades. The next category of rewards involve the Great Fairy Fountains. There are 6 in total, and each of them houses a giant, nearly naked woman with pointy boobs. 3 of them grant magic spells: Din's Fire, Varor's Wind, and Nehru's Love. One of them grants you a magic meter that is used to fuel spells and various other things. Another doubles the size of the magic meter, and the final grants a boost to your defense that effectively doubles your life meter, represented by a white outline surrounding every heart icon. The placement of the Great Fairy Fountains strikes me as a little strange for world-building reasons that I don't feel like getting into, and the way they fit into the game's progression is a mixed bag. 2 of these Great Fairy Fountains are necessary for completing the game. 2 of them grant technically optional but very helpful upgrades, and the remaining 2 grant 2 spells that are, if I'm being generous, situationally useful. 3 of the 4 optional fountains are quite easy to miss, but the most useful of them all is the easiest of them all to find. Just look for the big black pillar. Still, I appreciate what they add to the game in the broad strokes, the feeling of having a divine benefactor, and in some of the little details, like the way they change the appearance of the user interface. What else am I missing? There's the silver scale, which is required to complete the game, and then there's the golden scale, which is optional. These items increase Link's almost entirely useless diving ability. You get the golden scale for catching a big fish in the fishing minigame, a minigame that I think is pretty good for what it is, but won't be discussing in any kind of depth. There's the Happy Mask Salesman side quest that has a few cute character interactions and eventually rewards Child Link with the ability to wear different masks that grant various minor benefits, in particular the ability to hear the little tidbits of world building whispered out by gossip stones. There is also, of course, the sequence of trades and timed deliveries that eventually leads to the Big Oron sword, a big 2-handed blade that might have less sacred power than the Master Sword, but more than makes up for it in terms of regular power.
Ocarina of Time has a relatively small amount of side quests, and I wouldn't say this is a matter of quality over quantity, as none of these side quests stands out as particularly well designed, but their effect, in total, is to richen the experience of Ocarina of Time. This is a difficult thing to justify in a formalist sense, but the relatively small amount of side quests in Ocarina of Time inherently helps to elevate otherwise banal gameplay. There's a greater sense of a curated experience.
A player's experience of a game isn't just what they played, but also all the aspects of a game that they're aware of. Even though I've never beaten Gerudo horseback archery without cheating, I still have a relationship with that part of the game, and a solid understanding of how it fits into the overall experience, even if the effect of that is just that I have consciously decided that I don't want to deal with it. Earlier, I talked about intrinsic and extrinsic rewards, and let me finally fully articulate why I feel that's relevant. I find the process of completing a game's side quests to be be intrinsically rewarding, but I have limits. Games with an overwhelming amount of side quests, like indeed the two most recent Legend of Zelda games, inherently frustrate me, even if all the side quests are good. There is a value to that style of design, don't misunderstand me, but there's also a value to limiting the amount of content as well. Less, as the saying goes, truly can be more. And this is true even if a deficit in quantity isn't made up for in quality. That being said, even as much as I can derive an intrinsic satisfaction from completing these side quests, Ocarina of Time's reward economy is noticeably strained under the weight of even this modest amount of side content. As I already mentioned, there are 10 upgrades to ammo carrying capacity, and every single one of them feels like a waste of time. When I look at the totality of the upgrades available in Ocarina of Time, by which I mean not just the ones obtained in side quests, but also necessary items like the Silver Scale or the Mirror Shield, I start to see more signs of Ocarina of Time's indecision. The original Legend of Zelda, released for the Famicom and the NES, was one of many early attempts at merging the action gameplay of console games with role-playing elements found in computer games. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, was a very different approach to the same general idea, whereas The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, released on the Super Famicom and Super Nintendo, evolves the ideas of the original game, also adding in more elements of adventure game style puzzle solving and story-based progression. Ocarina of Time's immediate predecessor, Link's Awakening, released for the Game Boy, plays pretty similarly to A Link to the Past, but strips out a lot of the action and the RPG in favor of focusing on the main quest, making a big move in the direction of being a story-driven adventure game. Other than Zelda 2, the Legend of Zelda series incorporates RPG elements not through experience points and character statistics, but through items found in the world. In the original Legend of Zelda, Link wouldn't directly upgrade his strength and his defense. He would find a better sword and a magical ring of protection. A Link to the Past would build on this slightly. Now, instead of 3 different levels of sword power, there are 4. Instead of 1 power bracelet for moving rocks, there's the Power Glove and the upgraded Titan's Mitt. In theory, Ocarina of Time is a further expansion on this item-based approach to role-playing game elements that also expounds on the action elements, adding in more layers of player decision-making. There are 3 different shields, tunics, and pairs of boots, each with their own benefits and drawbacks. We're back down to 3 levels of sword power again, but this time you can actively switch between your different swords. You also have other melee weapons, the Megaton Hammer, which is more viable as a general-purpose weapon than the hammer was in A Link to the Past, as well as Deku Sticks, which are quick and powerful but break after a single use. There's the same amount of magic spells as there were in A Link to the Past, but there are also 3 elemental effects you can add to arrows. There are also 2 types of bombs. Even with straightforward upgrades, there's more to deal with. This time, instead of just a Power Glove and a Titan's Mitt, there's a Power Bracelet, Silver Gauntlets, and Gold Gauntlets. Instead of needing Zora Flippers to swim, Link can swim right from the start, and you upgrade his diving ability with a Silver Scale and a Golden Scale. And so much of Link's shit needs to have its carrying capacity upgraded. That being said, despite the addition of all these elements of progression and choice, Ocarina of Time, in practice, manages to converge on the same general feeling as the stripped-down Link's Awakening, even though they were developed by almost completely different groups of people with very different ideas. That is to say, Ocarina of Time is a big step away from action RPG and towards action adventure, with subsequent games in the series increasingly focusing on the adventure side. This shift in feeling comes from a complex combination of factors. For the sake of this analysis of Ocarina of Time, let me define an action RPG as a game that uses real-time, reflex-based challenges combined with resource management and character upgrade systems. In order to figure out why Ocarina of Time feels so different from its action RPG predecessors, it helps to take a step back and examine A Link to the Past, and ask how similar it really is to the 2 games that preceded it. Sure, Zelda 2's status as the black sheep of the series is well known, but for as different as the first 2 Legend of Zelda games are, they both use combat as a primary source of challenge. Enemies are hard to hit and deal a lot of damage. All of Link's options for offense,
defense, and recovery come with interesting trade-offs, whether by opening him up to risk, by draining from a limited pool of resources, or by taking a lot of time. A Link to the Past chips away at this on every level. Enemies become easier to hit and deal less damage. Link's movement becomes more agile, while his attacks become more versatile and less risky. All resources become more plentiful. This reduction in combat difficulty is combined with an increasing focus on navigational challenge, puzzle solving, and storytelling. Ocarina of Time in many ways continues that process from A Link to the Past, and so feels even further from being an action RPG. I would also contend, though, that a key factor is that Ocarina of Time implements action RPG elements in a haphazard, inconsistent way. The different tunics and boots you acquire in A Link to the Past are, functionally, a completely different mechanic to the different tunics and boots you get in Ocarina of Time. In A Link to the Past, there is no way to switch them out, because there is no reason to. They're all simple, direct upgrades with no drawbacks. Meanwhile, Ocarina of Time's version gives you a choice, but it's never a complex one. It's never a matter of risk and reward. If you're in a volcano, put on the red shirt. If you need to sink underwater, put on the shoes that make you heavy, then the shirt that lets you breathe underwater. If you need some extra hang time to clear a gap, put on the shoes that make you hover. But those shoes suck for everything else, so you usually want your normal shoes on. As an element of the adventure gameplay, it's all functional, but it's not an interesting element of choice. So, while Ocarina of Time is, overall, developing the ideas expressed in A Link to the Past, their respective implementations of action RPG elements are often quite different, superficially similar but unrelated in any functional sense. Compared to tunics and boots, the choice between swords and shields is a bit more dynamic, but only Child Link ever has to make a meaningful choice between the two shields available to him, and only Adult Link can switch between the two swords available to him. So there isn't much variety, and what variety is present has to be rationed out between Link's child and adult forms. I do actually think that Child Link's choice between using the powerful, limited Deku sticks and the weaker, unbreakable Kokiri sword is an engaging one. That's just Child Link, though. Adult Link has more choice of melee weapons to lesser effect. The Megaton Hammer is theoretically a viable alternative to the Master Sword, but it's way too slow and short range to use effectively. Meanwhile, once you get the Big Oron sword, you can put away the Master Sword until the plot demands you use it again. The Big Oron sword's increased range and power makes the trade-off of losing your shield almost completely irrelevant. Your other combat options are a mixed bag. The slingshot and the boomerang are items exclusive to Child Link. The bow and the hookshot are items exclusive to Adult Link. The slingshot and bow are fast and consume ammo, while the boomerang and hookshot are slow and have unlimited uses. The two sets of items aren't fully analogous, as all four of them have unique properties and interactions with different enemies that are clear at some times and unclear at others, and the combat scenarios available to Child Link never really give the boomerang time to shine. But despite those points of inconsistency, I find that there is often a compelling, dynamic choice to be made for ranged combat. Deku Nuts are an item shared by Child Link and Adult Link. They're thrown at the ground like a flashbang, stunning every enemy within a certain radius. While they're limited in supply and, with a tiny handful of exceptions, never deal damage, they're quick and don't need to be aimed, which makes them very useful. Their ability to stun enemies is partially shared with the boomerang and the hookshot, which sometimes stun enemies instead of damaging them. The slingshot, the bow, the boomerang, the hookshot, and Deku Nuts are a collection of items that have some compelling dynamics between them. Meanwhile, Link's explosive options, both regular bombs and bomb chews, don't fare nearly as well. They both have some theoretical utility in combat, but they're so much more finicky than Link's primary melee and ranged options. After sinking a considerable amount of time into this game, I'm finally at a level of skill where bombs and bomb chews have become, at most, situationally useful. I struggle to imagine them being much more than that. Ocarina of Time shares certain items in common with A Link to the Past, like the bow, bombs, and hookshot, but using those items in Ocarina of Time's combat system feels completely different due to the new three-dimensional perspective. A Link to the Past was a lot snappier. You could, for example, drop bombs without breaking your stride. There isn't even an animation for it. You just press the button and the bomb appears. That kind of thing would look a lot stranger in a more realistic, fully three-dimensional game. So Ocarina of Time is, across the board, a slower and heavier experience. According to a developer interview, the game that set the foundation for Ocarina of Time's combat was actually Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, that infamous black sheep of the series, rather than A Link to the Past, the game that, in most other regards, defined how Legend of Zelda games would work. Where Ocarina of Time's combat differs from Zelda 2, and where it follows from A Link to the Past, is in how closely Ocarina of Time ties upgrades for Link's combat abilities to progression through the story. Most types of RPG maintain some degree of separation between character progression and story progression. Take, for example, the aforementioned Zelda 2, where, if you wanted to, you could defeat enemies in the opening area until you had enough experience points to max out your health, magic, and sword power. There are also important, incredibly useful upgrades like the sword techniques and certain spells that are blocked by progression through the story but are still optional and acquired through side quests. The most important, useful upgrades for Link's combat abilities found in A Link to the Past are found in dungeons, or otherwise directly alongside the game's critical path, and Ocarina of Time follows this example. While Ocarina of Time does contain a fair few upgrades that can be found somewhat independently of normal story progression, they don't create a meaningful difference in moment-to-moment gameplay. 2 of the elemental arrow types and 2 of the spells are optional. The ability to use the different types of arrow and the different spells is governed by the upgradable magic meter. This limitation, however, doesn't create a feeling of resource management. It mostly serves to discourage experimentation with the different magical effects, and upgrading the magic meter does little to change this feeling. In the case of the elemental arrows, few enemies react to them in interesting ways anyway. The spells are more diverse, but no more useful. Only one of the spells has any offensive utility, and it's quite limited. One of the spells is used for defense, but isn't practically useful. And the final spell is an exploration utility with no combat purpose at all. Between the limited magic meter and the limited pools of ammo for Deku Sticks, Deku Seeds, Deku Nuts, arrows, bombs, and bomb chews, not to mention Link's health, resource management might seem to be a major concern. Theoretically, you're supposed to use your money at shops to replenish your resources. So, theoretically, the limitations on how much money Link can collect should be a point of pressure, and the upgrades in wallet capacity should relieve that pressure. But that's not the case. Shops appear in fixed, inconvenient locations, but jars and bushes, which can be destroyed to find nearly any supply you might need, are ubiquitous. Not only does this trivialize the value of money, it also trivializes the value of the ammo capacity upgrades. What I hope I've demonstrated through this lengthy explanation of some of the central mechanics of Ocarina of Time and its 4 predecessors is that even though Ocarina of Time, on paper, has many of the features that an action RPG would have, even though, on paper, it has the same features as its predecessors, which did feel like action RPGs, subtle changes in the specific ways those features are implemented add up to a more substantial change in feeling. Ocarina of Time doesn't feel like an action RPG. It feels like an adventure game with some decent action and some bizarre gestures in the direction of upgrade and resource management mechanics.
Ocarina of Time falters in its attempts to develop the action RPG elements of its predecessors. The adventure game elements, the elements used to tell a story, are developed much more effectively.
Ocarina of Time's style of storytelling is much more cinematic. The first 3 Legend of Zelda games had little interest and involved cutscene-centric storytelling. Link's Awakening leaned towards it in some key ways, and to great effect, but Ocarina of Time dives into it head first like a transsexual ninja trying to hide from his feelings towards a blonde twink. But the storytelling isn't just in the moments where the control is out of the player's hands. Items like the various masks and the lens of truth grant new ways of interacting with the world that are just as much about flavor and atmosphere as they are about gameplay utility. And that is before even getting to the ocarina, an item whose primary purpose is to cause scripted events to proceed in a way that feels organic and thematically interesting. The game feels like it's excited to show you all the stuff Link can do. You can see that clearly thanks to all the mini-games. There are a lot of mini-games in this one, 11 according to the Legend of Zelda wiki. What these mini-games demonstrate is not that this game has a really strong, expressive core set of mechanics, but that this game has mechanics that are versatile and can be used to credibly create a wide variety of situations. The hallmark of adventure games, according to Ian Danskin's video, Who Shot Guybrush Threepwood, is the way they use scripting and bespoke set pieces to create a wide variety of unique situations, instead of relying on dynamic systems that ultimately have a more limited output. Eventually, the Legend of Zelda series would shift its focus to creating some of the most intricate dynamic systems ever seen in any game, and in doing so, would move away from the action-adventure style back to the action RPG style, albeit as a very, very different kind of action RPG than it was in its early entries. Ocarina of Time was where that move to the action-adventure style started in earnest. Even still, Ocarina of Time is often an indecisive, transitional game, bounding into the future as it tries to bring the past with it, unsure where it's going while confidently moving forward. You can see that in the way it seems to want to cling to the action RPG roots of the series, and you can see that in the portion of the game that I refer to as the Silver Rupee arc, where its level design starts to get noticeably less consistent.
Even though the Silver Rupee arc encompasses the final third of the game, even though it's the note you leave on, it's the first 2/3 of the game that feel the most confident and forward-looking, and would set the course for the next few games in the series. And you can see that most clearly in the 2 dungeons I've not discussed in depth yet. It is finally time to talk about the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly and the water temple. According to at least one survey, the 3 most unpopular dungeons in Ocarina of Time are all, in some way, water-themed. The dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly, the water temple, and the ice cavern. The ice cavern, despite my own affection for it, is rather slight and has a few irritating mechanics, so I wasn't surprised to see that it was unpopular. The water temple, meanwhile, is infamous for how disliked it is, even if its reputation has improved over the years as people have learned to appreciate its complexity. The unambiguous unpopularity of the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly did surprise me, however.
I suppose I had expected it to be carried by its theming, which is certainly among the strongest of any dungeon in the Legend of Zelda series. Offer a fish to this big whale known as Lord Jabu Jabu, the patron deity of the fish-like Zora people, and he'll open up his big gob to swallow the offering up, sucking up Link in the process. Once inside, you find that his innards are arranged in the conveniently explorable shape of a dungeon, only with walls made of red and pink organ tissue instead of bricks. Now, this theming isn't unique to Ocarina of Time. Plenty of video games have sections involving exploring the innards of some creature, but it is a striking theme regardless, and it's expressed well here. The walls and floors have a fleshy color and have been given various undulating, color-shifting visual effects that suggest breathing, blood flow, digestion, or whatever other sorts of movements happen beneath the skin. The walls make a gross noise and bleed when struck by Link's sword. Instead of doors, rooms are separated by what I can really only referred to as sphincters. Instead of being blocked by metal bars, these sphincter doors are blocked by a sort of web-like membrane, maybe intended to resemble what is referred to by butchers as caul fat, also known by the anatomical term greater omentum. The biological theming runs deeper than some visual effects and weird-looking doors, though. The entrance room, where you can see the back of Lord Jabu Jabu's teeth and his ridged palate, is obviously his mouth, but after that point, the whole dungeon is made up of tube-like hallways and squirming cavities, resembling organs that are evocative of anatomy without ever being so gauche as to tell you when you're in, say, the intestines of Lord Jabu Jabu. Instead of mechanical switches, there are these yellow things. The ones that rise up from the ground, activated by standing on them, have a more flat, rounded shape and resemble a kind of pustule. The ones that hang from the ceiling, activated by being hit with a projectile, have an elongated shape and vaguely resemble the uvula, the structure that Cardi B referred to as the little dangly thing in the back of her throat. It's a simple thing, but I appreciate how strongly the yellow of these switches stands out from the bright red background. I also appreciate the way the aberrant shapes and inflamed colors of the parasitic tentacles and the floppy muscle platforms invite the player's attention in a slightly more subtle way. Those are good examples of how the general squishiness of this dungeon doesn't come at the expense of visual readability, at least on the scale of individual challenges. But the dungeon is a bit lacking in overall visual variety, so it can be difficult to orient yourself. There are at least 2 rooms that are laid out in a way that is, if not literally symmetrical, close enough to symmetrical that I regularly forget which side of the room that I'm on. This is particularly problematic because the process of exploring the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly is much more convoluted than it was in the 2 dungeons that preceded it, and I think this is the root of what frustrates people about this dungeon.
Even if it took me a while to play Ocarina of Time to completion, I was pretty young when I first finished the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly, so I have a hard time remembering how it felt to approach it for the first time, especially when I've spent the past almost 3 years deeply immersed in this game, becoming very familiar with every dungeon. So take what I say with a grain of salt, because it has been a long time since this particular dungeon has thrown me for a loop.
Nevertheless, I think I can see why it's confusing. First, for the reasons of visual variety listed above. This works in combination with other factors. Instead of having a single, visually distinct hub room at the dungeon's center, as there was in Dodongo's Cavern and the dungeon inside the Deku Tree, the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly has a vaguely defined center, comprised of 2 open cavity rooms and a 3rd room that is more of a branching hallway. Progression through the dungeon consists of a few phases. For the first phase, when the dungeon is initially being explored, many of the dungeon's rooms on both of its floors are available, but there is no clear center point until you acquire the dungeon's main item, the boomerang. At this point, the branching hallway room becomes the dungeon's center. The branching hallway room is made distinctive by its harsher color scheme and the way its floors gently push Link towards one of the 5 exits. The first of these 5 exits is where Link acquires the boomerang. The map and compass are found in 2 of the remaining rooms, providing some much-needed clarity to exploration, albeit only after the player has had ample opportunity to get lost. Up to this point, the player may have encountered the red, blue, and green barriers, which Navi refers to as the red, blue, and green slimy things, which damage Link on contact and prevent him from accessing certain rooms. In order to get rid of those barriers, you have to defeat the red, blue, and green parasitic tentacle enemies, which reside in 3 circular arenas connected to the branching hallway room. This means then that the branching hallway room is a one and done kind of affair. As soon as you can acquire the boomerang, it's as simple as defeating all 3 of the parasitic tentacles in sequence. At that point, the center of the dungeon shifts to the room right before the branching hallway room, a pretty indistinct looking rectangular room with some holes in the ground. These holes are a big sticking point for this dungeon, I think. Each one of them leads to a different landing point on the floor below, but the holes have a visual effect that prevents you from seeing where you'll be landing. Moreover, the holes aren't given any sort of distinction from each other than their position in the room. A room which, as I mentioned earlier, is visually indistinct and mostly symmetrical, so it's difficult to keep track of which of the 5 holes you have and haven't tested out. The only visual distinction, in fact, is one of the parasitic tentacle barriers, a green slimy thing. As soon as you make the connection that defeating the parasitic tentacles will clear the barriers, hopefully you'll be able to intuit that the way forward is down the hole covered by the green barrier, because otherwise you won't have any leads on how to find the path forward. Because this green barrier is the only thing setting that hole apart, once you defeat the green parasitic tentacle and the barrier disappears, the hole that you need to go to loses the only feature that sets it apart from any other hole. So you have to either remember which hole was covered up by a green slimy thing in a room that now completely lacks distinguishing features, or figure it out through trial and error, which in this case means falling into a hole and slowly climbing back out of the hole until you've checked every hole. And every time you do this, all of the enemies in the room respawn. They're all big floating jellyfish monsters. The little ones are called Beery and the big ones are called Bari. They give Link a painful looking incapacitating shock if they make contact with him, or if he hits them with his sword. They're immune to being hit with slingshot bullets, so you have to use the much slower boomerang, your limited supply of Deku sticks, or a spin attack to deal with them. I kind of like how mean these enemies feel, and I like how their harsh electric blue coloring and the way they appear in groups conveys the feeling of an infestation. But their aggressive respawning makes the already tedious trial and error process of testing out the various holes all the more frustrating. Anyway, once you've figured out the correct hole, the next task is dealing with the dungeon's mini-boss, the Big Octo. This fight takes place in a small, donut-shaped arena with spikes lining the inner edge. The Big Octo runs in one direction, and you have to hit it in the big glowing cloaca on its back. The Big Octo runs at almost exactly the same speed as you, so in order to chase it down from behind, you have to run as close to the inner edge as possible without getting grazed by the spikes, while making careful use of Link's rolling, which is marginally faster than his running, but harder to control. Or you can stand in one place and time your boomerang throws really well. Or you can just let the Big Octo ram into you, at which point it turns around, exposing its weak point. The elements of a good fight are here, I think, but they don't feel like they come together in a balanced way. The correct ways of doing the fight are tedious, so there's a strong temptation to just let the big guy hit you so you can get an easier hit. Still, it's expressing a mechanical idea in a clear way, and I give it points for that. I also give it points for being a mini-boss that you can easily defeat in one hit, a jump attack with a Deku stick. That's not a backhanded compliment either. I love all the little tricks that you can pull off in Ocarina of Time, moments where a little bit of knowledge goes a long way. Anyway, after the Big Octo is a brief, simple puzzle involving using the boomerang to stun these weird, muscular structures so you can use them as platforms, at which point you are one, hold down the switch with a box puzzle, and one, hit the switch by throwing your boomerang in just the right way puzzle, away from fighting this dungeon's cool, dramatic boss fight. The bioelectric anemone, Baronade, is some kind of freakish parasitic organ covered in blue jellyfish. The fight consists of avoiding blasts of lightning from Baronade's tendrils, and avoiding the jellyfish as they spin around so you can stun the boss, which then allows you to get rid of its jellyfish goons, and eventually open up the boss to be attacked directly. The boss arena itself lacks any obvious visual drama like you had with the fog in Queen Goma's room or the lava pit in King Dodongo's room, but Baronade more than makes up for it in terms of audiovisual chaos. There are way more moving parts here than there are in most other boss fights in this game, and the crackling sound of lightning, the whooshing sound of spinning jellyfish, and a bunch of other noises from various other sources all combine with the bombastic fight music into a complete cacophony. Compared to the two preceding boss fights, there is a much more profound sense of relief when it's all over.
That is about all I intend to say about this dungeon's boss and mini-boss. My point is to illustrate how much more difficult this dungeon is along every axis than the 2 dungeons preceding it. It's more confusing to explore, it's trickier to navigate, and its combat is more punishing. And this is all happening before the player has gotten important upgrades, like more health, a better sword, or better ranged options. I think that does a lot to explain this dungeon's unpopularity.
I wouldn't just attribute it to difficulty though. The dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly is definitely a jump in difficulty after the very simple Dodongo's Cavern, but going from the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly to the Forest Temple is a much bigger jump in difficulty, and the Forest Temple is, according to at least one survey, the most popular dungeon in the game. There's probably a sense of restlessness, as the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly is the last obstacle before obtaining the Master Sword and becoming an adult. Who wants to waste their time digging in the guts of some fish when a cool sword is within sight? Of course, one of the biggest factors that annoys people about this dungeon is one that I haven't even mentioned yet, the Zora Princess, Ruto. When you arrive in the indistinct looking room with the holes in the ground, you encounter Princess Ruto, King Zora's daughter, who had gone missing after being sent to make an offering to Lord Jabu Jabu. She scoffs at the idea that you could help her, and proceeds to immediately fall into a hole into the room below. You follow her down and talk to her. She rebuffs you again. You talk to her again, and she relents, granting you the privilege of carrying her around. She's a character who is deliberately written to annoy the player. First, there is her refusal to accept help. She even goes as far as to question your manhood if you leave her behind. Eventually, you get rid of her, and can complete the rest of the dungeon alone, but that's only because she ran off with the spiritual stone that you were trying to find, and immediately got captured by the dungeon's boss afterward, forcing you to rescue her. But from a mechanical standpoint, she is intended to be helpful. You can't proceed through the dungeon without using her weight to hold down 2 of the switches found in the branching hallways room, and you can even throw her at monsters and hanging switches if you want to conserve slingshot bullets. The way Princess Ruto is implemented as a mechanic is imperfect though. There are 3 points on the bottom floor where she can be submerged in water. Being that she's a fish girl, you would think this would be fine, but in fact, being submerged causes her to disappear. Don't panic. She reappears at one of 2 locations if this happens, so you can simply backtrack a little and carry her with you again. But this unavoidably feels strange. First, that putting her in water would be a problem, and second, that the locations where she reappears simply aren't signaled to the player at all. And moreover, it's annoying having to backtrack to retrieve her. I wonder if there's some technical or design reason why she doesn't reappear at the room's entrance like Link does when he falls into a bottomless pit. I mentioned that Princess Ruto can reappear in one of 2 locations, and that ties into a slightly broader problem with her mechanical implementation. Even if the time that players spend with her is ultimately pretty brief, the way she operates is noticeably inconsistent. When you first start carrying her, if she needs to reappear, she reappears in a room on the bottom floor. Then, once you've brought her back up to the first floor, if she needs to reappear, she reappears in the indistinct looking room with the holes in the ground. Most of the time, you aren't supposed to leave a room without carrying her. But one of the rooms at the end of the branching hallways can only be opened if you're using her to hold down a floor switch. When you exit that room, she's right there where you left her. But I am willing to overlook her little inconsistencies, because I think she adds some interesting narrative and mechanical texture, and she's a big part of what I find so forward-looking about this dungeon. Despite how limited her abilities are, being that she mostly amounts to a paperweight that insults you, she's an early attempt at creating a companion character to follow the player through a dungeon. Previous Legend of Zelda games had made some loose gestures towards this. You can rescue a child in Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, but he stays tucked safely away in the player's inventory until they bring him back to his mother. A Link to the Past features a section early on where you escort Princess Zelda to a safe house, then a section later in the game where you have to escort a non-suspicious maiden through a dungeon, and a few miscellaneous escorts besides those two. But in all of these escort missions, the mechanical impact of having a travel companion is minimal. They simply follow Link's every move. Finally, Link's Awakening, the game that most immediately preceded Ocarina of Time, has a few examples. There's a section where the player is responsible for taking a vaguely dog-like creature called a Bow Wow on a walk. The Bow Wow gobbles up enemies and certain obstacles, and grants the player access to the game's second dungeon. Then there's a sequence where Link goes on a date with a local girl. She follows his steps just like the people you escorted in A Link to the Past, but she provides more colorful commentary than they did. A little while after that, Link's Awakening provides us with the companion character whose role most closely resembles Princess Ruto's role in the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly. Well, it's not really a character so much as it is an iron ball that you have to carry around throughout an entire dungeon in order to solve various puzzles. Carrying around Princess Ruto is by no means revolutionary then. She's simply an evolution of a concept explored by previous games in the series. But the series would continue to experiment with this concept after Ocarina of Time, with almost every single subsequent game in the series featuring at least one dungeon with escort mechanics. In fact, all of the main dungeons in 2023's Tears of the Kingdom prominently feature a companion character. This is clearly an aspect of the series that the developers are interested in playing around with.
Unfortunately, Princess Ruto has a pretty big connection to another major recurring element of the Legend of Zelda series, and that is its weird treatment of women and girls. The first two Legend of Zelda games tasked you with rescuing a princess. A Link to the Past tasked you with rescuing a princess and like 6 other girls. All pretty standard objectification. Ocarina of Time is much more multifaceted. This isn't to say that Ocarina of Time is any more nuanced, though. Just that its objectification is more varied and far-reaching than it was in previous games in the series.
We still have to rescue Princess Zelda, for example, but now we see her get captured after being given tantalizing glimpses of her having more agency as the ninja Sheik. Or we have Malin, a nice farm girl who has fallen into the role of nagging her father to fulfill his responsibilities. We also have Saria, Link's green-haired bestie who, despite being the subject of some well-staged, emotionally evocative scenes, isn't really afforded any interiority beyond the fact that there's a specific stump that she likes sitting on. There are also the Gerudo Thieves, whose aggressive sexuality and fickle relationship with Link are tinged with misogyny, while also being a textbook example of an ignorant depiction of Middle Eastern, North African, and South Asian cultures. Yes, Princess Ruto adds some narrative and mechanical flavor to the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly. Looked at in isolation, it's funny the way she makes you carry her around. It's funny that she's objectified in an almost literal sense, being that she's treated like any other object in the game that you can pick up and throw around. It's funny that she's so clearly helpless without Link, and that she's so rude to him regardless. But looked at within the context of the rest of the game, we find a pattern. Most of the women and girls in this game are written in a limited, stereotypical, and objectifying way. So the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly is forward-looking in the sense that, through Princess Ruto, it showcases the series' increasing, unfortunate reliance on sexist tropes. Indeed, the series still has yet to shake off these tropes, or Orientalist tropes for that matter. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are not, on the whole, any better than Ocarina of Time in this regard, even if their depiction of the Gerudo people is a little bit more complicated. The Legend of Zelda series plays into sexism and Orientalism. We have no reason to expect that to change, in the same way we have no reason to expect the series to suddenly revert from 3 dimensions back to 2 dimensions and stay there for the next decade. Nuanced depictions of women and other cultures simply aren't things that the developers seem interested in playing around with. Not the same way they're clearly interested in playing around with, say, different mechanical approaches to companion characters. In the face of all of what I just said about social issues, if you can still compel yourself to care about mechanical experimentation, I do think there's some worthwhile game design happening here. The early sequences of Ocarina of Time, before the player acquires the Master Sword, herald a change that would come with the rest of the 3D Legend of Zelda games. Later dungeons would come to rely less on literal locks and keys than the dungeons in the 2D entries. Like the two dungeons preceding it, the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly features no keys, so it has to gate the player's progress through other methods. First, it sends the player on a mini-adventure, getting Princess Ruto back up to the first floor, so she can help you weigh down some switches in the room with the branching hallways. Then you're granted the boomerang, which allows you to open up the rest of the dungeon. The dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly is the first dungeon in Ocarina of Time to feature a design idea that is central to a lot of the best Legend of Zelda dungeons. You do something in one room that affects another room. In this case, it's pretty simple. Destroy a parasitic tentacle, and the accompanying barrier in another room also disappears. Even if it's simple, this cause and effect relationship is satisfying and evocative on its own. I've talked multiple times about my concept of how dungeons exist in the player's brain, and this is a great example of how you can make the process of thinking about a dungeon more interesting by making an important change happen off-screen. In that respect, I think it makes a certain amount of sense the way the path forward is obscured. If the hole that was blocked by the green slimy thing was set apart from the other holes in any particular way, it might make the path forward too obvious. Rather than being driven by an understanding of how the dungeon works, the player would be driven by an understanding that they have to seek out the hole that looks different from the others.
For all the confusion wrought by that indistinct room with the holes in the floor, it's in service of making a dungeon that truly tests the player's understanding of 3D navigation and the way all the elements of a dungeon fit together. Understanding the way the upper level and lower level connect, and the way that your actions in one room will affect the paths available to you in other rooms is made much more challenging and potentially more interesting by the player's limited perspective. You can't simply rely on the game providing intuitive, clear visual information. You have to construct your own understanding of the space. If that sounds compelling to you, then congratulations. You have a good mindset for appreciating some of the more polarizing dungeons in the Legend of Zelda series. Which brings us along to the Water Temple.
The Water Temple has a well-earned reputation for being the most difficult, frustrating part of Ocarina of Time. You wouldn't be able to tell based on its theming alone. The dungeon is all cool blues, yellows, and browns, suggesting a serene, beach-like atmosphere. But moving past the basics of the color scheme, the dungeon's compounding complexities soon start to reveal themselves. As soon as you enter the dungeon, you catch sight of the central room with the mostly submerged tower in its center. None of the rooms on this top level are accessible, so you don the iron boots and sink below, getting introduced to the dungeon's overall structure, where you have to navigate between the central tower and the various rooms that line the outer walls of the dungeon. You make your way to the room on the east side of the dungeon's bottom level and have a quick reunion with Princess Ruto. Now she's 7 years older than she was the last time you met her, but she's still deeply in love with you, of course. She directs you to float up to the top level of this room, where you'll encounter the first of 3 panels that change the dungeon's water level to one of 3 levels. As you entered the dungeon for the first time, the water was at its highest level. At this first panel, you can lower the water to its lowest level. The 3 water levels grant and restrict access to the various parts of the dungeon, and figuring out when to change the water level is the dungeon's primary challenge. I think that this central challenge is expressed very well. It's all built around intuitive, understandable forces. Sometimes you gotta use bombs or light a torch, but you can't do that if you're underwater, so you gotta lower the water level. Some platforms float up when the water level goes up, that kind of thing. The dungeon gives all the tools necessary for understanding it right from the start. That initial descent in the central room with the tower gives you a preview of the entire dungeon's layout. There's a big room with a tower
tower in the center, and it's surrounded by rooms that radiate out in the 4 cardinal directions. The 4 wings have varying levels of internal complexity, but they're completely separate from one another, so they can be more easily compartmentalized. You also get the map and compass much earlier than you would in other dungeons, relatively speaking, but the map isn't especially helpful for showing the layout of the dungeon, as it doesn't show the vertical connections that are so critical for navigation. The map is only really useful in conjunction with the compass, as the two of them together allow you to keep track of the remaining treasure chests with a vague idea of where to go to find them.
All of this information is something of a double-edged sword, though. It's helpful if you're able to take it all in and process it accurately, but it can also be overwhelming, causing the mind to shut down entirely. The easier dungeons in this game are a bit more accommodating to that reaction, but if you try to run through the water temple on autopilot, you will quickly find yourself tangled up in its complexities.
The water temple is rewarding for a player who pays attention and moves around deliberately, but it harshly punishes a player who, for whatever reason, misses certain details. One tricky detail is in the central tower, where a wooden platform hides a hole in the ground that becomes accessible when the water level is raised, taking the wooden platform up with it. That one is pretty easy to miss, but it's not nearly as bad as the hole hidden underneath one of those blue blocks that disappears when you play the Song of Time, which is embedded in the ground behind the treasure chest where you obtain the long shot. Unlike the hidden hole in the tower, the hidden hole in the room with the long shot isn't tied to a novel implementation of the dungeon's central gimmick. It's simply a test of your ability to intuit that there's something hiding behind a treasure chest. I also find myself wondering how many players miss something as simple as the cracked wall that you can see as you rise up to the first panel that changes the water level. This isn't very likely, is it? When you enter the room where you reunite with Princess Ruto, you're facing the direction of that cracked wall. Take off the iron boots and you'll float right past it. Even if you are facing the wrong way initially, it takes so long to float up that you are bound to turn around and see it at some point, right? Well, the truth is that you can never guarantee any player behavior through game design. All you can really do is poke and prod and nudge and hope that they'll get the idea.
The problem in the case of the water temple is that any failure on the part of the player to understand what the dungeon is poking and prodding and nudging them about will result in the player having to exhaustively sort through every single room that they've already gone through in order to figure out if there is something that they have missed. It's important then to analyze the design of these spaces not just in terms of what it would look like to go through them efficiently, but also what it looks like when a player makes mistakes. The water temple provides ample opportunities to make mistakes, and in turn, that means that all the little annoyances of the water temple are magnified, as the player has to deal with them more times than is strictly necessary.
The annoyance of equipping and unequipping the iron boots in order to slowly sink to the bottom or slowly float to the top is well known. So I would also like to point out some other underrated annoyances. A pervasive one is the need to deal with the respawning enemies. Even under ideal circumstances, you have to return to the central room multiple times. And every single time, the spike balls and the hopping bugs are back. Those two enemies, called spikes and tektites respectively, are pretty easy to deal with. But then there are also a few bouts in different rooms with a type of enemy called a shell blade, which are essentially clams with sharp teeth. I mentioned them briefly when I talked about the Gerudo training ground, but they're most prominently featured in the water temple. These guys have a brief window of vulnerability where they expose the soft tissue under their hard shell before they leap at you to attack. If you're trying to hit them with the hookshot, which is likely given that they usually appear underwater where the hookshot is the only weapon you can use, you will almost definitely take a few hits from them because you fired slightly too early or slightly too late because of a lack of visual feedback on when they're vulnerable. These enemies are all over the water temple, usually in tight spaces where they're impossible to avoid. There are also plenty plenty of little one-off things. I really hate the hallway leading off of the western side of the bottom level of the central room. There's a drop-off into a pool of water. In order to get back up, you can't simply unequip the iron boots and float to the top. I always do that by reflex because that's how you usually get up to a higher level in the submerged parts of this dungeon. But when I do that here, I slowly float to the top of the water before realizing that I needed to use the hookshot to actually get out and back into the central room. Having realized this, I then have to re-equip the boots, slowly sink to the bottom, and then wait for the hookshot to become available to use again after a short delay. Once I hookshot out of the western hallway, I can proceed clockwise to the hallway leading off the northern side of the bottom level of the central room, which is positively stacked with annoyances. The first issue I have is a bit of a nitpick. Progressing through the northern wing requires that you have obtained the upgraded hookshot, now called the long shot. That isn't a problem in and of itself, of course, but this room just doesn't feel big enough, and the hookshot target on the other side of the room just doesn't feel far enough away to really adequately communicate what you're missing when you don't have the long shot, or how much of an upgrade that you've received when you do have it. This actually ties into a much trickier problem that I have with the water temple, which is that I don't like that the item that you get here is just an upgrade of an item that you already have. That isn't a problem in and of itself either, but it feels like this was done at the expense of the base hookshot, whose range often feels overly limited until it's upgraded to the long shot. Moreover, due to the nature of the first-person perspective used when aiming the hookshot, its range is inherently difficult to understand, which makes the upgraded range of the long shot harder to appreciate. This problem is trickier than the one-off problems that I've listed, because the water temple is entirely built around this upgrade. You're making extensive use of the hookshot all throughout, but big chunks of the dungeon's progression are based around the difference between the range of the base hookshot and the range of the long shot. Anyway, moving away from that trickier problem back to one-off problems, there are more rooms on the northern wing to discuss. Once you've used the long shot to cross the gap, you're met with a locked door. Behind this locked door is a room with a big pool of water. The pool of water is fed by two waterfalls on opposite corners of the room, which are drained into two whirlpool pits, creating a current that drags Link towards the pit if he's not swimming fast enough or wearing the iron boots. Boulders periodically roll out of those waterfalls along the floor of the pool and into their respective whirlpool pits. Finally, there are 6 tektites skimming on the surface of the water. This room has a lot of moving parts, but they combine to create a banal challenge. You can try to swim past the tektites or walk underneath them. You will almost inevitably take exactly 1 hit from a tektite in the process of reaching the exit, sustaining little damage but still feeling like you didn't perform the challenge correctly. Don't worry, doing it the right way by slowly picking off the tektites from a distance with arrows or by painstakingly baiting them over to a place where you can hit them with your sword doesn't feel much better. This is a strong contender for the position of my least favorite room in Ocarina of Time, and it's a shame because I find it visually compelling in a subtle way. It's pretty in the same way an indoor swimming pool is, and I like the way you loop back around to this room by getting to the upper level of one of its waterfalls. The process of making that loop involves 2 more challenges. The first of the 2 is a puzzle challenge involving pushing a block onto a switch that raises the water level so you can exit the room. It's simple, but I like the process of figuring out all the different puzzle elements of the room. First finding the switch, diving underwater to press it, and then realizing you have to find a way to hold it down. Where to find such a thing? Oh, there are 2 cracked walls that you can open with bombs, and you can do some roundabout maneuvers to get a block out of the narrow passageway that was hiding behind those cracked walls. The biggest problem I have with this room is that it's filled with these little stingray enemies that are just a nuisance that don't interact with the primary challenge in any meaningful way. After that room, you have to do a platforming challenge where you press a switch to briefly open up a barred door on the other side of a gap, and then cross the gap by hopping across the tops of some high-pressure jets of water. It's a decent enough timed platforming challenge, but having the timed switch be responsible for activating the jets of water and opening up the door means that you can essentially succeed at the interesting part of the challenge by clearing the gap, only to then see the door get sealed, forcing you to restart. The real frustration is yet to come, actually. You exit the room with the platforming challenge and find that you have looped back into the room with the pool of water with rolling boulders and tektites, only this time you're on top of one of the waterfalls feeding the pool. Running against the current, you sink into another small pool of water and have to deal with a shell blade in its native habitat. That is to say, one of the narrow hallways that makes it especially annoying to deal with. Once you've dealt with that, you rise up and are met with another locked door. Hope that you've been diligent about getting all the keys, because if you haven't, you have to search the entirety of the dungeon in order to find it, because by this point you have the entire dungeon available to you to explore, and then you have to deal with the rolling boulders and the tektites and the jets of water all over again. What a pain in the ass.
I could keep going, describing all the rooms in the water temple that have some kind of one-off annoyance. But what I hope I've illustrated through this example is that many of these one-off annoyances are, in fact, things that you will have to deal with multiple times if you're not playing perfectly.
I already mentioned the hole that's hiding underneath a Song of Time block in the room with the long shot. What I didn't mention is that this room is found behind two pretty involved puzzle platforming challenges that you'll have to redo if you weren't observant enough to notice a random detail hidden in an unintuitive way. It is a small mercy then that you don't also have to repeat the challenge that comes after those puzzle platforming challenges but before obtaining the long shot, the fight against the Water Temple's mini-boss. For as cool and epic as it is that the mini-boss is an evil, shadowy doppelganger of Link, the fight itself leaves a lot to be desired. In theory, I like that there are multiple ways to fight him, but in practice, every method feels like a finicky exploit to some degree or another, even if you take him on in a straight fight, only using your sword and shield, which I've never successfully done, because it seems to mostly involve recklessly swinging until something connects. But hey, huge points for presentation. You enter into this room and find a surreal, infinite landscape blanketed in yellow-green fog, covered in a shallow layer of water, with a sad little island with a single dead tree in the center. You entered through what appears to be a freestanding door to nowhere, and on the other side of the sad little island is what seems to be an exit, another freestanding door to nowhere. But both doors are barred, and as soon as you turn around after reaching the exit door, you discover that Link's shadow has risen up and has been watching him silently for the past few moments. And when he's defeated, the sad little island disappears, and the room suddenly reverts back to being a normal water temple room. The presentation of the water temple is mostly pretty understated, which works pretty well, as it helps keep the focus on the dungeon's big complex navigation puzzle. The mini-boss chamber is the biggest exception, though, and I appreciate that such a cool, evocative room comes out of nowhere the way it does. It's an interesting inconsistency, not a senseless one. I've devoted a lot of time to explaining what makes the Water Temple frustrating, but this is, overall, a dungeon that I've really come to appreciate. Its frustrations are all in service of its ambitious design. It's Ocarina of Time's most difficult dungeon, but that's because it's the dungeon that relies most heavily on the player's understanding of dungeon design, on the player's ability to internalize the rules of a space and know how actions in one room will affect another. Because of its complexity, it's the only dungeon in Ocarina of Time that I still find rewarding, even after spending almost 3 years exhaustively combing over every aspect of this game. The feeling of bumbling through the Water Temple is uniquely miserable, because it compounds all the numerous little frustrations by making you deal with all of them even more often, as you repeatedly run through all the rooms and all the different water levels. But at the same time, the feeling of running through the Water Temple with intention and understanding is uniquely satisfying, satisfying. It's a space that you can genuinely attain some sense of mastery over, but you can't measure that mastery in obvious ways. The game doesn't keep score, but you can tell you're doing a good job if you've remembered where all the points of interest are, and if you haven't had to go back and forth, up and down, raising and lowering the water level over and over again. And we shouldn't sell this dungeon short. For all its complications, it's doing a lot of work to make itself understood, but you won't find anything so heavy-handed as, say, what you find in the Shadow Temple's Stone Umbrella Room, which I call the Stone Umbrella Room because it features a sign that tells you outright that the solution to its puzzle is to use the Lens of Truth to find a stone to use as an umbrella against a crushing spike trap. Now, I am a firm proponent of the idea that sometimes it's important to simply tell players outright what they need to do, but so much of the fun of a good Legend of Zelda challenge comes from the process of putting the pieces together on your own. Sure, using the Lens of Truth to find a hidden block is hardly an interesting puzzle solution, but it's satisfying to be given an opportunity to figure out even simple things like that, even if the alternative possibility is that the player will get stuck because they don't know what to do. Critics and commentators refer to things like the signpost in the Stone Umbrella Room as moments when the game holds your hand, rather than allowing you the freedom to be confused. I have complicated feelings about the idea of games holding the player's hand. That's a whole essay unto itself. Suffice to say this, even if I personally appreciate some degree of hand-holding, there's no denying the craftsmanship of game design that gives you just enough prompting to figure things out on your own. The Water Temple really does make an effort to give the player the information they'll need to succeed without being overbearing. The dungeon has an understandable structure that's conveyed to the player with uncommon clarity right from the start. All of the different rooms connected to the central room are given some distinctive marking on the outside that sets them apart, like the torches in front of the room where you reunite with Princess Ruto, or the two jars in front of the room where you obtain the compass. The relationship between the water level and the tools and routes available to the player always makes sense, and with the exception of the hole hidden underneath a Song of Time block, all the confusing or obscure aspects of this dungeon are expressions of the dungeon's central mechanical ideas. If you're having trouble, it's probably because you have misunderstood or forgotten something about the water level. Sure, this information isn't delivered perfectly, and I will grant that some of that comes down to the limitations of technology and design in 1998, but much of this room for confusion is inherent to the hands-off approach that makes successfully exploring and navigating this dungeon so much more compelling. You can't account for every possible way that a player might get confused, and in fact, the threat of confusion can make the process of making sense of something more compelling. I described the Water Temple and the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly as the most forward-looking dungeons in Ocarina of Time, the ones that seem to most clearly signal the way dungeons would be designed in future games in the Legend of Zelda series. These are also the two dungeons in Ocarina of Time that test the player's spatial reasoning abilities the most, and the ones that are the most willing to confuse the player. This might seem contradictory to those of you in the audience who are familiar with the general critical impression of the games that followed Ocarina of Time, that they doubled down on the hand-holding. Both of these things are true to varying extents. Subsequent Legend of Zelda games would have longer introductions and tutorials, devote more time to unskippable explanations of basic controls, and have more heavy-handed hints about puzzles inside dungeons, but they would also feature dungeons that average out to being much more complex than the average Ocarina of Time dungeon, and sometimes even exceed Ocarina of Time's Water Temple in terms of complexity. Another big reason that I called them forward-looking is that you can clearly see the way their central ideas have been iterated upon and played around with in later games in the series, in a way that you can't see as much with, say, locks and keys, musical instruments, or silver rupees. So, the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly is built around having having a companion help you with puzzles, which we can clearly see as a recurring subject of Legend of Zelda dungeon design. The water temple is built around a big, central set-piece mechanic of raising and lowering the water level, and both of these dungeons have an emphasis on complex spatial navigation that indicates a certain confidence in designing three-dimensional spaces, which would obviously become even more apparent as the series continued, as the designers became more experienced with working in 3 dimensions.
The water temple and the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly feel forward-looking because they're the dungeons that most visibly strain against both the limitations of the Nintendo 64 hardware and the limitations of contemporary understanding of three-dimensional game design. In the process, they are often frustrating, but they also are often inspiring, enthusiastically expressing the imaginative possibilities of three-dimensional spaces. For all their frustrations, you could say that these dungeons are Ocarina of Time at its best. I'm not going to try to impress anyone by talking in depth about the amount of time and effort I put into this piece. Like, I have the data on how many hours per day I averaged, but that's for me, not you. I'll just say that I started doing the initial research for this in early 2021, so I've spent almost 3 years deeply immersed in The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. What's my overall assessment? I think it's an alright game, if you take it for what it is. That's not a very interesting answer, is it? Maybe a better question would be this. What compelled me to spend so much time with a game that I would describe as alright? The answer to that question is a bit more complicated, but not much more interesting. Long story short, I saw people criticizing this game, and I found myself in the weird position of mostly agreeing with what they were saying, but still feeling defensive of Ocarina of Time. But I don't want to dive into my personal relationship with this game and the culture surrounding it too much. I can save that for my therapist. So let me pose a third question that I think would be much more interesting to answer. What is worthwhile about Ocarina of Time? One potential answer: Ocarina of Time is worthwhile because it's a piece of art made by 76 different humans, and all artistic endeavors are worthwhile. That might sound idealistic, or at least impractical as a critical ethos, but I do believe it's true, and I find that it's helpful to keep this in mind on some basic level when dealing with any art. But by its very nature, it's not a very specific answer. So what's worthwhile about Ocarina of Time in particular? It's obviously an important game, right? I mean, it's the highest reviewed game ever according to Metacritic. It revolutionized three-dimensional action and adventure. It paved the way for games like Dark Souls, which, as we all know, is the only good video game ever created. Let me stop you right there, though, because that same Metacritic ranking also listed Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 as nearly the number 12 best game ever, whereas any legitimate critical body would know that it has to be the eternal number 1. Setting that aside, though, and setting aside a lot of the issues I have with Metacritic's methodology, I think it's worth briefly unpacking Ocarina of Time's status as a classic. And I do mean briefly. I want to talk about this game as a game, not just as a cultural object.
Ocarina of Time is regarded as a classic because it was made by a company that had a lot of money in the 1990s and continues to have a lot of money today. Companies with a lot of money get to decide what has prestige. They get to put their thumb on the scale of cultural importance. I personally think that Ocarina of Time is an alright game, but that is of secondary importance to the fact that when it was released, it was an impressive showcase of technical power, the kind of thing that you would have to have a lot of money to create. Ocarina of Time is regarded as a classic because we value the opinions of people who could afford video games for the Nintendo 64 console in the 1990s more than we value the opinions of people who would have found those things prohibitively expensive. And because we value the opinions of people who were impressed by three-dimensional games in the 1990s more than we value the opinions of people who were alienated by the increase in complexity. There are other factors at play, but I want to point to just one more. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is regarded as a classic because it self-consciously adopts the signifiers of importance. I mean, the word legend is right there in the title, but you can also see it all throughout the game itself, with its focus on cinematic storytelling and impressive scale. Even if I found playing Ocarina of Time to be a completely miserable experience, I think it would be worthwhile to examine it to gain a better understanding of video gaming culture and history, even if the things it reveals are problematic. If the question is just, is this game worth playing? My answer will always be yes, assuming you have an open mind and a curious spirit. It is fortunate, though, that I do find Ocarina of Time to be an enjoyable experience. It's not because I think it has aged well, because the question of whether something has aged well or aged poorly has never made much sense to me. Ocarina of Time doesn't impress me as much as it did when I was first developing human consciousness, but neither does Chuck E. Cheese. It's more a function of my own aging than the game's. No, I enjoy Ocarina of Time because I feel like I understand it. It clearly communicates its ideas, and I find those ideas compelling. I think much of Ocarina of Time's popularity can be attributed to its clarity of communication. Ocarina of Time is good at making a big place feel big, at making a hot place feel hot, at making a cold place feel cold, at making a dry place feel dry, and making a wet place feel wet. But it goes a few steps further than that. It's good at making a place feel sacred. It's good at making a place feel serene. It's good at making a place feel mysterious. It's good at making a place feel sinister. It has some of the most evocative places to be that you will find in any video game, and it creates its sense of place through effective audio and visual design. That's all well and good, but what about the act of playing the game instead of just listening to it and looking at it? Well, I would like to start by saying that audio and visuals can't be so easily separated from what makes a game enjoyable. There is no such thing as a pure gameplay experience. Even then, though, Ocarina of Time's sense of place is deeply rooted in the particulars of its interactivity. Embodying the role of the protagonist, Link, is satisfying. He has a tangible physical presence and moves through the world in a way that deepens the player's feeling of connection with the world. And the world is designed around his capabilities in a way that feels natural, that creates compelling emotional arcs as he explores and navigates. The Fire Temple feels exciting and dangerous because Link is nimbly running and jumping to avoid traps. The Water Temple feels cryptic and alien because navigating it is much more complex than navigating anywhere else. Ocarina of Time is not an especially difficult or punishing game. Its spaces aren't especially dangerous, but they effectively create the impression of danger. When you try to follow the ghost of the gravekeeper Dompe through his underground complex, it's unlikely that you will stray too far off the path that that he takes you on, but it is important that the path branch out enough for the player to have the ability to make a wrong turn. This underground complex isn't much of a maze when you look at it from a zoomed out perspective, but when you're on the ground, its sharp, blind turns and occasional crossroads create a sense of constant treachery. You're always one wrong step away from being sealed in a tomb forever. Just as important as the space that you do interact with is the space that you don't interact with. The Temple of Time is a big, impressive space, but it contains at most 3 interactive elements, and they are all arranged in a straight line from each other and from the entrance. There isn't much to do here other than take or return the Master Sword, but it would feel completely different if it was, say, replaced by a menu screen simply asking if you want to return the Master Sword to its pedestal. It's important to the emotional experience that you take the time to walk the length of its brightly lit, wide open main chamber into the dimly lit chamber where the Master Sword is held. There is no reason to ever deviate from a pretty narrow walkway. There is no reason to poke your head into every corner of this big, austere cathedral. But the space would feel completely different if the player was hemmed in by invisible barriers, forced to walk that narrow path. Ocarina of Time is, at its heart, an adventure game. Yes, it's a game about a little guy who goes on an adventure in a literal sense, but that isn't what the genre term refers to. Adventure games are defined by their intent to convey a story. They exist to create moments that are difficult to define in strict mechanical or systemic terms. What we would call the primary story of Ocarina of Time, the part expressed through its text, through its cinematic cutscenes, and through its main scenarios, is pretty simple and clear-cut. The stories it tells through its environmental design and through its moment-to-moment gameplay are less literal and more based on emotional impressions. Either way, storytelling is still clearly the priority. Lucky then that Ocarina of Time tells its story really effectively, but because of the simplicity of the primary story and because of the more impressionist nature of the secondary stories, it's easy to overlook the craftsmanship on display. Ocarina of Time is an easy game to understand, but that doesn't mean it's a simple game in its construction. Ocarina of Time is a broad, archetypal, formulaic kind of game. It is, after all, a fantasy video game where a guy with a sword and shield rescues a princess from an evil wizard. It is, after all, a video game that has forest levels, desert levels, water levels, and fire levels. A volcano is a hell of a thing in real life, but they are positively passé in video games. These cliches aren't always so benign as using a volcano as a stage setting. The game has an othering, Orientalist view of Middle Eastern, North African, and South Asian cultures, as expressed through the villain, Ganondorf, and through his people, the desert-dwelling Gerudo thieves. And there are gendered stereotypes all over the place, like when the sultry and temperamental Gerudo women, led, of course, by the only man among them, kidnapped for mincing effeminate construction workers. And also with every other woman and girl in the game, take your pick. I would never deny this game's nature as something deeply rooted in well-established fantasy video game tropes. I also would never deny that it set the formula that Legend of Zelda games would follow for almost 20 years after its release. Well, I wouldn't entirely deny that. That is a notion that I have more complicated feelings about. There are all sorts of different ways to look at Ocarina of Time. You could see it as the game that codified the Legend of Zelda formula, but what I have discovered after almost 3 years of being deeply immersed in Ocarina of Time is that, for all its clarity of purpose, for all its successes, big and little, it is often a deeply conflicted, indecisive, transitional work of art. Many parts of the game feel tightly controlled, like Dodongo's Cavern. Many parts of the game let the player get hopelessly lost, like the Forest Temple. Innovative, forward-looking concepts like the dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly are frustrating and confusing, while basic, uninspiring concepts like the dungeon inside Ganon's castle are crowd-pleasing. Maybe Ocarina of Time doesn't feel especially big and mysterious to you nowadays, a quarter of a century since it first came out, but look closer at it and you will see bizarre loose ends all over the place. Ideas that seem to be suggested but never really fully expressed. Mechanics that only appear in Ocarina of Time and never reappear. Cool, polished parts of the game that are repeated multiple times, to the point of exhaustion, as if the game was desperate to show them off. Janky, unpolished parts of the game that are used to fill up space, off in little obscure corners. Systems that seem way more important to the game than they are to the player. Mechanics that are extensively designed but underutilized. Incomplete seeming animations. Incomplete seeming character designs. Incomplete seeming challenges. Suggestions of other possibilities for what this game could have been. About 1 billion different glitches. And about 1 billion different fun little secrets that were put in on purpose. This stuff is endlessly fascinating to me, and the process of discovering all these little quirks, be they unintentional or intentional, the process of trying to uncover what they say about Ocarina of Time, became a whole second layer of adventure for me, long after I had learned all the dungeons backwards and forwards. To a seasoned gamer, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time isn't an especially complex game, but I think there's a lot of value in the kind of game that it is. A game that cares about communicating stories in a clear way. A relatively easy game that still feels substantial and exciting. And when you've moved past all of that, I discovered that Ocarina of Time is a game filled with little surprises. A game that I constantly was able to find new ways to interact with. It doesn't have to be the best game ever made to be worthwhile. It doesn't have to be put on a pedestal. On the whole, I just think this game is alright, but there's always going to be more to discuss about it, and that's what's cool about art.